Hey, my mama said, fuck it, nigga, hit the streets and live. Got some crack in the corner and I did what I did. The neighbors, they don't like me, I got J's in. So, told my grandma I don't need a bed, I'm sleeping on the floor. Got my tool in my flow, they're my two main hoes. Me and all my walls stick together like a soul. Stop by, say who got the yay for the low. And I keep birds with me, like a straight out how they grow. They hit you to the stuff. My fingers, they hit you to the pack. I'm trying to see you in that got the calculator. I'm a motherfucking monster when they come to get that paper. I ain't gon' fingers, they hit you for the paper. My fingers, they hit you for the paper. I ride around the city and I got my calculator. I'm a motherfucking monster when they come to get that paper.
I don't fuck with these niggas cause they shady. These bitches, they just wanna have my baby. Born in the 80s, crack baby. Mama, she was in the street, so guess who raised me? You motherfucking right, couldn't get it from my mama, so I got it off the block. Been working my whole life, but I ain't never punched the clock. 9 years old, I seen a nigga get shot. Damn. Niggas quick to run their mouth when they get jammed. Pussy ass nigga, tell it on his own fam. The same nigga that you break your neck for. Be the same nigga that cross you out and wet you up. Supposed to be chasing money, but you chasing bitches. Real bosses don't talk, we just sit back and listen. Stack that paper up and then make boss moves. She like to argue, so I sent that bitch to law school. You keep it real with your dog no matter what. Same bitch decline, she love you, she'll set you up. Free. Out here in these streets, it ain't no such thing as love. Free. The only thing I trust is this pistol and these slugs. Free.
It's the big dog.
First of all, Ernest, I would like to start off by giving a shout out to FYF Sports Debates Podcast. I really love that podcast. I really do.
Hey, y'all, man. FYF Sports, man. This man Lamont, we back, man. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. Like, my apologies. I shot the notifications out late. So I know a lot of y'all going to be getting in here late. So I see everybody. I see y'all all here on news break, and y'all ready for me to cook. And salute to a lot of y'all on news break. I'm surprised when I hear from y'all that a lot of y'all watch Player's Choice. So, I mean, that kind of works out. A lot of you guys already know who the guy on the thumbnail is and what we're going to be talking about. So we don't really got to do too much explaining, man. So appreciate that. So we're going to, before we even really get into the meat and bones of what we're going to be talking about today, I'm going to hold off for a second, man. And we're going to allow people to get in here today, because I see y'all filtering in slow over on YouTube. And for me, I know this is kind of an unorthodox time for me to go live. I mean, I typically don't go live around this time. Salute to New World, RT the Brand, Steven, I see you in the chat. Bezo the Prophet. Appreciate you guys pulling up. And also, let me put this in the chat too, because this is going to be big for today's stream. Let me get this in the chat real quick. Make sure if you do want to super chat, if you have anything that you want to super chat, if you have anything that you want me to directly message, make sure you go over to our other channel, FYF Sports Clips, to super chat, where we've turned on the super chat feature over there. I'm going to be putting that link in the chat here in a second. We got All Ball. Fabian, salute, man. My bad. I've been busy. I've been meaning to connect with you and link with you. Our season ended this past weekend, so our season's over. So I should be able to go ahead and connect with you. We can go ahead and chop it up about potentially collabing. We got the Black Bruce Wayne, man. Appreciate you pulling up. Salute to y'all. And just while we waiting, I know a lot of y'all who all watched the debates on Player's Choice. Because, I mean, as you guys can see, MC Robinson said, y'all lost. What round y'all lost in? How you know we lost, MC Robinson? No, we did lose. We lost in the Final Four. We lost to University of Wisconsin in the Final Four. So no back-to-back this year, man. We couldn't pull it off and go back-to-back. It was kind of looked at as a huge upset. But, you know, it is what it is. I mean, you got to realize, like, for most teams, getting to the Final Four at this level is a huge win, a huge success. So the fact that we can get to the Final Four, I mean, when you think of the thousands of teams in the country at this level, and the fact that we can get to the Final Four, and we look at it as a disappointment. I like the fact that we can get to the Final Four, and it's a disappointment for us. So, you know, the standard is championships. We got to keep pushing for more championships, and we will get more. So it's now we in the off season, and you know it's time to hit the. You know, I gotta go get my recruiting bag and retool and make sure I bring in a team. Y'all know me. I don't really like losing, so you know next year I'm gonna try to come with a super team. You know, I don't take too well to losing. I want to make it as unfair as possible for all the other teams. And we are on the right track. I've gotten some commitments from some high-level guys, so the super team is on its way. We got the cavalry coming. Salute to Go James Kingdom, man. Yeah, MC was right. He said James Worthy was better than Jordan at North Carolina. Yeah, that is true. You could probably name a couple guys at North Carolina who were better than Jordan. Were they better NBA prospects? Probably not. I think Jordan was the best NBA prospect. I mean, that was no secret. True to King, man. Salute, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up, man. He said, Lamont, you seen the podcast of Steve Nash? Yeah, it looks fire. I haven't watched a full episode yet. I've only seen like YouTube shorts and little clips, but it looks fire. I definitely want to start breaking some of that down. MC Robinson said, I watched 0 of PCL because it's a hard listen. I didn't even know it was like, I'm going to be honest. I didn't even know they was having like this type of debate thing. And then Ron hit me up and was like, man, look, you know, we would love to have you as a judge. And he told me, he told me about the process of how the judges, look, you don't have to give a vote right on the spot. You can actually come back, listen, sort through everyone's thoughts, and then you can actually come back with a legitimate vote as opposed to trying to vote right on the spot. I actually like that process. And so for me, and we're going to go through the debates today. For me, as I listen to these debates, the number one thing I wanted to do was I just wanted to first hear what people were saying. I just put my earbuds in. I put my phone down. I didn't read the comments. I didn't want to be focused on what people were saying in the chat and whatnot. I just wanted to hear the actual debate, the questions, and I really wanted to hear the responses. So they did a good job of setting it up. Obviously, a couple people, or not a couple people, Marz, as we already know, for whatever reason, did not like the way I voted when it came to his last 2 debates. When he went against John D, I think I had Marz winning 3-0, which that was pretty much a cakewalk. I don't think the John D guy, I don't think he's much of a basketball debater. He didn't put up too much of the fight. And as he was debating, I was just getting the sense that he was just more of a fan of Marz than actual somebody that was really willing to go up there and go toe-to-toe and really contest logic. But when it came down to Jordan and when it came down to real talk, things got a little dicey. And we're gonna be talking about that today here on FYF Sports, man. I think y'all gonna be, you know, Mar. Let me run through, because obviously when Ron went through the voting, especially after the debate where Marz debated Jordan, Marz had somewhat of a crash out moment. He crashed out when he was told, because there were some rounds where Jordan was told, yeah, Marz beat you 3-0, the judge, and it was all good. And Jordan took it, didn't give too much pushback, a little bit surprised. All right, it is what it is. But then when Marz was told that one of the judges had said that he lost in demonstrative fashion 3-0, I'm going to show y'all Marz's crash out. Marz completely crashed out. And just so y'all know, that judge was me, FYF Sports, because y'all know we do not fall for the goofy shit. We don't fall for the silly talk. We do real basketball research. We see through the BS. And today we're going to be doing a point-by-point breakdown of why Marz not only lost those debates, but just why in general he really just don't know basketball. So make sure y'all stick around. We are going to go, because I'm going to show y'all. Let me show y'all Marz's crash out. All right. And as we go through this today, you guys, we are going to break this down to a science, because this was Marz's response after he was told by Ron that one of the judges said that he lost the debate to Jordan 3-0. This was Marz's response.
No, you can talk to them. The judge who said I got swept and then brought up that I was contradicting myself.
Yeah, it's idiot.
I am going to disrespect you so bad. You're going to pick Raw Talk against me. I don't care. You are the biggest idiot I've ever heard of. There is no way you can say I contradicted myself. There is no way.
I would not talk about the final boss like that.
No, and then you're going to tell me that it was wrong of me to say that an Andre Roberson 40% three-point shooting series is not valuable offense because he's only shooting 2 threes a game. Respectfully, you're an idiot. I don't know what to tell you. Pick Real Talk now. Send Ron your ballot that you picked Real Talk above me. I don't care. You are an imbecile. Biggest idiot I've ever heard of. Cool. There you go. Real Talk, you're up 1-0. That judge can give you his pick. He's an idiot. I don't know what to tell you. He's an idiot. GG.
So you gonna clean up Real Talk 2-1?
God dang.
Whatever. That judge is an actual idiot. Whoever that is, that judge is an idiot. I need to talk to that judge who said I got swept. Talking about
the hell?
I just heard a lot of yap, but I guess
that was Marz's response. The judge is an idiot. He didn't contradict himself. He wants to talk to the judge. As soon as Marz went through his little emotional diatribe, y'all, I went straight to the comments. I went straight to, and this is his response was indicative of somebody that knows they should have lost because he crashed out. So Marz was not only crashing out on the show in his emotions and his feelings, because I wasn't fooled by his BS. He was in the comments, battling it up with people in the comments on the video. I went straight to Marz's comment. I said, Marz, I was the voter. You can come right over here to FYF Sports and we can have a conversation. Now, I edit Marz on this video. I'm sure that somebody has notified him that I'm going to be going live. This live has been up and published since last night. So I'm almost positive he knows that we're live. So as I get through this expose, Marz, I really want to see if you actually want to actually come up and have a conversation with me. I really like, this ain't Ticket. This ain't Low. I'm not Big Ox. I'm not Ron. One thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to have the conversation with you over on Player's Choice where you control everything. We're going to have that conversation right here on FYF Sports. Because I don't shy away from pulling up on platforms when I feel the need to go over there. You should not. I mean, if I'm Marz, I'm already in the comments ready to hit the link right now. So right now we have an APB out for Marz. Will he pull up or will he randomly show up after the live stream is over in the comments talking about he didn't know we were live? So some of you guys, if you have them on IG, somebody go reach out, tag them, let them know that we're live. I'm going to try to stay live as long as possible. I know we got Goat James Kingdom show. Goat James Kingdom show is going to be tonight as well. So I can't go too long because I'm going to have to shut this down because Goat James Kingdom is going to be picking it up here pretty soon. But I'm live now because one, not only are we going to get through this expose, literally a point by point breakdown of his stupidity, proof that he does not know basketball, proof he probably just got into sports debates because it makes him feel a part of the basketball community because picking up a basketball and actually hooping wasn't his forte. And I think we can all agree to that. I think he might be a god on NBA 2K, probably when it comes to actually dribbling a basketball and understanding the game from a standpoint of actually playing. And so when I say from a standpoint of actually playing, y'all, I'm not talking about being a pro in the NBA. I'm not talking about being a college all-star. I'm talking about, and a lot of you guys in the chat can testify to this as well. There are certain things that you pick up about the game of basketball outside of the analytics, outside of the numbers, that you won't really understand unless you was in the locker room, unless you was in those moments. And we're going to get through some of the talking points. We're going to get through some of the talking points. We got Tuna in the chat says, you just rage baited someone half your age. Stop it. I rage baited. I don't bait anybody. If you lose a debate 3-0, which everyone here knows, I don't have an issue with Marz. There's no beef. We got Fury TV says, ever since Marz cooked Lamont, I've never had any contention or debate with Marz ever. There's never even been an opportunity to say that. So when you say 2 years ago, that's just a lie. I've never really had a back and forth with Marz. I don't think we've even had a basketball back and forth. I don't think we've even dialogued long enough to where anyone could consider it a debate. I had a back and forth debate with Ticket TV over there. Marz kept his hood on and stayed silent the entire time. It was not a back and forth. This Fury Tuga can potentially be a debate if Marz chooses to click the link and pull up, which in reality, it will not be a debate. This is facts. He says, Fury Tuga says, Marz didn't lost the debate, but you lost in English class. Well, irregardless, RT the brand, whether Marz wants smoke or not. First of all, my vote was my vote. I'm not the one that came out on a public platform and started running around crying, says, I want to talk to that judge. If you say you want to talk to FYF Sports, I'm going to give you an opportunity to talk to FYF Sports. Now, if you choose to not have that conversation, I'm still going to continue with the Max Ether. We're about to go ahead and get started today. And we are going to get started. We're going to go ahead and get started with the first debate. We're going to go through the first debate, and we're going to start with the debate because I felt Marz lost both debates 3-0. I felt he lost the debate to Real Talk, and he lost the debate to Jordan. And so we're going to get through this. We're going to talk about it. Before I get started, make sure you guys support the channel. Hit the Cash App to support, or you can go over to FYF Sports Clips, where we are live right now. Go to FYF Sports Clips. Hit the super chat. If you have any questions you want me to immediately address, go over to FYF Sports Clips, and I will address them. Salute to Cottage. Salute to all the people that are starting to filter in. Autism Boy, salute. Appreciate you pulling up one of the top mods of the channel. Make sure we're not blocking nobody. Make sure we're not doing none of that. Everybody should be in the chat today. Anybody can say what they need to today. I really don't care. I'm not necessarily bothered. There's only one person I'm looking for. Hopefully that person's willing to show up after this diatribe. But let's get through this, because, you know, I put this together. And I put it together systematically in a way where it can be easily understood, where there are no questions. So when we talk about it, what we have to address this afternoon, y'all, is it's a growing disease in basketball, right? And we're not talking about torn ACLs, degenerative knee disorders, load management. And we're not, you know, what we're talking about, y'all, is analytics abuse. Henny Hardaway says 3-0 is kind of wild. It's not wild. You'll see why here in a minute. Right? The biggest offender of this stat stuffing epidemic is none other than Marz of the Player's Choice podcast, y'all. A man who has built his whole debate game around shiny metrics with no substance. And it's time we bring clarity to his chaos. That's what we're going to be doing today. Because for years now, Marz has convinced thousands of listeners, a lot of y'all, that if you toss out words like net rating, 98th percentile, the debate is just over. But what he's doing, y'all, is, and we're about to show you, right, as I show you these next two debates, but he is using those numbers wrong, out of context, and most oftentimes in bad faith just to sound intelligent. So before we roll the film, let me quickly define and demystify these overused analytics so everybody listening is on the same page. All right. So Marz loved his number one analytics, and I don't know what it is. I don't know where he found it. His newest, most shiniest toy of an analytic so far is net rating. This is the newest toy that he's found. What is net rating? Net rating, the definition of net rating is a measure. It measures the difference between a team's points scored and points allowed per 100 possessions. It was created by Dean Oliver, one of the pioneers of basketball analytics in the early 2000s. It was intended for, according to Dean Oliver, evaluating team performance over time and how lineups impact scoring margins. It was not, according to Dean Oliver, not designed for comparing individual greatness or predicting playoff success in isolation. Marz, over the course of the debate with Jordan and Real Talk, used net rating 9 times with zero context for opponent strength, rotations, injuries, coaching, what have you. The other basketball things that also matter. Offensive rating and defensive rating. The definition, points a team scores or allows per 100 possessions. Very simple. First conceptualized also by Dean Oliver and expanded by Basketball Reference. Useful for measuring team scoring, efficiency, and general effectiveness across a season. It is misused, right? According to Synergy Sports, misused when applied to individual players without context of lineup, pace, or coaching strategy. I want y'all to keep these things in mind as we go through the debate and as we start to break a lot of these things down. Marz used these stats a total of 6 times across 2 debates with Jordan and Real Talk. Always as definitive proof, never with support. As we get through these debates, one of the things that you're going to see is Marz uses analytics as the argument when analytics are only supposed to be to support an argument that you have. And the only way you can use analytics to support an argument that you actually have to have a take, a subjective take that can be that you're willing to put on the line and put foot to the fire and people can go at. As we watch these 2 debates, one thing that we'll see is that Marz has 0 takes. His arguments are the analytics. The analytics are not in support of his arguments. That's one of his biggest flaws. We'll continue on. Another new shiny toy that somehow Marsden scrounged up and scrambled out of the depths of the internet is relative net rating. What is the definition of relative net rating? It's a player's team net rating when they're on the court versus off the court. It's used, according to Dean Oliver, it's a supporting stat. Remember, Dean Oliver says it's a supporting stat for how lineups perform with a player in the game. How can it be misused? It's misused when it's influenced heavily by who else is on the floor. I want y'all to keep that in mind. Relative net rating is influenced heavily by who else is on the floor. It's not an individual value stat. Marz dropped this stat like a trump card, ignoring minute samples, opponent quality, and matchups. We'll get through that as we get through these 2 debates. And then there's one more metric that he used, but I want to save it. I'm going to save this next one until we get to it. Because this last one that he used was very, very odd. And he used it very early on, and I'm surprised nobody called him on the complete BS. The last analytical metric that he used was very odd. We'll get to that. When we get to it, we're going to stop the presses and address it head on. So we'll hold off on discussing the last analytic that he used. So before we get into this, and we're about to pull up the Jordan debate, these analytics weren't designed to declare a GOAT or predict titles or shut down real basketball discussions. They were made to support what your eyes and your understanding of the game already tell you. Marz, as we will see, does not use them as support. He uses them as a shield, a cover for the fact that when it comes to real basketball, personnel, game planning, tempo, playoff context, he's not having that conversation. And again, that brings us to tonight. We got 2 full debates, one against Real Talk, one against Jordan, where Marz, analytic house of cards, finally collapses under the pressure of FYF Sports, where he, 1, contradicts himself, misstates facts, invents metrics out of thin air, and worst of all, he crashes out on the live stream when one of the judges' scorecards reads 3-0 against him. So tonight, y'all, is not just going to be a breakdown. This will be a max ether, because the overuse of analytics has become a crutch for people who don't know the game. And tonight, we're taking the crutch away. Let's go ahead and get to the film. We're going to start with the first debate with Jordan. Let's get this pulled up here. And as we get to this first debate with Jordan, we're just going to listen. We're going to listen. And then when we get to places where we need to stop, we will stop. Let's pull this up here. All right, let me share my screen. All right, hold on. Oh, I got to make sure my sound is added. Sorry about that. Share screen. There we go. Now we got it right here. All right. Here's the first debate, y'all. This was the debate with Jordan. This was ultimately the debate that Marz was a little bit emotional about when I said that he lost 3-0. Let's listen, and we'll stop it as need be, so we can identify some things. Let me fix this tab real quick. All right, there we go. And we'll stop it and start it as need be, and we'll try to get through this as quickly as possible. And this exposure should be relatively easy. And this exposure should have been relatively easy for anyone that was just willing to do the research. So let's share my screen. And so remember, y'all, the way I judged the debate was I'm not necessarily judging it based on how I feel. I can only judge the debate based on how Jordan argued versus Marz. How I personally feel about the conversation, I have to throw it into the garbage can. I can only judge the merit of what they actually said. And that's what I did here. Let's play this. And when we get to a stopping point, we'll stop it to talk about some things where I feel Marz completely goes south and awry.
Frenchman, I don't know what his name is. We just know we got Marz Talk Sports versus the flyest man NPC. What's up, fellas?
What up? What's the deal?
Real Talk said he putting on for Houston. Is he doing it or is one of y'all?
I mean, it is what it is,
Okay. Well, let's get into it, y'all. I'm gonna cue up the timer. Jordan is gonna be on you. Marz, you will be going second. And the first topic is who's the most important player for the Cleveland Cavaliers offense this year? Let's do it.
All right, so for me, the most important player for the Cavs team got to be Darius Garland. Because last year, when you think about it, Donovan Mitchell had the most touches on the team. This season, Darius Garland has the most touches on the team, and the Cavs offense is #1 offense in the NBA. A lot of that has to do with the roster construction, but a lot of it also has to do with who's running the show. It's clear that the point of emphasis this year was to get the ball to Darius Garland more and get him more involved, even if that meant sacrificing Donovan Mitchell. If we talk about the assists, Garland is obviously leading the team in assists per game, but that doesn't tell the full story. He's leading the team in assists points created per game at 17 points per game. That tells the full story for me because he's doing a lot of playmaking for his team. How do I know that? When we talk about the drives, because he leads the team in that 14 drives per game. Now we all know drive and create playmaking opportunities, which is super important for this Cavs team, the way that they structure. The amount of shots he generates for guys like Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, who don't get many post-ups and ISOs, tell you how important Darius Garland is for the team. And last but not least, we can look over his 20 points per game. The scoring ability that he brings to this fluid Cavs team is really the key to how this offense is so good. Him being able to shoot the ball and get to wherever he wants to, how he shoots to pull up threes. It was questions last year how this duo, Mitchell and Garland, would work. And I think the Cavaliers sent a clear message on how it was work. Put the ball in Garland's hands and let him be the one that drives the engine. Last year, they tried to run it by making Garland take a backseat to Donovan Mitchell and take them to the promised land, but it was clear that they didn't do that. So this year, the point of emphasis was Darius Garland. You run the show, and we not taking a backseat. This is going to go as far as you take us.
Marz, so are you?
I think it's Donovan Mitchell. I think when we talk about importance, we got to look at what the goal of the team is. What's more important for Charlotte is not the same thing for Cleveland. Cleveland's goal is winning a championship. So who's more important to the offense in that goal is very obviously Donovan Mitchell. When you look at who holds up against the best teams in the East, the best contenders, that's Donovan Mitchell. Teams, when you look at matchup difficulty, who's being guarded by who, Donovan Mitchell is taking the toughest matchup night after night. He's in the 98th percentile of matchup difficulty. When you ask who's asked to self-create more, it's Donovan Mitchell. 22% of his 2-pointers are unassisted. He is asked to, 22% of his 2-pointers are assisted. He's asked to create for himself, and his downhill pressure is maybe not to the same degree as Darius Garland in terms of who's driving more, but who's getting all the way to the rim more consistently is Donovan Mitchell. Who's collapsing defenses at an elite level is Donovan Mitchell alongside Darius Garland. And when we talk about who's been able to hold up in the postseason as a scorer, it's been routinely Donovan Mitchell. When we talk about the goal of getting to the finals and getting through the playoffs, Donovan Mitchell has been the one that through years past, and even this year, we've seen against the Boston Celtics when he's averaging 35.5 points per game compared to Darius Garland's 19. He is the one that they go to. He is the one that is reliable when teams switch everything, and Darius Garland can get taken out of games because he doesn't have the physicality to hold up against those types of defenses. Donovan Mitchell is the one they go to because he is the best self-creator on the team. He is the best athlete on the team. He is the stronger player out of the two. And when we talk about the playoffs, the most valuable attribute a player can have, in my opinion, is strength. Because when someone is physically inferior, they struggle against certain matchups in the postseason. Donovan Mitchell does not have that problem because of his physical imposition that Darius Garland just simply can't match.
Back on you, Jordan. Let's do it.
All of that is fine, but when I talk about this team, like last year, Donovan Mitchell with those attributes took him as far as he could take him, and that wasn't very far. So this year they came up with a new game plan to make sure they remove all of the Donovan Mitchell isolation plays as much as he did last year, or not remove them, but just make sure we prioritize Darius Garland with the ball a little bit more, prioritizing Darius Garland running the show. And when we talk about how well their offense performed, like for example, when Darius Garland is on the floor, their offensive rating is 123. When he's off the floor, the offensive rating drops significantly with that to 116. That's a 7-point swing. With Mitchell on and off the floor, it stays the same. So it's nice that we talk about how good Donovan Mitchell is in the playoffs. But like I said, that was last year. This is a new show. They obviously came up with a new regime on how they wanted to run things, which we questioned last year if that duo could work between Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland. We don't really question it this year because Darius Garland has played a lot better. He's involved a lot more. He gets his guys involved a lot more. Not saying that Donovan Mitchell doesn't either, but a lot of Jared Allen buckets come from Darius Garland drives and dump downs. Him creating opportunities for other people. Him being able to get to where he wants to on the floor is super important. Like I said, Donovan Mitchell can create all the things he can create, and he's going to take the best matchup, which kind of alludes to my point a little bit more. Because he's going to get the best matchup, Darius Garland gets to get a weaker matchup, which he can create those drives and create other things for the team. It's not just about who looks like the superstar; it's who makes the team a little bit better. And I think Darius Garland does that.
I think you're harping on the touches point a bit too much, because when you look at what happened last season to this season, both of their touches went down. Donovan Mitchell was averaging 79, Darius Garland was averaging 75. They've both gone down to around 60. In fact, the touches are quite even. Their time of possession has even gone down. The biggest difference has been Evan Mobley and the fact that the Bulls don't stick him with anyone as much as they used to last year. So what you're really arguing is that Darius Garland didn't become more important in the offense. It became more spread out, more egalitarian, and Kenny Atkinson actually empowered Evan Mobley. So this point about Darius Garland is more involved in the offense. No, he has the ball less this year. He touches the ball less this year. So no, he's not more involved this year. In fact, everyone's just more involved than they were last year. But Donovan Mitchell, when we talk about importance, let's remember the word is importance. When we're talking about the goal of winning a championship, the Cavs are an elite offense with Darius Garland on the floor, with Donovan Mitchell on the floor, with both of them on the floor, with one of them on the floor. They're an elite offense. But when we talk about what the goal is, and that's getting through the Eastern Conference, Donovan Mitchell has shown time and time again, whether that be against the Boston Celtics, like I alluded to, against the New York Knicks, where he's averaging 26 points per game on 72% true shooting compared to Darius Garland's 20 points per game on 59% true shooting. What we are looking for is Donovan Mitchell is able to scale up his scoring and his offensive production when they really need it most. Is Darius Garland a great offensive player? Absolutely. But when we talk about the goal of a championship, what Darius Garland is able to do against the Hornets and the Bulls and the Hawks during the regular season is amazing. But we're not going to see those teams in our quest to a championship. And when we're on that quest, Donovan Mitchell is the one who time and time again is the one who the Cavs go to, and he's the one who steps up in a way that Darius Garland quite simply can't. That's how you see who the most important is. When we really need it, who do we go to? And that's Donovan Mitchell.
3 minutes. Talk to us, fellas.
Now I'm gonna pause it right there real quick, y'all, because to this point they both had 2 rounds. We know what their takes are. The last 3 minutes is just kind of them having a Royal Rumble back and forth for the last 3 minutes. But we've heard the meat and bones of what they both had to say. Let's just break it down really quick. Jordan opens with a well-structured, data-informed case for Darius Garland as the Cavaliers' most listen to the topic. Look at the screen. The topic is on the screen. Most important player for the Cavs offense, not for the Cavs team, not for the Cavs defense, not for anything else, not for the Cavs coaching staff. The topic here is who is the most important player for the Cavs offense. So when we talk about his data-informed case for Darius Garland as the Cavaliers' most important offensive player, citing not only traditional stats, but he did a deeper dive. Insights like Garland led the team in assists, points created. He generates the most drives per game. right? The Cavs' offensive rating is 123 with Garland on the floor, dropping to 116 without him on the floor. In contrast, the offense doesn't change significantly when Donovan Mitchell is on or off the floor. Jordan uses the team-dependent metrics the right way to support a narrative. Remember what I said. You use the analytics to support a narrative grounded in play style, fit, and context. This is what Marz did. Marz counters by selecting Donovan Mitchell. Well, of course he's going to select Donovan Mitchell because why? Donovan Mitchell's the best player on that team, and he knows that most people listening can't think. They're just going to hear Donovan Mitchell. They're going to know that he's the best player. They're just going to think that he's right. Marz continued by saying one of the most odd points that I've heard, and we're going to break this down even further. He said Mitchell's matchup difficulty is in the 98th percentile. That is a very stupid analytic. We'll break that down here in a second. He also said his ability to self-create. He said his playoff scalability. While these points can potentially be valid in a vacuum, Marz still failed to address the regular season structure of the Cavs offense, which Jordan did, or the data that Jordan brought about the on-court impact. Marz tries to brush off Garland's involvement by referencing overall touches and time of possession, claiming everyone's touches went down. The system became more egalitarian. That's what Marz said. That was his argument. Let's break down why that's a non-response dressed up as analysis. Touches went down. That's a league-wide trend, not unique to the Cavs. Very weak argument, very weak rebuttal to what Jordan said. NBA offenses are evolving, pace changes, load management, deeper benches, all contribute to overall possessions and touches shifting. So saying everyone touches went down does nothing to refute Jordan's point, which was about Garland's rising on-court responsibility and offensive orchestration. That's the topic. Marz can dodge the actual on-off impact stats. Jordan brought hard data. When Garland is off the floor, the Cavs' offensive rating drops from 123 to 116. But Marz ignored this and pivoted to vague claims about touches and time of possession, which actually don't measure anything, and they definitely don't measure impact. Garland's ability to run the show, as Jordan mentioned, and make the offense hum was the crux. Marz never addressed the crux, right? Calling the system egalitarian is just a buzzword when you have no counter. Marz used egalitarian like a smoke bomb. It sounds smart, but what it does is it actually mean in this context. What does it mean? The Cavs are the number one offense in the NBA because Garland dictates pace, as Jordan said, playmaking, as Jordan said, shot quality, as Jordan alluded to, spreading the ball. Spreading the ball doesn't mean Garland isn't the engine. It means he's empowering others, which is exactly what Jordan argued. Right? Look at the topic. It wasn't about who scores more points, who's the best player. The question is, who is the most important player for their offense? It goes deeper than just who's the best player. So the bottom line, Marz used vague system talk to distract from the fact that Garland's on-court presence is what unlocks the Cavs offense. He could not dispute Jordan's stats, so he ducked under a generic ball movement explanation and hoped that nobody would notice. Spoiler alert, we noticed. Now, another thing that I wanted to really get to was something very odd that Marz brought up. Marz brought up, he said, Marz claimed Donovan Mitchell faced the toughest assignments in the NBA to boost his importance. However, when I go to B-Ball Index's matchup difficulty, that's where it was created by B-Ball Index. Let me put that on the screen to help you guys out so we know where this came from and what it actually means. Let's pull this up. This is what matchup difficulty is, right? However, as you guys can see on the screen, matchup difficulty index is a defensive stat that measures the quality of offensive players a defender is guarding, not the attention a scorer receives. Marz flipped this stat completely, trying to say it meant defenses, because what he wanted to do, because he talks so fast, because he knows most people don't know what this is, and it sounds fancy and jazzed up, right? He's trying to say it meant defenses guarded Mitchell the hardest, which is factually false, right? You can find this on B-Ball Index, matchup difficulty. It measures the average offensive talent of the players guarded by a defender. We all know it does not matter who Donovan Mitchell defends on a night in, night out basis. He is not a very good defender. We saw this in Utah. We've been seeing this in Cleveland. He is not a good defender. Why are we bringing up a defensive analytic, whether it was by accident, whether it was intentional? You just brought up a defensive analytic in a conversation. If we look at the topic here, it says, who is the most important player for the Cavs offense? And one of the first things that he does is he blurts out matchup difficulty. He's in the 98th percentile. It's a defensive metric. It has nothing to do with the offensive side of the ball. You're just using it to dress up his importance. Conclusion. My conclusion is Marz deliberately flipped a defensive stat to pretend it boosted Mitchell's offensive value. Blatant information, otherwise known as just outright lying to the people, right? That argument undercuts Marz's own point. If everything is more balanced, then why is Mitchell more important? Because Marz said everything was more balanced. Jordan addresses this with game impact data. He contextualizes the importance by explaining how Garland set the table for Mitchell to do what he does. My round one winner was Jordan. Jordan won by grounding his points in direct impact on team structure, while Marz defaulted to Mitchell's talent without bridging it to actual team success metrics. That's my round one winner. Let's go ahead and move on to round two, right? So we already have Marz, who has invoked mysterious matchup difficulty stats that have nothing to do with offense, right? Because look at the topic, right? And if you know, as I reflect back and I look through and I saw what people were saying in the comments, everybody was saying that Marz won round one. How? He's running around using defensive analytics in an offensive conversation. And no one called him on the bullshit. He tried to blatantly lie to the people because he wanted you guys to think that this matchup difficulty analytic, he wanted you guys to think that it was about the defenders that defended Donovan Mitchell on a night in, night out basis, because he said it so quickly. He knew it didn't have any real use in this conversation. Most people don't know what it is. You have to literally dig through the depths of the NBA back pages to even find it, right? The actual page, the actual website for this on B-Ball Index has been taken down. So you have to scour through X just to find it. This is what he does to find meaningless, useless analytics that most people don't know that could potentially sound good in this debate and make them sound more intelligent. Not here at FYF Sports, man. Jordan with the round one win. Let's keep this thing going. Let's go. Let's see what the next topic is.
I thought you might have a Mobley. I thought you might. I thought you was going to have a Mobley. I was thinking about it.
All right, y'all. If you are in here, make sure you like the video. Make sure you keep going in the comment section. Once again, right quick, there will be a PCL after party. Ironically, we're watching the Cavs play against the Pacers, so y'all make sure to pull up after this on playback. But as of right now, y'all, let's get into topic two. What you got for us? we have the 2025 Coach of the Year. Jordan, you kick things off. So Marz, it's going to be on you this round. Talk to us.
I think the Coach of the Year award is quite simple. It's who's been the best coach in the NBA this season. And I know he won it last year, but Mark Daigneault has been the best coach in the NBA this season. What he's done in producing this Oklahoma City team to not only have the second best net rating in NBA history, which is absurd, considering they're a young team, not many people saw this league coming, and having a top 10 relative defense.
And I don't mean to pause it already, y'all, but listen, remember what I said. I want y'all to remember what I said. He uses the analytics as the argument, not in support of an actual argument. Marz literally just started his diatribe. He hasn't really broken anything down. And one of his first arguments is, oh, the OKC Thunder have a really high net rating. That should be in support of something. What does it support? What is your take on this? Talk basketball. Let's see if he can talk basketball.
Of all time. Now, I know a lot of people praise the personnel, but Jalen Williams has missed 11 games. Lou Dort has missed 9. Isaiah Hartenstein has missed 23. Kason Wallace has missed 12. Chet Holmgren has missed 48. Alex Caruso has missed 26. Of their 6 best defenders, that is 129 games missed between all of them. And they have had an elite defense no matter what lineups you put out of there. When we talk about coaching, defense is a big part of that. Coaching is really more important with the defense as opposed to the offense, because you can have one offensive player and you can put pieces around them and make them really work. But defense is a lot of schematics, a lot of personnel, and Mark Daigneault has proven that he can coach an elite defense regardless of the personnel. When you look at the lineup of the worst defenders the Oklahoma City Thunder have, with Aaron Wiggins, Isaiah Joe, and Jalen Williams, the other one, not J-Dub, they still have a 98 defensive rating with those 3 on the floor. It has shown that Mark Daigneault can produce elite defensive results no matter who's around him. And when we talk about the offense, the one flaw that OKC had early on in the season was their inability to beat zone. What did Mark Daigneault do? He adjusted within that zone, and now they're more efficient at beating zone than they are against man, and they're the best zone attacking team in the NBA. He found a weakness within his team, saw them get exploited against Cleveland, and then turned his team into the best zone beating team in the NBA. Now that's coaching.
Jordan, a minute and 30.
For me, this one was hard because I would have to admit that I was wrong about this guy, and that's Kenny Atkinson. To take over from a questionable firing of JB Bickerstaff, and then to come in and turn his Cavs team completely around, and then had a guts.
I got the video, Mahari, on 1.5 speed so we can get through it quicker. That's why. So you guys gonna have to listen quick, and if you miss anything, you're gonna have to go over the player's choice and listen. So I just turned the speed up on the video so we can progress through it. I'm not trying to be sitting here all day breaking this down. I'll slow it down on this one because this is actually a really good topic. So I'll slow it down on this one so y'all can hear. But I'm gonna have to speed it back up just so we can keep progressing through this one.
To do what he did with making Donovan Mitchell sacrifice to get Garland to buy in to what was once said the duo that couldn't play together. For him to come into a brand new system and accomplish the best offense in the league, one of the top defenses in the league, and one of the deepest team in the league. And unlike Oklahoma City, they not doing it with the best player in the league like SGA. They're doing it as a collective unit, which lets me know that that's coaching. The way the ball floats around, the continuity of this team, making it one of the best teams in the NBA is a clear indication of how well they are coached. A good coach also knows how to revive playing careers. And that's what he did with a guy like Ty Jerome, with a guy who was damn near out the NBA and now a main rotation guy, getting the most out of guys like Dean Wade and Sam Merrill, who on most teams might not have got the chance to do that and might not got the chance to impact the team like that. Now, to me, that's coaching. Also, when you look at from what the Cavs came into having what the Cavs came into from last year of firing JB Bickerstaff and then Kenny Atkinson coming right back in and saying, you know what? Y'all were good, but I can make y'all better without the best player. Like, we know Shea gonna give you 30 every night. We know that's a given. Donovan Mitchell is not giving you 30 every night. Darius Garland's not giving you 30 every night. He had to figure out a way to make that group work collectively. And then for them to do what they're doing is impressive. Having one of the best defenses in the league, having one of the best offenses in the league.
Back on you, Marz.
Yeah, I think everything you're saying is Kenny Atkinson is a great candidate. But when you look at the Oklahoma City Thunder, the amount of adjustments they've had to make within the season has been phenomenal. If you remember, they came into the season, first 9 games, they're the best defense we've ever seen. That was the topic. That was what they were statistically. And then Chet Holmgren goes down in the first 5 minutes of that Warriors game. They have no Hartenstein. Now Chet's out. Everyone's like, oh, what's OKC going to do? How are they going to make this work? They then went to J-Dub at the 5 and kept the best defense in the NBA until Hartenstein came back. They then had to implement Hartenstein, a new player, the biggest free agent in Oklahoma City's history, and then maintain the best defense in the league while having to implement someone new into their system who they barely played with, only had about 12 minutes in preseason to deal with him. They implemented that. And then we go throughout the season where they're struggling offensively without in the non-Shea minutes. What did they do? They then bring Chet back in February. They're now running double big lineups that they've never run all season, and they end up having a plus 12 net rating in double big lineups within 10 games of them playing together. Mark Daigneault has shown the ability to adjust, change his scheme, match his personnel, all in a stretch of weeks that no one has really been able to do. When we talk about coaching, the ability to adjust on the fly, the ability to put your players in the best position to be successful, Mark Daigneault is doing that in a way that not many coaches in NBA history have done, let alone in the NBA today. When we're talking about the fact that he's having to change his lineups game after game, some games Chet and Hartenstein start, sometimes one of them's off the bench, sometimes we're playing double big for minutes at a time, sometimes we're going with no bigs. Mark Daigneault's ability to change what he wants to go to within the game, no one's matching that. That's the coach of the year.
Jordan?
I think everything Marz is saying is 100% accurate, but I also think that one of the back ends of Mark Daigneault's point is that he still got the comfortability of having Shai Gilgeous-Alexander being able to dominate pretty much every matchup every single night. And then just obviously the way that they play defense, and getting people to speed up. But when you got a guy that is going to give you 30 a game, he's going to do that. Some games he can come in and get you 40 a game. On the other end, I feel like Kenny Atkinson having to figure out how you can make the duo that they said couldn't work, how you can make the duo of Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell, who they said is the two smallest backcourts in the league, how did they would be able to defend. Being able to get guys like Evan Mobley to rise his game on the defensive end, Jared Allen to rise his game on the defensive end. But like I said, most importantly, not knowing that Ty Jerome was going to be out the league to come in to possibly being one of the best bench players in the league with the roster that they have. They don't really have too many standout guys like a Chet Holmgren, like a J-Dub, like a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I could probably argue with you that all three of those players compared to Oklahoma City Big Three, it's not even close. So for him to have to figure that out with a bunch of role players that wouldn't possibly be in the league and have possibly the best record in the league, the best offense in the league too, and also a great defense without household names. Obviously, Donovan Mitchell could be a household name, but that's here or there. Nowhere near Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I can definitely tell you that. So the fact that he's not having to, that he can't rely on that, and for them to still be good, tells me a lot.
Let's go ahead, and we're going to go ahead and break down this round. Oh, and I see Marz is in the chat. We'll be dropping the link. Let's talk about Marz's points first. Marz, once again, rides the analytics wave. He claims Mark Daigneault deserves Coach of the Year based on OKC's top 10 relative defense in NBA history. I know, Marz, you won't be joining. That's a smart move. I know. Player's Choice is the safe spot for you, right? You said you wanted to talk to me, but now you got the opportunity to talk. Now you don't want to talk. Probably a smart move for you, right? The link will be in the chat whenever you want it. Don't ask to talk to me, and then when it's time to talk, you don't want to talk. Come on, man. Now you're just being sorry. It's just basketball talk. It's just basketball talk. We ain't gonna cuss you out. We ain't gonna talk about your mama. This ain't Ticket TV. You just got to come up here and actually talk basketball, Marz. You said, Marz, I want to talk. I want to talk to the voter. The voter is now accessible for you to talk to publicly. But now you don't want to talk. No, this is not explaining nothing. You can come up here if you feel I'm wrong about anything. You can in your English tea drinking way, however you need to explain it. You can explain to the people why I'm wrong. Nah, you didn't want nothing, Marz. That's not what you said. We saw the crash out. You said, I want to talk to the judge. Do we have to play your crash out again? Let's play Marz's crash out, y'all. Let's see what Marz said.
You can talk to them. The judge who said I got swept. The judge who said I got contradicting myself. I was contradicting myself.
Yes, idiot.
I am going to disrespect you so bad. I am going to disrespect you so bad. You are the biggest idiot. You are the biggest idiot. There is no way you can say there is no way you can say there is no way.
I would not talk about the Florida boss like that. I would not talk about the Florida boss like that.
That was wrong of me to say that an Andre Roberson 40% three-point shooting series is not valuable offense because he's only is not valuable offense because he's only shooting 2 threes again. You're an idiot. Respectfully, you're an idiot now. Second on your ballot that you talk now. Second on your ballot that you are an imbecile. I don't care. Biggest idiot. You are an imbecile. Biggest idiot. There you go. We'll talk you up one note. That judge can have. There you go. We'll talk you up one note. He's an idiot. I don't want to tell you. He's an idiot. He's an idiot.
So you gonna clean up Real Talk 2-1?
God dang.
Wherever that judge is an actual idiot. Wherever that judge is an actual idiot.
whoever that is.
I need to talk to that judge who was. I need to talk to that judge. Whoever that judge who said I got swept. Whoever that judge talking about I got swept.
The hell?
Talking about
the hell?
I just heard a lot of yap, but I guess.
I need to talk to that judge. Marz, you did say I need an explanation. I want to hear. You said I'm here to talk to now. Didn't he say that? Where are we coming basketball conversations where now people are running from easy conversations to have? Let's not run now, Marz. Let's not run now. Y'all heard his words. Not listening, Marz. You said, I need to talk to that judge. Let's talk. All right. So while Marz musters up the courage to click the link somewhere outside of Player's Choice or his own platform, we're going to continue on. Marz, again, in this second debate, rides the wave of analytics. He claims Mark Daigneault deserves Coach of the Year based on OKC's top 10 relative defense in NBA history. We've heard it. OKC's second best net rating in NBA history. We heard that. OKC's +7 net rating with Shai off the floor. We heard that. We talked about all the injuries. Once again, he goes stat heavy, focusing on lineup adjustments, injury-related scheme changes, and Daigneault's ability to turn Alex Caruso into a zone buster. Right? These are solid points, as Jordan even mentioned. If the debate was about schematic ingenuity, the debate is about Coach of the Year, though. That's what it's about, right? When you talk about, let's just get to Jordan's talking points. Jordan, he took a different approach with Kenny Atkinson. He highlights Atkinson's ability to unify the Cavs roster after the JB Bickerstaff firing. From me, I'm real big. From my perspective, the way I see basketball, I'm real big about NBA coaches, and I've even told you guys this. NBA coaches, your number one job is to galvanize the locker room, bring guys together, just get guys to be able to play together. That's your number one job. Additionally, he cites team-wide career revivals, right? Ty Jerome, he talks about how Ty Jerome was passed around the league, almost forgotten about, right? Dean Wade, Sam Merrill, guys who sometimes we'll see them on the team. We'll think, why are they even in the NBA? He notes Atkinson's success came without, and I think this was one of his strongest points, came without a top 10 player. Unlike Daigneault, who has SGA. He notes Cleveland's offense and defense are both elite without an MVP candidate. How can you attain that? I want you just to think, just remove the analytics. If we're talking about a team that doesn't have an MVP candidate on their team, and we're looking at them as not only arguably the best team in the East, but also they have a top offense and defense, but on their roster, they have literally no MVP candidates. There's no one else to look to other than the head coach. There's no head coach that can ride the coattails of a superstar there. Marz is also boxed in by his own data. Jordan exposes the importance of personnel context. He specifically stated, and I quote, Atkinson doesn't have SGA. He had to actually build chemistry with lesser players. Even more damning, Jordan refutes Marz's SGA off the floor net rating claim by pointing out Shai's minutes are still extremely high. So even when Marz talks about what Shai does when he's not on the court, well, you're now talking about an extremely small sample size. The Thunder's on-off data might look nice, but the sample size is too small to be decisive. Winner in the second round for me is Jordan. Marz came in with a better technical resume for Daigneault, but Jordan's coaching impact and framing was simply more persuasive and grounded in reality. Now, so far, we're just through 2 rounds. We're just literally through 2 rounds. We have a running count. Marz, just through 2 rounds, has invoked net rating 4 times. Right? So I want y'all to keep a running count on all the net rating counter. Can't talk basketball without it for whatever reason. But now we just got to move on to round 3. Let's see what we get when we move on to round 3.
Hell of a second topic. Now we're going to get into the third topic. Let's make it happen. Jordan, it will be back on you to kick things off. What you got for us, Cheerio? This is the topic that everybody's been asking for. This is what they've been waiting for. So y'all go ahead and like the video and let's make it happen. We have the 2015 Oklahoma City Thunder versus the current 2025 Oklahoma City Thunder. And the question is, which team wins in a 7-game series? Jordan, it's on you.
So when you think about this 2015 team versus this 2025 team, I think you automatically got to point out how great Westbrook and Durant were together. And then with this current team, you think of a hell of a season by Shea and how great this Thunder defense is. But when I put them together against each other, the Thunder having one of the best defenses in history don't necessarily move me against this 2015 team, because by numbers, it says this current Thunder team has the best defense, but context tells the whole story. It's a different league. The pace is faster, 3-point attempts are up, and transition is up by a long mile. Putting the 2015 Thunder in this era with the talent that they had and how they played off each other would be a problem. KD and Russ both finished in the top 7 in transition that year. That was one of Russ' prime years and one of the most explosive guards in the NBA at the time. But the one thing that moved me about this 15 team was how well they moved the basketball and the actions that they ran. You think that with the talent that they and speed Russ had, that they would play a lot of ISO?
Marz, he says matchup difficulty allegations. You use the defensive analytic in an offensive debate. Come up here and explain it. You manipulate it in a way to trick listeners into thinking that it was maybe some type of measurement that determines how many of the best defenders guard Donovan Mitchell, when the metric really only defines who Donovan Mitchell defends on a night in, night out basis. Which, talking about his defense, is very, very subpar and marginal, because Donovan Mitchell is a horrible defender, and I don't care what metric you try to pull to claim otherwise. So please explain, if anything, please come up here and explain to us, because I take you as being an intelligent guy. I take you as being an intelligent guy. For you to use a defensive analytic in an offensive conversation, to me, you were just blatantly lying to the people. It was a lie. I think it was not an oversight. It was blatant. You used the defensive. We have it pulled up, Marz. B-ball index. You got it from B-ball index. This is not the conversation in that first round was about offense, and you mentioned a defensive analytic. We want to know why you're bringing up defense in an offensive conversation. So 1, you either used it not knowing what it was. 2, used it blatantly trying to misinform people. Or 2, knew what you were doing and just were trying to lie to find something spicy to say that you knew nobody would go look up. Now, how do you want me to take this? Because I'm not an idiot. When I hear matchup difficulty at 98%, the only thing I can think of is NBA 2K. And when I go try to find out what it is, because we actually research shit, we find out it's a defensive metric, and you're talking about it in an offensive conversation, and you're sitting here trying to tell me that you won round 1 when you lied and misused misinformation that does not support the offensive side of the ball. This is why we need you to come up here and speak for yourself. We really don't need you to speak for yourself, because you've already spoken. You're on film doing it. You said in your crash out session that you didn't contradict yourself or lie. In your very first round, you lied. No, hold on, Peter Backjuice. Yes, I know. He said matchup difficulty is in the 90th percentile, who are difficult to guard. By your definition, Peter Backjuice, you are explaining how he just lied, because matchup difficulty, Donovan Mitchell being in the 90th percentile, has nothing to do with how hard he is to guard. The matchup difficulty index by B-Ball Index only refers to who Donovan Mitchell defends on a night in, night out basis. It has nothing to do with who guards him. By in and of itself, Peter Backjuice, you just explained how Marz's use of matchup difficulty can confuse people. And I believe that is what his intention was. He lied. How can you win a round, let alone a debate, when you start the debate off and I do 0.2 seconds of research and find out that you are a liar? Explain that to me. This is why we need him up here to hit the link. Because Peter Backjuice, you explained exactly what Marz wanted most people to believe. Anything to win a debate, it seems. Say and willing to do anything to get that 3,000. I get it. The money's on the line. Do what you got to do to win. You just can't get it past me. Just be very lucky it wasn't me debating you, because I would have called it out immediately. You're a liar. And you're only winning debates because you have a staunch fan base of people who will willingly vote for you blindly without fact checking anything that you say. Look, man, a liar. Look, what you know what I thought when I saw that? You know, when I first saw that,
you lying? You lying?
Yeah.
Where you really get them from? Where you really get them from?
I got them from my jeweler.
I like you, man. You lie. You lie a lot.
You're a liar. You're a liar. You will do anything to win a debate. That's why I like that's at one. If you like anything about Marz, he will go to any length, any depth to win a debate. Anything for the money. Oh, hold on. Yeah, we got Marz in the backstage. Let's bring him up.
Yeah, I'm not going to be here for long. I'm just going to address this nonsense. Okay, so on Basketball Index, there is one stat that is matchup difficulty. Yes, that is the stat that tells you who you are guarding. Donovan Mitchell is in the 24th percentile of that stat, because anyone who watches the Cleveland Cavaliers knows he is not an on-ball defender. That is not his role. Then if you keep looking down on Basketball Index,
Marz.
If you keep looking down, hold on, Marz. I'm going to continue.
Marz, no, you're not going to continue because you're not going to lie. I got the definition right here of what it is. The definition from Basketball Index. Let's read the definition of what it is so you don't lie your way out of it. There's no explanation for this. We know exactly what it is. Let's read the definition from. Look, actually, just put it on the screen. We got it right here. You don't have to. The people, go look it up for yourself.
So am I going
Let's read what it says. Matchup difficulty is an estimate of the difficulty a defender takes on within their defensive matchup assignments.
Okay, yes. Am I going to finish what I'm saying?
Hold on one second, Marz. Yes, you're going to finish after the people hear this definition. We develop matchup difficulty using partial possession player tracking data to capture switches, help defense, which allows us to capture how much time a player spends defending each opposing defender. Calculations looked at the average use of a player's defended as well as the average offensive impact, LeBron, to derive the final difficulty value. So,
am I going to
this
finish
is a defensive.
No? Okay.
This is the.
Can I finish what I was saying?
Yes, you can finish. This by default. Hold on one second, Marz. This ain't player's choice. You will talk when I allow you to, but the people will know the truth, and you're not going to push stupidity on FYF Sports. They will get the truth, and if you're going to say I'm crazy, I'm an idiot, you have to explain in an offensive
I'm
conversation.
trying to.
I know. As I finish my sentence, you have to explain in an offensive conversation why bringing up a defensive metric should even matter. Why would you even filibuster? Try to, as you can see, Peter Bagjuice, who is extremely intelligent in the chat, was already confused by your use of it. The fact that you have to come back and redefine and try to explain to people how to use it.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
Why it was a flawed debate strategy. But go ahead, Marz.
Okay. Am I going to be able to say what I'm going to say without
if
being
you
cut
don't
off?
say anything stupid?
Okay. So as I was saying, if you go on Basketball Index, there is matchup difficulty.
We have it right here.
Yes. If you look at it, Donovan Mitchell is in the 24th percentile of matchup difficulty.
That's
that
not what you said.
Yeah. Let me finish.
I don't want to hear anything about 24th because you said 98th on the.
Yes,
in the
I'm
debate.
getting to it.
Let's get to it. Get to the
Okay,
meat and
so-
bones. Don't give filler on FYF Sports.
It's not filler. It's called nuance. It's called understanding.
Get to the
how I
point.
got-
Talk about why you use defense in an offense
yes,
conversation.
I'm getting there. I need about 45 seconds. Can I get 45
You shouldn't
seconds?
have that long to explain it.
Can I get 45 seconds?
Let's go.
Okay. There is matchup difficulty. If you look at that, Donovan Mitchell is in the 24th percentile. Then if you scroll down on B-Ball Index, his player profile, you will see the stat that I used. It is called guarded by matchup difficulty. He is in the 98th percentile. Because when I say he's in the 98th percentile of matchup difficulty, I was talking about the defenders who were guarding him. So the Lou Dorts of the world, the Herb Joneses of the world. When you say matchup difficulty, I thought it was obvious, but obviously not for you. So when I say he's in the 98th percentile of matchup difficulty, I was talking about the defenders.
That's not what
in
the
which you're
guarded by
guarding.
means. That is not what it means.
I can read it for you.
That is
Do you
not
want
what
to-
it means.
Do you want me
Marz.
to read it for you?
I know I can pull it up on the screen. I already have it, but we'll pull that one up next. Marz, you can't lie to me.
I'm not lying to you. Do you want me?
Okay,
do you
let's
want me to
go,
read-
Marz. Why did you use a defensive tool in an offensive conversation?
Oh, Jesus fuck. Okay, I'm not gonna be here for long because I have other things to do. I have playback soon. Like I said, you have the matchup difficulty, which is the stat that anyone with a brain would know. Donovan Mitchell is not in the 98th percentile of defense in matchup difficulty because anyone who watches the Cavs knows he's not their point.
But
of
that's
attack
what you
defender.
said in the debate.
Okay, so like I was saying, when
Hold on, Marz. You said in the debate exactly. Matchup difficulty 98%. You didn't say guarded by. You didn't say if you guys go to B-Ball Index and scroll down to page 99 and read the other lines. You said matchup difficulty 98%. You didn't say anything about 24%. All these other numbers that you're trying to make it messy with. You said
because
98%.
there's some
The
things that I think are logical. So when I look at
what's logical is to actually use things that are part of actual basketball talk and running to the back pages of the internet. Running to the back pages of the internet to find matchup difficulty ratings on B-Ball Index is not logical basketball talk. That is filibuster basketball talk, which even confuses people, as you can see from Peter Bagjuice on the screen.
Peter getting confused is not my problem.
Hold on, he states. Lamont stated, he stated Donovan Mitchell is in the 98th percentile of players who are difficult to guard. Peter Bagjuice, by any standard, is not an idiot. Probably one of the smarter people on this channel, and it confused him.
That's cool. Okay.
So does it surprise me that it also confuses the little kids that follow you and vote for you on everything that you do?
There's no chat vote, so the little kids who may or may not vote for me is not relevant. Like I said, on basketball,
You didn't confuse me, Marz.
Okay,
I know you want to
clearly you're confused, but like
no, I'm not confused.
On B-Ball Index,
and first of all, y'all, secondly, I need y'all to go to the B-Ball Index page. A lot of these pages that he's talking about have been removed. You can only find most of this on X. But go ahead.
Okay. Hello, you got to see a sneak peek of my face. Okay. On B-Ball Index, the page on his player profile.
Can you share your screen? Let's see what you're seeing. Share your screen.
Okay. Let me see. Bear with me. Where are we? Where is it? Nope, not that one. This one. Okay. You can see.
Hold on. It's not letting me add it to the stage. Oh, here it is. It's not letting me add it. It's saying user. Hold on.
Can I just explain while you figure out how to add it?
Go ahead.
Okay. So on the Basketball Index player profiles page, there's a section. I was on Donovan Mitchell's page. It said guarded by defensive data. So when I look on that section of the page,
hold on, guarded by defensive data. So
yes, so that is the players.
Why did you didn't say that in the debate? You said matchup difficulty.
Yes, okay. As I'm saying,
that's a different metric.
Yeah. As I'm saying,
you do know.
If you look on that, if you look on that part of the page,
let's just start with this, Marz. Let's just start with what you actually said in the debate.
90% on matchup difficulty. Yes.
Okay, so you said matchup. So what do I have on the screen? Matchup difficulty. In the debate, you did not say guarded by and all these other stats. You said matchup difficulty. So when we look up what you said, so we're talking about the factual correctness of what you said, your words. Were you factually correct by using matchup difficulty, or did you mean something else?
Can we show the clip of me saying matchup difficulty, please?
Let's go back. Here, let's pull it up. I actually have it quoted because I have the transcript right here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go. Because I think you think we just got this term out of thin air. Like when we heard it,
I know what matchup difficulty is.
No. Hold on. If you know what matchup difficulty is, then why'd you use it if it is not applicable?
Well, every time I keep trying to talk, you either keep muting me.
Okay, so my thing is, you said, because even Goat James Kingdom put it on the screen. You said matchup difficulty at 98%.
Yes.
Why did you use that as opposed to using what you're saying now?
Are you going to rewind it to the part where I said that?
All right, let's rewind it.
Thank you.
Hold on. Let me remove this from the screen. All right.
I think if you remove that, maybe now you can add the
this year how this duo Mitchell and Garland will work. And I think the Cavaliers
Jordan is countered a lot of
last year how this duo
3 years.
This is the new show. Other things for
Nets and the Bulls and the Hawks during the regular season is amazing, but we're not going to see those teams in the
other things. This is the new show. They obviously came up with a new regime on how they wanted to tell the full story.
Countered a lot of important for sure. 3 years past, and even this year, we've seen against the postseason, as was having more, but who's getting all the way to the rim assisted. He has asked to night after night. He's in the 90. Who holds up against the best teams in the East, the best contenders? That's Donovan Mitchell. Teams, when you look at matchup difficulty, who's being guarded by who? Donovan Mitchell is taking the tough.
Did you hear yourself say that, Marz?
Yes.
When you look up, when
did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I just said?
Listen, you said when you look at matchup difficulty.
Yeah, did you
when
hear
I looked at
did you hear what did you hear the exact next spot? Who's being guarded by who?
We talked about what you said.
Yes, you heard that. You heard that, right?
Who's
being guarded by who?
8th percentile of matchup difficulty.
Okay, stop right there.
No, hold on, Marz. Let's hear it. Hold on. You don't
because now we're past the matchup difficulty part.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
I literally just finished the 98%.
Hold on, Marz. We're gonna play it all. Let's just go back. We're gonna hear it all. We heard you said you didn't say matchup difficulty.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Don't lie on my name. I'm right here.
You've already lied to the people, Marz.
Carry on.
And now you're trying to go to another metric. Say you mentioned.
Oh, I'm not going to another metric at all. But carry on.
You just said now you're talking about guarded by something that you found in the further depth.
Okay. Can we?
Let's play it. Let's play it one more time.
Okay, go ahead. Play one more time.
Goal is winning a championship. So who's more important to the offense in that goal is very obviously Donovan Mitchell. When you look at who holds up against the best teams in the East, the best contenders, that's Donovan Mitchell. Teams, when you look at matchup difficulty, who's being guarded by who? Donovan Mitchell is taking the toughest matchup night after night. He's in the 90.
Donovan Mitchell is taking the toughest matchup night after night. Now, what does that sound like it means, Marz? Does it sound like you're trying to say that, like, we know what you're trying to imply?
What am I trying to
imply? We know what you're trying to imply, which is why you confuse so many people.
What am I trying to imply?
Well, okay, so what I believe you tried to imply, which is what Peter Bagjuice and many other people in the comments also, is that you were implying that the toughest defenders were, because we're talking about offense. If you look at the topic, it says who is the most important player for the Cavs offense. So in talking about offense, in my mind, I know that there's no way you could be talking about defense in an offensive conversation. So in talking about matchup difficulty, if I can bring this up and allude to the fact of the toughest assignments, maybe people like Peter Bagjuice will believe that Donovan Mitchell is getting the toughest defensive matchups or defensive players guarding them every single night, which you love to talk about the word gravity, and I think you were in a slick way alluding to Donovan Mitchell's gravity without saying gravity like you also say a million times. What were you alluding to? Were you actually talking about defense? What were you really alluding to?
I was definitely not talking about defense. Can you put what I have backstage on the screen now? I think it should work because you removed the previous thing. I think it should work.
It's saying before. Every time I click it, it just has an X by it. It's like you got the screen grayed out. It's all grayed out for whatever reason. It won't even let me bring it up.
Let me see.
I think you got to do something on your end. You got to give me permission, or you got to allow permission.
Maybe it doesn't work because it's a paywall. Maybe that's possible. I could understand that being the case, which is fine.
Go ahead and explain.
Okay. So if you heard what I said, everyone just listened. It said if you look at matchup difficulty, and then I said the next very like 4 words, who's being guarded by who, and then I said 98th percentile. So when I look at
so 98th percentile, who's being guarded by who?
Okay. So as I was saying, if you look at on basketball B-ball index, it's something you have to pay for. So I'm not asking you to pay for it. You don't have to. Obviously, you do what you want with your own money. So when I said that, and I said he's in the 98th percentile on B-ball index, obviously in a conversation about offense, I thought this would be obvious, but clearly not. So when I looked at it and it said guarded by matchup difficulty, Donovan Mitchell is in the 98th percentile when the people guarding him, so the people guarding him are the highest of the high in terms of their matchup difficulty. So Donovan Mitchell is being guarded by the elite of the elite POA defenders, whether that be a Ludor, a Herb Jones, etc. All the people who grade out and the 100th percentile of matchup difficulty are the ones guarding Donovan Mitchell. So when I said who's being guarded by who, 98th percentile, in a conversation about offense, I thought that would be quite obvious because Donovan Mitchell, in terms of his defensive matchup difficulty, is in the 24th percentile. Because anyone who watches the Cavs would know he does not guard primary ball handlers, primary creators. But when I said who's being guarded by who, and he's in the 98th percentile,
can I ask you one question?
Implies, and he explicitly says he's being guarded by the elite defenders.
Just to progress this along, because I know you got to go.
Yes, go ahead.
If you meant all of that, right?
It was quite obvious.
Hold on, Marz, because this is my question to you is.
Go ahead.
You went through all of that going to B-ball index. Did you go through all of that just to avoid the usual term that you use, which is gravity? Because you generally
what
just
would that have to do with gravity?
No, because when you absorb the best defenders guarding you, when you're getting guarded, I'm assuming this basketball index metric is talking about the toughness of the defenders.
You know what matchup difficulty is. Hold
on one second, Marz. So at the end of the day, if you're just alluding to, if what you meant was just gravity in a debate where you only have 2 minutes to get your take off, why don't you just say gravity if that's what you truly meant, which is what you always say?
Actually, I don't know how often I bring up gravity these days, but
hold on. You created this gravity wave of basketball talk on YouTube right now.
Hey, thanks for giving me credit for influence. That's cool.
Everything that you said, if that's what you intended, is gravity. And if that's what you meant, you would have just said gravity.
No, that's not what I meant. Actually, and yeah, if you think I found the gravity or made it mainstream, that's cool. I got influence. What I meant by
it's not real basketball talk. What I mean is
that's fine. That's fine. It doesn't have to be. I got influence for the wrong reasons.
That's not.
I got bad influence, negative influence
in basketball circles, and you said it so much that now you have commenters running around saying gravity.
I got negative influence. Call it what you want. Negative influence.
The reason why I don't believe you, Marz. The only reason why I don't believe you is because all this mumbo jumbo.
You don't believe
what index just means gravity. And
how does being guarded by the toughest matchups mean gravity?
You went to B-Ball Index, a paid site to get matchup index guard by guard rating just to avoid
matchup
saying
difficulty. You know what the stat is. You showed the graphics, and don't act like it's
the graphic that I showed you. Matchup difficulty has
so you know what it is. I didn't go matchup grade by grade. You know what it is. Don't act like it's some foreign content.
This is what you said.
Yes, you know what it is. Yes,
because
you know
in a debate, Marz, because you got to remember, I can only vote. I can't only take your words for your words. Mm-hmm. So when I'm doing my voting and I'm looking at who is right or wrong about certain points, and I like the fact that Ron gave us a additional time so we could actually fact check a lot of things. Mm-hmm. Your words, you didn't say guarded by or all these additional.
I literally did say. I said who's being guarded by who. Literally said that.
Hold on.
You can rewind it. That's why I asked you to rewind it.
Marz, we listened to it, and there was
confusion. And did I not say guarded by who?
Our matchup difficulty and defensive positional versatility metrics are two must-have defensive stats. The first thing that I see when I pull up matchup difficulty is a defensive metric in context of talking about a particular player. Listening to you talk about it, you used it in a way that only creates confusion. Irregardless,
for imbeciles, for imbeciles,
Irregardless, no, it's not. First of all, Marsh, you're using terms and analytics that are behind a paid site. You yourself said you have to pay to get even access to these.
Is that my problem?
No, Mars. But what it is in a debate where if you're going and you're using non-traditional terms like matchup difficulty, which is very, very rarely even used in traditional normal basketball talk, you're bringing
it's used. They just don't use the term.
Listen to what I'm saying. You're bringing it to a debate where people are voting on the things that you say. And then when we pull up, because you misquote what you supposedly intended, because you misquoted, then when we go to look these things up and they don't coincide with one another, now we're the idiots because we didn't go pay for Basketball Index to look up when you could just use gravity.
It's not gravity though. But like I said, this is why I asked you to rewind, and I'm actually grateful that you did. Because
I just did, Marsh.
Yeah, that's what I just said. You're trying to like interrupt so quickly. Like I actually said, I'm grateful you rewinded it. I was giving you credit because you didn't have to do that. This is your platform at the end of the day.
Okay, Marsh,
so I am grateful you rewinded it. I did
give you leeway, Marsh. I gave you leeway on this because I gave you 3 outs on this. I said you did it intentionally. I said maybe you had a different interpretation of it, or maybe you were just trying to confuse people. I gave you 3 outs. I didn't just.
There's no out required. There's no out required.
I know there's no. But what I'm saying is,
everyone saw the truth.
But the problem. Do you admit that in the manner that you used it, it is confusing
for people like yourself? Yes, absolutely. I can definitely understand. I can definitely understand why for people like yourself it would be confusing.
Marsh, is this something that we could go to right now? Is it common basketball talk to talk about guarded matchup difficulty supposed metrics on B-ball index? B-ball index is not even
the metric itself. Absolutely not. Is it common basketball talk to talk about who's taking the toughest assignments? Absolutely, yes. That's something that you'll hear all the time in basketball talk. This guy's better than this guy because he's the focal point of the game plan. He's taking the toughest assignments.
That's not how you use it.
That's always spoken about in basketball talks. The issue is
Marz, this is not player's choice. The rambling, you got to kill it.
I know point
lie, but all I'm saying, Marz, is you don't have to lie.
I didn't lie.
Pulled it up. I saw how you tried to use it. Clearly I saw your wording around it. And when I look at the context, of the debate, it did not apply. And even if it applies, even if it applies in the manner that you claim it does, it still wasn't significant enough to outweigh the things that Jordan said.
Okay, now that's a good point. There we go. Now we can talk about whether or not I won or lost the debate. But you harping on this matchup difficulty point.
No, I didn't harp on it. I moved on. I was in another round.
No,
I said
you brought it up. I brought it up.
One of the sneakier things that you did.
You called me a liar.
I think it's sneaky going into a debate when you pull up foreign metrics that rarely no one uses. You try to use them in a public debate where people have to vote on them. And what you need to realize is that there's a lot of people that just defer to what you say, but they don't research what you say.
No, that's fine.
And a lot of people
me a liar. That's the only
a lot of people hear you say things and it sounds spicy and intelligent, but when we research them, then we start to have real questions about where your basketball intelligence lies. And then you're using these things as arguments is not necessarily in support of any real argument. That's one of the biggest problems that you have with analytics as well.
Oh, that's fine. Like I said, I am grateful you rewinded it because everyone heard when I said who's being guarded by who. So now everyone heard the context in which the matchup did.
No, that's not what you said. You just misquoted it again.
Rewind it again. Rewind it again.
Let's because
rewind it again.
Hold on, Marz. This is what I said. The way that Marz attempted to use matchup difficulty, you tried to imply that it was about, you tried to imply by connecting 98% to it that this matchup difficulty metric was about.
It was about offense. That's what you.
It was about.
It was. I explained 7 times how it was. I even said in the debate.
No,
who's being guarded
debate?
by
Did
who.
you explain how it was about offense?
When I said when you look at matchup difficulty, quote, who's being guarded by who? He's in the 98th percentile. Yes, that was
when
the
we look at what
saying
matchup
that Donovan
difficulty
Mitchell is being guarded by
and when we
98th
look up what
percentile.
matchup difficulty is, it's not about who is being guarded by who. I have matchup difficulty on the screen right now.
It's about the quality
hold on.
offensive players defenders are guarding. That's
I have matchup difficulty.
Yeah,
on
it's
the
about the
screen
quality
right
of offensive players that defenders guard. That's what
Marz, matchup difficulty. Matchup difficulty is an estimate of difficulty a defender takes on with their defensive matchups. This is what you said, Marz. This is not what I said. The fact that you cannot come back and re-debate what you did not say.
I'm not debating. You're
no, hold
saying
on, Marz. We're not. I don't need an explanation of why you use matchup difficulty. You used it, and you used it wrong. Because if you intended to
everyone can see the truth.
Hold on 1 second, Marz. If you intended to use guarded by or something else, some other metric that no one knows or no one can go fact check because it's behind a paid paywall site, then why use it when all you just needed to say was gravity, which is what you always use? Gravity. Why
How many times did I use gravity in these debates?
I don't know, Marz. I didn't have a gravity counter.
Oh, you had a net rating counter there.
I definitely have a net rating counter, which again you abuse that as well. If we,
I use that. I use that a lot.
Well.
That's something I'll admit to. But like I said, everyone who's watching can see what's happening. Everyone who's watching,
we see what's happening.
Everyone can see what's happening. Trust me, they can.
So Marz, you use matchup difficulty.
I did.
Did you intend to use matchup difficulty, or was there another metric?
I intended to use the stat I used.
Okay, so you intended to use matchup difficulty.
Yes, I did. What exactly what I said?
And okay, thank you. Now, Marz, thank you. So if you intended to use matchup difficulty, what we have on the screen is matchup difficulty.
I intended to use exactly what I used.
Hold on. Marz, you said matchup difficulty.
I did.
I'm taking your words on what you said.
Absolutely.
When I pull up matchup difficulty from B-Ball Index, it has nothing to do with what you were trying to allude to.
We're still being stupid. Got it. Can we move on to the next debate?
So let's read it. Matchup difficulty is an estimate.
You've read it 7 times. We get it.
So
can we move?
So if I look up matchup difficulty and it does not coincide with the offensive conversation or the narrative that you were trying to portray, what am I supposed to do with that?
No, you ain't gonna do anything. I still won.
No, Marz.
You ain't gonna do anything.
Are we just supposed to? Are we just supposed to presume that you meant something else? Or are we supposed to take your words for your words?
Everyone heard what I said.
Hold on, Marz. Are we just supposed to take your words for your words?
Everyone heard my words.
We heard your words. You did. Yes. Did you or not? You say matchup difficulty.
Everyone heard what I said.
Okay. Should we play it again?
Are you gonna read the definition again? Is that what you want to do?
No,
because everyone's seeing you going outside right now.
That's fine. He's the best contenders. That's Donovan Mitchell.
Teams,
when you look at championships, so who's more important to the offense in that goal is very obviously Donovan Mitchell. When you look at who holds up against the best teams in the East, the best contenders, that's Donovan Mitchell. Teams, when you look at matchup difficulty, who's being guarded by who, Donovan Mitchell is taking the toughest matchup night after night. He's in the 98th percentile of.
Who is taking the toughest matchup night after night?
Everyone can hear what I'm saying. Yes.
Hold on, Marz. You said matchup difficulty. I have matchup difficulty on the screen. Yeah, is that the metric that you intended to use? So you intended to use, by definition, what I have on the screen.
Matchup difficulty. I intended to use exactly what I said.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, you said matchup difficulty. I have matchup difficulty on the screen. I'm not. This is a yes or no question. Did you intend to use matchup difficulty as defined by B-Ball Index, or did you intend to use something else?
I intended to use the stat which tells you who's being guarded by who.
And what's the name of that stat? Is it matchup difficulty or is it something else?
Matchup difficulty.
Okay, so if you are saying that you are using matchup difficulty, then by definition, you lost that round because matchup difficulty is not what you were trying to allude to. That's a losing point because you
know everyone's seeing you go outside right now, right? Everyone's seeing this.
No, Marz, all the filler is nonsense. I'm just taking your words, your debate. You said matchup difficulty, not me. So I'm just saying, like, how are we supposed to delineate these things when you say matchup difficulty? We go look up matchup difficulty, and when matchup difficulty, by definition, doesn't coincide with what you say it is, you say you meant it was something else, guarded by something else. How are we supposed to notice if you don't say it?
I did say it, as you heard when you said who's being guarded by who.
Okay, what's the name of the metric that you were using? The full name.
Guarded by matchup difficulty.
Okay.
So when I said who's being guarded,
is that first of all, when you initially stated the metric, you did not say guarded by matchup difficulty.
I said who's being guarded by who,
because that's just like a lot of the offensive rating, just like relative net rating and net rating. When it came time for you to use
stats, yes.
Hold on, when it came time for you to use relative net rating, you didn't just say net rating, you said relative net rating so that there's no confusion. When it came time for you to use net rating, you said net rating. So when it came time for you to use matchup difficulty, you just chose to shorten it and use matchup difficulty, not its complete name, guarded by matchup difficulty, which obviously are two different things.
So when I say the words matchup difficulty, who's being guarded by who, it sounds like the word guarded by and matchup and difficulty are all used in that sentence.
No, okay, Marz, what is the name of the metric that you use? The full name.
Guarded by matchup difficulty.
What did you say in there? When you stated the analytic in the debate, what did you say? Did you say guarded by matchup difficulty?
I said matchup difficulty, who's being guarded by who.
But matchup difficulty is completely different from guarded by matchup difficulty.
I said, word for word, matchup difficulty, who's being guarded by who. Those were my exact words.
Marz, you said
those were my exact words, correct?
Hold on. If I'm using net rating, I'm not going to leave off the relative and come back to the relative.
What is relative net rating?
I'm just going to say relative net rating.
What is that?
If I'm using net rating, I'm just going to say, like, if I'm using plus minus, I'm going to say plus minus. If I'm using box plus, if I'm using plus minus, I'm not. But I intend to use box plus minus. I'm not going to leave off the box plus minus and presuppose that everyone's just supposed to think I'm using box plus minus when plus minus can mean a number of different things if you don't give us the full analytic and this is one of the confusions of bringing in all these analytics, which is what made your debate messy all around. And we can get to the meat and bones of this because, like I said, I gave you 3 outs. Maybe you misspoke.
Yeah, I didn't need any. I said what I said,
and then even if we go, let me pull this up.
I hope the chat can see that this point was foolish, but we can go to the rest of the debate. Maybe I did.
You can feel it's foolish, but at the end of the day,
everyone can see it. Everyone can see it.
Where the other but the thing is, I don't ride the same wave as everyone else. I'm gonna contest
clearly.
Everything.
Yeah, the short buses.
I know. All right, let's remove this. It sounds good when you're talking to a lot of boo-boo to fools.
Yeah, that's sound
we'll get to the rest of it because the reason why
I'm gonna be here for about maybe like 20
the reason why I said Jordan won that first round, and we'll summarize it here. One, you mentioned everyone's touches went down. The system became more egalitarian.
Yes.
I broke that down. I thought that was
what did you say?
I broke that. That was a nonsensical point. Touches are down league wide. It's not a trend that's unique to the Cavs. NBA offenses are evolving. Pace changes, load management, deep benches all contribute to overall possessions and touches shifting. So saying everyone touches went down does nothing to refute Jordan's point, which was about Garland's rising on-court responsibility and offensive orchestration. Secondly, you dodge.
You missed the reason I brought up that
point. Let me finish. You dodge the on-off impact stats. Jordan brought up hard data when Garland's off the floor. The Cavs' offensive rating drops from 123 to 116. You ignored it. You pivoted to vague claims about touches and time of possessions, which don't actually measure impact. Garland's ability to run the show and make the offense hum was the crux of Jordan's argument. You never addressed that. Lastly, calling the system egalitarian to me is just a buzzword when you don't have a counter. Egalitarian is like a smoke bomb, right? Sounds smart, doesn't actually mean anything in context. The Cavs are the #1 offense in the NBA because Garland dictates pace, according to Jordan, playmaking, and shot quality, spreading the ball. It does not mean Garland isn't the engine just because the ball is getting spread around. According to Jordan's logic, it means empowering others, which is exactly what Jordan argued. So bottom line in that particular debate, I felt like you used vague system talk to distract from the fact that Garland's on-court presence is what unlocks the Cavs offense. When we're talking about unlocking an offense, You could not dispute Jordan's stats, and so you ducked under the generic ball movement explanation and hoped that nobody would notice.
Okay, so I think you missed the reason I brought up the touches going down. It was because Jordan. Maybe you can find the part of it where he said
Irregardless of the reason, I said it was not a strong enough.
yeah,
point.
but
I said it was.
You said it wasn't relevant. That's what you said.
I said it. No, I said it wasn't a very strong point.
Okay, but I want to make it
Go ahead.
You can think I lost, and I actually think you did give some good reasons there. The reason I brought up the touches in the first place was because he said that the Cavs offense has forced Donovan Mitchell to take a step back and Darius Garland to take a step forward. So then when I brought up the touches,
in a sense it has, but that has nothing to do with touches.
And I was saying, in fact, Darius Garland and Mitchell are both less involved this year than they were last year. In fact, Evan Mobley has become more empowered within the offense.
But the debate is not about who's more involved in the offense. The debate is about who's the more important player.
The reason for this rise is actually Evan Mobley's higher involvement because Garland and Mitchell are less involved than they were before.
Then why didn't you select Evan Mobley?
Because I chose Donovan Mitchell and I gave all the reasons why I chose Donovan Mitchell.
Okay, and so what when I look at the question of the debate, who is the most important player for the offense? Important, it's not attaching itself to any particular stat. You know, when we look at the word important, we could say who is the engine for the offense, essentially. And when we look at who's the engine for the offense that makes everything, and this is just the way I see basketball, because when you look at the most important player for the offense, right, there's a lot of times, I mean, for the longest time, Anthony Davis could arguably be said to be the best player when he played with LeBron James and the Lakers, but LeBron was still the most important player, right? And it's not embedded in the numbers.
Well, the numbers would still illustrate.
Yes, offensively, because this question right here is an offensive question.
But the numbers would also illustrate that.
Because it specifically says who is the most important player, not for the Cavs, but it says who is the most important player for the Cavs offense.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about the Cavs offense, I thought Jordan did a better job of explaining why Garland was the engine to that team, the piece that's making everything work far better than you did with Donovan Mitchell, because all you did with Donovan Mitchell was basically tell us how good of a player he was, and he's always been a good player. He's always been this level of score. He's always been this good, right? But it didn't work last year, right? Now that they've given Garland, as Jordan showed, more responsibilities within the offense, not just scoring, now we see the offense starting to thrive.
That's why I counted that with the touches, because he has the ball less than last year. But Jordan can attest to this. I actually said that if there was a round, I think he won. It was the first one. So if you have me losing that one, that's fine. I came up here to address the.
Well, I had you winning second round and the third round.
I'm talking the first debate. I think I lost, not the second round.
I had you winning. I had you losing all 3 rounds, and I can just go straight.
That's fine. I'm just saying this one. I don't actually have.
Just very quickly, I can take you to the summary.
I just came up to address the lying.
I got you. No, I mean, I still feel you lied. I think you're more
you can feel how you feel.
I know, Marz. I think for you to run to the back page of a website and use a very uncommonly used metric in a basketball debate, which ultimately confused a ton of people. I saw the guarded by. Because when I went to B-Ball Index, and I did pay for it, when I went to B-Ball Index and I saw the guarded by metric, the first thing I said was he didn't say guarded by matchup difficulty. He said matchup difficulty. And so I thought it was an intentional. But one, no one can really go look it up because it's behind a paywall. So one, you use the metric that no one can really fact check unless they're willing to go pay money to fact check it. It's not commonly used basketball talk. So to even go that route in the basketball debate, I think is just very poor choice to even go that direction. In the second topic of this particular debate, where you guys argue for Coach of the Year.
Yes.
Just to summarize it, I thought that Jordan, I could go through all of the notes that I took down, but to summarize it, I thought Jordan, he brought up Westbrook's pocket passing efficiency.
That's not the coach of the year. That's not the coach.
He noted that the Thunder led the league in points and assists per game from their main lineup.
You're talking about the 2015. We're talking about the coach of the year debate. Kenny Atkinson versus Mark Dagnall.
Oh, okay. That's
you got it. You got it. Just
that was the last round. My apology.
Yeah, you got it.
Let's go to what notes did I have for round 2? Hold on. What was round 2 topic again?
Coach of the year, Mark Dagnall, West Kenny Atkinson.
Oh, yeah, I just had that up.
Mm-hmm.
I just started on that too. Okay, here we go right here. Coach of the year. Some of the points you brought up, I think you started with the analytics too soon. You start with the analytics.
Relative defensive rating and that stuff.
So you led with analytics before we even heard your arguments. To me, that's backwards logic, because now it sounds as if the analytics are your argument and everything else is just in support of the analytics, which to me, that's backwards logic. I think the analytics are only to support your actual argument. So you use the relative defense, net rating, +7 net rating with Shy off the floor. To me, it was too stat heavy. You only focused on lineup adjustments and injury-related schemes, and then Dagnall's ability to turn Caruso into a zone buster. So I felt if this was a debate about schematic ingenuity, yes, you win. Unfortunately, the debate is about coach of the year. I liked Jordan's approach. His approach, when you're talking about a coach, he highlighted Atkinson's ability to unify a Cavs roster. I feel like that's the number one responsibility of an NBA head coach, is to get guys to buy in and play together. It's the hardest thing to do, no matter how much talent you have on the team, right? He cited team-wide career revivals, Ty Jerome, Dean Wade, Sam Merrill, guys who've been discarded. We never thought that they would be quality players in this league. Maybe Ty Jerome, but not Dean Wade or Sam Merrill. He noted Atkinson's success came without a top 10 player. That's a strong point to have to overcome. Unlike Dagnall, who has SGA, arguably the best player in the NBA, probably the league MVP. He talked about the Cleveland Cavs offense and defense both being elite without an MVP candidate, which you have to, by default, then lean towards coaching as the culprit for that. And then you're kind of boxed in by your own data, because Jordan exposed the importance of personnel context. And he specifically said multiple times, Atkinson does not have SGA, right? He had to build chemistry with lesser players. And even more damning, Jordan refuted the SGA off the floor net rating claim by pointing out Shy's minutes are extremely high, right? The off the court minutes don't mean as much. The Thunder's on-off data might look nice, but the sample size is just too small to be decisive. For me, the winner was Jordan. Marz, you came with a better technical resume, but Jordan's coaching impact and framing to me was just far more significant.
Okay.
Did I vote wrong? Did I
the only reason, like I said,
what did you disagree with?
Of that, I mean, I think you value the things you value in coaching. So if you value galvanizing troops. And
okay, so based on what you said,
if you value that, when someone brings that up, that's going to be a point.
Okay, but Jordan at least highlighted something that we could value. What did you highlight? What skill set of Dagnall did you highlight that we could actually value in your debate?
I highlighted his defensive adjustments. I highlighted the fact that his team was poor at beating zones, and then he adjusted and became really good at beating zones. I highlighted.
You said zone buster.
I brought up how he changed Caruso's role within the zone. Yes, but I also just brought up in general how he adjusted within the zone.
Yeah, you said Caruso was a zone buster.
Yeah, that's how he used him along the baseline, the middle of the zone, that type of stuff. Then I brought up the lineup, the fact that he was able to make viable defenses with J-Dub at 5, double bigs, all of that stuff. Then I brought up the fact that the defenses were elite regardless of personnel.
I gave you credit for that. I specifically said I gave you credit for injury-related scheme changes.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of different things I said. You just value what you value.
There's
a bunch of different things I said. So like, when you ask me what do I think I said, you know what I said. It's just you valued the thing about uniting a locker room, all of that stuff. If you have things that you go into the debate, I value this in a coach of the year, and he brings it up, obviously you're going to lean towards that side. That's fine. You have the things that you value going into the debate. That's cool. I don't know who the judges are. I don't know the things that each of the judges is going to value. There's probably judges who value what I said, the schematic adjustments, more than what they value your galvanizing troops. So they probably voted for me because they value a different thing going into the debate. Like I said, the only reason I'm up here is because I got called a liar for the matchup difficulty.
I know.
The reasons why you think I lost, I'm here to just listen. I'm not here to.
And secondly, you talked about net rating.
Yes.
According to Cleaning the Glass, they specifically say that the +7 net rating with SGA off the floor is misleading due to a small sample size and bench blowouts. That's per Cleaning the Glass. This off the court net rating is specifically says is not reliable without opponent contextual info. That's according to the site that gives you the net ratings.
You can do net rating on PBP stats and filter out garbage time.
Listen, did you do that?
Yes, I always use PBP stats for my
Okay,
net rating.
so in the debate, did you let us know that you filtered out the garbage time and you cleaned it up? So the plus, because this plus net rating is with garbage time included. What is the net rating when you remove garbage time?
+9, even better.
That's not what it has here. It does. That's not what it has. It has +3.
According
to Cleaning Glass,
on PBP
when they remove garbage time, it's a +3.
On PBP stats, if you filter out the low leverage minutes, so medium, high, and very high
Hold
leverage
on.
minutes,
OKC
have a +9
on
net
Cleaning the
rating.
Glass.
I'm telling you on PBP stats. I'm telling you.
It says
on
when
PBP
you
stats.
it says.
Why are
it
you
says-
telling me a different website when I'm telling you what I'm reading from right now?
Okay, I'm
On
just telling you what it
PBP
says right.
stats.
Hold on, Marz.
If you
Hold on,
filter out for the low leverage minutes, they have a +9 net rating. I do not care what Cleaning the Glass is telling you, and I'm telling you what I'm reading.
Marz, hold on, Marz. You just made the +9 up. Let's go here. We're going to Cleaning the Glass.
Sir, I'm looking at it.
I know, and I'm looking at it too. And this is
On
something
Cleaning
that
the Glass or
everybody in the
PBP
chat.
stats?
So the reason why I tell you this, everybody, you can go to Cleaning the Glass, and this is something that you don't have to pay for.
How many
You can
times do I
go
have to
look
say
this up.
PBP stats?
You can just go look this up for yourself, right? When you remove garbage time, their net rating is worse with shy off the floor. When you remove garbage time minutes, now I don't know what PVP defines as garbage time, but to me, and I've never even heard of that site, but Cleaning the Glass seems to be much more.
Cleaning the
reputable.
Glass is another site you have to pay for. So PBP stats is actually free. So
Not
if
all the
anything,
information.
you should be
Not all the
grateful.
information on Cleaning the Glass is behind the paywall, and this information is not behind the paywall.
They have like the first 5 teams or whatever.
So let's go right here. Hold on. So,
but yeah, they like I said on PBP stats, which is free for anyone to go look this up.
I got you. So it said,
if anyone in the chat wants to look it up, they can.
Why
like
would
right
so in your debate, you never mentioned that your net ratings, you specifically said, according to you,
yes,
you said this is your words.
Yes.
+7 net rating
Mhm.
with SGA off the floor. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
Me and you both can see that the +7 net rating is the sample size that includes bench blowouts. Correct?
Sure. I could look right now.
And now, if that rating is actually better if you remove bench blowouts, then to make your argument stronger, why didn't you just go with the net rating, removing the bench blowouts that just makes your net rating stronger?
Have no idea why I didn't do that.
Okay. All right. We can go to the next point. So when we talk about, so again, to summarize this one, and I'll get to the last one because I know you got to get out of here.
Mhm.
Like I said, I just felt like in that particular context, Jordan had he talked his impact and framing on how Atkinson coached was just far more significant. I think you starting off with the net rating and analytics, using that as your argument and everything supports. I think that was just a flawed debate strategy. And you just have people scrambling and thinking about numbers as opposed to thinking about what your actual argument it is. And your actual argument got lost in a whole bunch of numbers that really contextually don't have very much merit. Let's get here to the last debate.
Which is the 16 Thunder versus the current Thunder.
The 2024 Thunder versus the 2015-2016 Thunder in a 7-game series. So we'll get through yours. Some of the strongest points that you mentioned OKC in 2025, top 10 historical defense. True. You bring up turnover creation, spacing advantages, league best 3-point percentage since January. You also brought up schematic versatility, zone busters, switch counters. That's what you said. All right. You also attempted to poke holes in the 2015-2016 Thunder. You talked about Russ being turnover prone by nature. You talked about Serge Ibaka not being respected as a spacer. And then you also alluded to Andre Roberson being unplayable in that particular matchup.
Yep.
So those are your words. So again, you cited OKC's historically high defensive rating to claim matchup dominance. this is where I think you started to go wrong. You failed to account for error differences, because I've always said on this channel, analytics are not meant to be used across eras. And you failed to account for error differences in pace and three-point frequency, which can distort historical comparisons. Chet Holmgren neutralizing Roberson. This is what you claimed. Spacing issues would be exploited by Roberson. But Jordan pointed out Roberson shot 40% from the three in the series in question. This debunked your unplayable claim with actual data, because it's your refusal to adjust your argument. And to me, that was debate inconsistency. The problem with that is you said that Roberson was shooting about 2 threes per game in the particular series that you were referencing, where he shot 41%. The problem with that is he actually shot 3.5 attempts per game, closer to 4. And in game 1 of that series, he actually shot 4 of 6 from the three-point line. So, and even on top of that, even if we go with the fact that let's say you were right by him shooting 2 threes a game in that series. You said he was on low volume or low efficiency or low volume. According to Synergy Sports, defenders often still close out on low volume shooters who make at least 35+% of their threes. It still stretches defense. It alters spacing. Roberson's spacing threat, even at 1 or 2 attempts, if that was even true, it would still force defense to respect him, right? An example of this outside of this particular series was a very easy example to find, was a 2020 NBA Finals with Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. He only shot 3 threes a game, but he shot it at 42%, and it still forced Miami to chase him hard, close out on him hard, open up driving lanes for LeBron and AD. It's the threat, not the volume, that dictates defense's decision making. It's, so if you're that 3-point threat, if you can show you can make it, that's what spaces defenses. And I think that's where you kind of got lost. So I think Jordan did a good job of talking about Westbrook's pocket efficiency. He noted that the Thunder led the league in points assists per game. He referred to their transition dominance of KD and Russ, both top 7 in 2016. He referred to Roberson. He made sure that he had it on deck that Roberson was not unplayable. He talked about his 40% three-point percentage in a particular series you were referring to. He also then brought in what I felt was a dagger. The 2015 Thunder moved without the ball. This current OKC doesn't move like that. The coaches back then, he said, use strengths, and they did not concede to weaknesses. You specifically harped on everyone's weaknesses, not necessarily addressing their strengths. And you said some things about the big man as well, Enes Kanter, that were just also pretty flagrant as well, when you alluded to Enes Kanter not being playable and potentially being you said that Isaiah Joe would make Enes Kanter unplayable. And
he said Isaiah Joe, he said Enes Kanter would guard Isaiah Joe. And then I said, what would he do when the Thunder start running pin downs for Isaiah Joe? And he said he would have
and this still alludes to Jordan's point, because Jordan had just said they will not concede to weaknesses. He will only cater to your strengths. And when you look at Enes Kanter's strengths, you ignore the fact he was one of the league's best offensive rebounders, one of the league's best rebounders, could easily come in and drop 10 to 15 points just like that. His production, just being on the court, would far outproduce. He would far outproduce an Isaiah Joe. That's
points, why I brought up the point.
Offensive rebounds and defensive rebounds. His production and impact on the court, I don't think is even deniable or even up for question that Enes Kanter would easily, production-wise, outplay an Isaiah Joe.
But that's why,
especially at that particular time. So
that's why I brought up the point of his minutes going down routinely in the postseason in that series against Golden State, because his offensive strengths didn't outweigh his defensive weaknesses to the point where his minutes kept going down. And for reference, Andre Roberson in that series against the Warriors shot 2.6 threes a game. And 2.3 of them were wide open.
Hold on.
And the other
series?
point,
hold on. So you guys were not referring to the Houston series?
26. No,
because it seemed like you guys were switching between series.
No, we're not talking about the 2017 Thunder. We're talking about the 2016 Thunder, 2015-16, the team that played the Warriors and blew the 3-1 lead. That team. Because the 2017 Thunder was Russell Westbrook by himself. So the 2016 Thunder is who we are talking about.
Oh, so we're talking about not
the postseason where he shot 42%.
So hold on. So we're talking about another series where Roberson shot 40% from the three.
Yeah, we are talking about the 2016.
And we're still talking
Western
about the
Conference
fact,
Finals.
and we're still talking about the fact that where I even conceded, I said, even if it was 1 to 2 attempts per game, shooting above 35% in the NBA, according to Synergy's points, has still shown that teams
Synergy's behind the paywall, right? You got to pay for that.
I'll give you my password. I'll put it in the private chat. You can log in and you can look this information up. But according to Synergy Sports, defenders often close out on even low volume shooters at 35% or higher, stretching defenses and altering spacing. So even if Roberson shot 1 to 2 attempts per game, it's still the way teams defend today, it still would stretch the court.
Yeah, according to Synergy, that's cool. According to mine and everyone else's
and
eyes,
in the playoffs overall, and throughout his
sure.
entire playoff career, he's a 34% three-point shooter for his entire playoff career.
So first of all, you say I lost previous rounds because I started off with stats and I was too stat heavy. Now you are using stats.
No, I said you started.
Yeah, but now you are using stats on what Synergy's telling you.
No, what
act as if teams were guarding.
No, Marz, there's 2 ways to use analytics.
Okay.
Jordan created a subjective argument and used analytics to support his subjective argument. You have no subjective argument. You start with analytics and you use a whole bunch of other filler facts to try to support your analytics. That's the flaw.
Oh, I have many subjective.
You don't use
this one is
analytics.
You
have not used analytics. It's even especially in this one. You did not. You started with the analytics. You did not start with an argument. You led with analytics as the argument. Everything else was just to support your analytical claim.
I started with their dominance on defense.
And this is one of the reasons why you use net rating so much. You use it so much because they're your argument. They're not your support. Because I don't think you have much to support with regards to basketball talk, because you don't put out there subjective takes that we can actually try to go toe to toe with. You throw out numbers that most people, we can't argue with net rating. It is what it is. So you try to get people to argue against numbers versus arguing against your actual stance. Your stance can be argued. Your numbers can't be. But your numbers are all misplaced, out of context numbers. And that's the problem. You are completely misusing net rating, relative net rating, offensive and defensive ratings.
What is relative net rating? You keep saying that. What is that?
It's what you specifically used. You specifically used the term relative net rating.
In what debate?
Oh, let's find it right here. Because the only reason why I wrote it down is because you said it verbatim out of your mouth. So I said, okay, what is the difference between net rating and relative net rating? And that's the only reason why I went and looked it up. But I can find the timestamp for you.
That's fine. Also, for anyone, the Andre Roberson stuff, he shot 2.6 threes per game in that series. 2.3 of them were wide open. The other 0.3 were
what was the percentage?
He shot 50% on the wide open ones, I think.
What was this 3-point field goal percentage that series?
41, I want to say. I think I just had it. Bear with me. In that series, 44, 8 for 18. So in a 7-game series, he shot 8 threes. Like I said, the Warriors did not guard him. Whatever Synergy's telling you, the Warriors didn't. The synergy information that I provided you was for the Houston series, and I think I cited the wrong series. If you have the right numbers for the Warriors series, even in that series, he shot more than 2 threes per game, and he shot over 40%. And they didn't guard him, which was my point.
Okay, but them not guarding him.
That's a subjective take. That's an opinion.
But
percentages don't justify guarding.
Listen to what I'm saying. Them not guarding him doesn't take away from the fact you said he would be unplayable. You said he would be unplayable because he couldn't make the 3.
Because him making 1.1 threes per game is not justified.
Okay, so
what I said was he'd be unplayable.
Marz, think about it logically.
He'd be out there because of his
defense. Marz, think about it logically. So if in your hypothetical series, if you're going to leave him wide open even more, and you just said he shot 50% wide open, it would be logical to conclude that he would get more wide open threes in your hypothetical series.
He didn't shoot them. Hold
on, Marz.
This is the thing, like people
so do you have a stat for how many wide open threes he passed?
When do you want stats, or when do you want
Marz? First of all,
now I'm confused because when I use my eyes and watch the games, now you want me to back it up with tangible data. Then when I use numbers, you say I'm relying on the numbers.
Marz, this is what you said. Listen to what you said. First of all, your argument is this: if he shot 50% on wide open threes, and in your hypothetical matchup, you're going to give him more wide open threes because you say he doesn't space the court. You're not going to guard him.
Well, that means if he's shooting wide open threes at 50% and you're going to concede and give him more wide open threes, by default, I can only assume by the percentages he's going to make more wide open threes. It's still by default makes your logic. Assumption. It doesn't. So at the end of the day, so at the end of the day, he would be playable because they would have to play him. They couldn't just leave him wide open for threes. Because if you're saying he doesn't take wide open threes, then how many wide open threes did he pass up against the Warriors?
Do you want me to give you a number? Because I don't have a number, because these are things that you have to watch the games. This is where I'm confused. Because when I watch the games and use my eye test, you say I'm not backing up with numbers. But then when I use numbers, you say that I'm just relying on the numbers. So which one am I meant to do? Am I meant to just close my eyes and talk?
This is what we're saying, Marz. I'm saying this. You need to start with a take, and that take needs to support it. You support your take with data.
Yes.
You don't start with net rating data and then try to use underlying points to support why the net rating was right. All you're doing is trying to argue why your net rating is justified. You're not arguing.
I'm arguing how they
bringing
got
up
to
these
the
underlying
rating.
issues. For example, this percentage things, like none of this percentages play in your favor, because remember, this is a hypothetical matchup. So in a hypothetical matchup where you say Roberson is unplayable, you cite that he shoots 50% from the three on wide open threes. Yes. And in this hypothetical matchup, you're going to give him more wide open threes. I'm just supposed to presume that he's just all of a sudden just going to magically start missing threes when we've seen him in the playoffs make 4 or 6 threes. We've seen him in the playoffs make threes at a higher clip when given more shots and opportunities to shoot the three.
My point was that he doesn't shoot them and that teams don't guard him, so he's not providing spacing. And to the point, when I use net ratings and I start my point with net rating, everything I do after that is explaining how, in OKC's example, explaining how they get to this all-time dominant net rating.
Do you have,
for example, they have the second best net rating ever. Then I bring up their forcing turnovers.
Don't you have
explaining how they get?
Hold on one second, Marz. Why didn't you just go to B-Ball Index and get the matchup difficulty rating for Andre Roberson? Wouldn't that have told you how he was being defended, so you can get a better idea if they were just leaving him wide open or actually defending? I mean,
matchup difficulty tells you who's guarding them.
They had to guarded by. They had the matchup difficulty numbers.
Yeah.
What could you pull up his guarded by matchup difficulty rating?
If you want me to, I could try and find it.
Yeah, let's see that.
But if you look at who's guarding Andre Roberson in that series, for example, it was Draymond Green, because you put the strongest roamer on him and you leave him, which is why I brought up Chet would do the same thing.
Yeah, but
so technically, in terms of matchup,
this is where basketball talk kicks in. Just because you shade off and you help off because a player is not as significant of a threat as like a KD and Russ, because obviously that has to be your primary focus defensively. It does not mean you don't run out and contest when these guys shoot. It does not mean you don't try.
They didn't.
These guys get the ball.
They didn't.
Okay, and that's why he shot 40% from the three. And
he shot
so
2 of them.
Hold on, just because he shot 2, that means I would have to presume that on the other times he touched the ball, he wasn't wide open or wasn't willing to shoot the shot.
You can presume what
so that means he was guarded.
Anyone
I can probably pull up the game right now, and we will not see a game where Robinson's just standing on the perimeter and absolutely no one's guarding him. He does face defensive pressure. You saying he's not getting guarded, that's just you saying it. There's no stat. The video won't support that. They contested his shots. If he was open, he took the shot.
Definitely the video will definitely.
And the thing is, it's harder. The guy was still able to shoot. A guy who you're talking about, Andre Roberson, generally a 6-point per game scorer. If he can give you anything from the 3-point line, those in basketball are what we call bonus buckets. If we can get anything, whether it's 1 or 2 threes, extra buckets out of a Roberson, if he knocks down a 3 in the third, if he knocks down a 3 early in the game, that just gives you cushion and wiggle room for additional mistakes. That's how bad. So even if he makes 1, it changes the game. I tell my big in the games, my big, I always tell him, I need you to at least be willing to take the 3, because if you take 1, it's going to change how they defend you for the rest of the game. I even showed video when we played Scottsdale of our big man making the first 3 of the game, and the coach is yelling, press up on him. And that changed the way they defended us for the rest of the game, just by a guy who really doesn't shoot many threes, just taking 1 and making it. And so for you to minimize Andre Roberson's role or ability to play just because of that, and then you extract what he's able to do on the defensive end as if he's not going to be able to come on the defensive end and give you high-level production there is very odd to say he's unplayable when you lean on his weaknesses and you ignore his strengths.
Well, like I said he'd be unplayable offensively, but would still be out there because of his defense. I never once said he couldn't be on the court because I understood his defensive value.
If a guy's unplayable, that means he's not unplayable. I mean, if he's unplayable, he can't be on. It's impossible to.
That's why this is where sometimes just critical thinking has to play a part.
Marz, say someone's unplayable. Marz, hold on, Marz, stop what you're saying. That you said a really good word there. You said he would be unplayable on the offensive end, but he would still play because of his defense. That means he's playable.
Yeah. So if you feel, like I said, this is where critical thinking has to take.
No, hold on, Marz. I understand what you're saying. I'm not. This is not player's choice. I'm not an idiot. And all the little here it is right here. You just said he was unplayable. When you tell me a guy's unplayable, most of us are thinking, sit his ass on the bench. You cannot then turn around and say, turn around and say, nah, he's playable because of his defense. That means he's playable. And Jordan's logic was, and this is one of the reasons why I gave Jordan the win in that round, is because he said we wouldn't focus on the weaknesses, we would focus on the strengths of our players. And that's why he will be playable. And
you can focus on what you want. At the end of the day, the weaknesses exist.
No, that's what he said. That's what. No, that's
he
what
can focus on what he wants, but at the end of the day, the problems are still going to be there, whether or not he.
Hold on. Every team has problems. The best teams cater and play to their strengths.
Yeah,
when Jordan in this debate focused on what his strengths would be, he didn't run around harping on what his weaknesses would be.
Well, I focused on the strengths and how they cater against
unplayable. Because the one thing we know is that Andre Roberson in that particular series would definitely be on the court because of his defensive impact. He would not be unplayable. Yes, we know he's what we call an offensive liability, but he would not be unplayable. He could actually score. There were a lot of times he scored over 10 points. He could play well in transition. And as we've seen from the percentages in multiple playoff series, he could shoot over 40% from the three if teams left him open and dared him to shoot. Right? He's done that not just in one series, he's done that in multiple series.
So
for his career, he's a 34% three-point shooter in the playoffs. So the fact that you say he's unplayable, I just think that's just unequivocal. It's just flat out false.
Yeah. So like I said, critical thinking.
But you can't be. Can you? Okay, critical thinking, Marz.
Yes,
can you be unplayable but play?
Yes, you can be out there when you shouldn't be. Yes, that does exist.
So when so that means you're doing something that makes you playable, correct?
No, it means that they don't have any other option. That doesn't mean that you should be out there. So like I said,
Roberson. Hold on, Marz. This is you're trying to denigrate Roberson on the offensive end because Marz in a previous debate. You know the funniest thing, Marz, was in a previous debate you argued, and it wasn't this debate. It was a while back. It was one of your older debates I was listening to when you were talking about Draymond Green in a hypothetical matchup. And you said in this particular series, Draymond Green shot 40% from the three. And that and because of his improved shooting, he would not be the spacing problem. Why didn't you use that same frame of logic for Andre Roberson when there's proof that he shot 40% from the three? When you argued the same way for Draymond Green.
What series are you alluding to?
In one of your previous debates, and it was just an older debate. I was hoping that you could remember and reflect on it. As I was listening to one of your older debates. Hopefully you can remember this. You were talking about Draymond Green. And I forgot who you were debating, but you were talking about Draymond Green, and you specifically said, because they specifically called you on Draymond Green would be unguardable. And you said, well, in this particular matchup, in the way you were using him, he shot 40% in this series. You talked about Draymond Green's. Okay, so if you don't remember,
I don't. Yeah,
but Marz, I want
Draymond was always a more willing three-point.
And at the end of this debate, actually, at the end of this, I actually have the clip uploaded right now because I had to edit it. I'm going to play that clip for you on how you debated for Draymond Green in the same manner that Jordan argued for Andre Roberson, alluding to his improved three-point shooting in a particular series. You did the exact same thing for Draymond Green. So it just sounds like you'll say anything to win a debate, but you don't have any staunch talking points that you grounded in. You'll just say anything to win a debate because Jordan's same argument you used for Draymond Green and you don't even remember. I'll play that for you later.
Oh, I absolutely do say anything to win a debate. Absolutely.
No, I know. I know,
I mean, that's no secret. I've debated Jordan over LeBron. I've debated LeBron over Jordan. I've debated Kareem over Jordan. I've debated a bunch of different things because at the end of the debate, a debate is about who can make the better points. I will debate any topic you give me. That's perfectly fine. So yes, that's no secret.
Yeah, debating any topic.
Yeah, if I did say the Draymond Green stuff,
never,
then sure, but
debating any topic never changes your logic and your stance on basketball.
If
you're just willing to say anything,
to win said debate,
that's just more so support. But look, we can move on because I don't.
Whatever I need to say to win said debate is what I would say.
But Marz, I said that in the beginning. I said you'll say anything to win a debate, and you don't care. That's been proven.
Absolutely. It's about winning the debate. It's not about saying things that I necessarily agree with.
No. I get you. But again, what it also coincides with is what I said was you're a walking contradiction. And when you do that, you create contradiction.
I don't contradict myself within my.
That is a contradiction.
I don't. Let's make this clear. I don't contradict myself within the debate I'm having. If you want to go back and find a different debate where I debated the other
side, if you allow me to continue, you can contradict yourself within these two debates.
Two debates years apart.
I mean, versus Real Talk and Jordan, we can get to those. We can get to all those.
Well, we definitely don't have time. We definitely.
Definitely a lot of contradictions.
But like I always say, if the contradictions you're trying to point to is that in different debates against different people, I will use talking points that contradict my previous talking points.
No, I just said you had contradictions within within the debate with Real Talk, contradictions.
Yeah, within
the
two
debate with Jordan, contradictions. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying those two debates contradicted each other. I'm saying you made contradictions.
Where were the contradictions
within those same debates?
Yeah, where was the contradiction within this debate?
Let's progress.
Okay, I've got 7 minutes, maybe.
Okay,
12 minutes.
If you got 12
minutes, we'll say 12 minutes. I got 12 minutes.
All right. Was that the last round?
That was the last round of that debate. Yes.
So we got a running count of 7 net rating mentions, 3 defensive rating mentions, 2 relative rating mentions. All right.
Makes sense.
And if you don't remember those relative rating mentions, I'll pull timestamp.
I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. I'm not bothered.
So,
I'll take your
do
word.
You not know what relative net rating is?
I don't know.
Because it's actually far superior to net rating, which is why I was surprised you even knew what it was. Because relative net rating is actually formulated to be used across eras, and it makes more sense.
How much your net rating was above the league average? That's what.
Once in the way relative net rating was formulated, it's designed by its nature to be more easily used across eras than net rating. So it's surprising that you use net rating across eras, but you rarely use relative net rating across eras. You use it. You also misapply that one as well. But we can keep going as well.
Sure. Let's carry on.
We can go into the first round against Real Talk because
I think I lost that one. Yeah, that's fine. I think I lost that.
Okay. So if you want to concede that, we could just skip that one. But
we could. We don't have to.
In your first round, just to summarize it. My summary of that first round was I specifically wrote down because I typed this in my phone. I said Marz mistook net rating results for coaching impact, while Real Talk focused on basketball nuance and roster adaptability. That's how I summarized it. And also said Marz used
in the Lakers vs Spurs debate.
Yes. So I said Marz used team success metrics. Marz used team success metrics like offensive rating and net rating to push Kobe and Shaq era dominance, but failed to consider contextual defense or system fit. Real Talk countered with individual impact measures and how the Spurs neutralize star dependency. And as you progress through that, and if you say you felt you lost that debate, I would assume that you concede to most of this anyways. We can move on to the next topic.
I don't remember that, but I still think I lost.
I can run through.
No, we don't have to. I'll take your word.
No, it's just 3 quick bullet points. In that first in your topic, it said right here, what I noted down was Marz relied on team analytics, primarily citing the net rating of the 2000 to 2002 Lakers teams, emphasized the 2001 team who posted a +9 net rating in the playoffs, and tried to frame this as proof for Phil Jackson's superiority. The problem where I felt it fell short was you ignored that the 2001 Lakers were only a +7 net rating in the regular season, but seventh in the NBA that year. And so the problem with that is where I say it starts to be contradictory is that your net rating regular season reliance for the OKC Thunder that you used to say why the OKC
playoffs
Thunder
haven't
win a
happened
championship. No, I know, but when you were arguing, and this is one of the things that I just felt the logic contradicted itself because you used playoff net rating to tell us why the 2001 Lakers were really good, but their regular season net rating wasn't as good. And it's just odd how you pick and choose where and when to use net ratings, whether regular season or playoffs, and when and then you try to
see it in the playoffs. I probably would have used that, but they haven't.
But yeah, they were.
I also don't remember using. I don't remember using the Lakers net ratings in the debate and against the Spurs.
Yeah, you did.
I don't remember.
That's how I got it.
Like I said, I'll take your word for it because I think I lost the debate anyway. I just don't.
You
remember
also you failed to acknowledge that Jackson's teams were stacked with 2 top 10 all-time players, Kobe and Shaq, which Real Talk pointed out. Which to me inflates coaching credit. It is relevant, but what I'm saying is you failed to acknowledge it. And then I think
I did acknowledge it.
Okay,
are we talking about the same debate?
Yes.
The first round,
Marz,
Phil Jackson team versus
Marz. Let me finish. And as soon as I get through these 3 points, I'll let you go. You never explained how Phil Jackson's triangle offense would adapt across eras. I actually had a debate with Chill about this, and I talked about how the triangle, in its true essence, the way the Bulls ran it, the way Phil Jackson ran it, would not work in today's era. And any team that tries to run it fails. That's been tried and proven. Multiple teams who try to run it the way they ran it then, it does not work. They have to run adaptations of it, or how you never also address how it could beat Popovich's modern system, because Greg Popovich has modernized his offensive system to spacing and pace. So when we talk about Real Talk, he talked about how Popovich adapted to multiple eras, and he talked about those adaptations. He built multiple dynasties without top 5 all-time players. Again, another very strong point. His lineups emphasize depth, adaptability, two-way play. He cited players like Tim Duncan, Kawhi Leonard, Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker, and Bruce Bowen. And some of his arguments were really staunch there. Real Talk, quote, this is his quote: Pop had fewer superstar tools and still won 5 chips. Phil needed unstoppable alphas to make his system work. That is a fact. That is just a fact. Pop has won in various systems, various types of talent. Phil's only won with superstar types of talents, and that system has not shown itself to be adaptable, especially in this particular context. Marz used team success metrics, as I mentioned before, net rating to push the Kobe Shaq era dominance. You failed to consider contextual defense or system fit. Real Talk countered it, individual impact, and how the Spurs would neutralize star dependency. I had Real Talk winning. We can move on to round 2 because I guess you kind of conceded round 1 to Real Talk anyway.
Sure. Yeah.
Round 2. Your team was the OKC Thunder for the title pick.
Yep.
Real Talk picked the Boston Celtics.
Yes, he did.
If I get any of these wrong, let me know. From what you said, you leaned on analytics once again. You pointed out that the OKC Thunder had the number 1 net rating in the NBA. I guess this is your starting argument at 12.8. The top defensive rating again, and elite relative net rating across all. This is where you brought up relative net rating again. You said relative net rating across all lineups. That was one of your third points that I wrote down. You also claimed OKC was the clear title favorite. I think Real Talk did a good job of making your entire argument collapse, right? You ignored that OKC is the youngest team in the NBA. You ignored that. No team that young has won an NBA title since, as you mentioned, as you even corrected Real Talk, since 1977. That's nearly 50 years ago. I mean, if it's about the data, that data should really make you rethink choosing OKC, because that data is probably the strongest reason as to why to not pick OKC to win it all. You also did not.
Why is that the case?
Because it never happens. The youngest team in the league statistically never wins.
But they do that one time.
What I'm saying is, okay, if you had to bet money on it, and statistically, and statistics rule a lot.
Sure.
What is the probability over the last 50 years of basketball that the youngest team in the NBA can win the NBA championship? What is the statistical probability?
I don't know, 1 in 50. 1 in 48.
And what does that give you?
as a percentage? I don't know. You tell
About 2%. So they have about a 2% chance to win it all.
Sure.
I'm not rocking with those chances.
But also OKC aren't the youngest team in the league. It's like the Wizards and stuff. But anyway, so when I say OKC have a top 5 net rating ever, and the other teams in the top 5 all won the championship, so statistically, does that not mean they have an 100% chance of winning a championship?
Would you like to take that bet?
No, I'm asking a question.
I'm saying is for example, let's just say if your net rating statistics supersede the logic that the younger teams just don't win championships, teams that lack playoff experience don't win championships. If you are that confident in your net rating, barring any significant injuries, would you make any particular wager on that?
Are you asking me to bet on OKC?
Primarily based on the fact that the net rating supports it.
Are you asking me to bet on OKC?
What I'm saying is the net rating supports them winning. This was your choice.
Among all the other things I said. But yes,
if the net rating, again, because your argument was the net rating.
The argument was
everything else was supporting
the number 1 in 3-point percentage since 2025.
No, I know those were all
in the NBA.
No, I know you started with analytics, not actual subjective reasons, and everything else was in support of your analytics. Once again, when we go to real talk,
no, but sure, okay.
When we go to real talk's rebuttal, he talked about how Boston has 2 all-star players, elite defenders, a title-winning coach, real playoff scars. I actually like that. The Celtics, he talked about how the Celtics have over 20% chance to win the title. OKC hovers between 5 and 9%, but that's according to obviously odds makers, 538 and FanDuel. Less relevant there. Playoff basketball is about what I like what Real Talk said here: matchups, leadership, and experience. I think this is almost irrefutable. Yes, it's not embedded in analytics or numbers, but I think we can all agree that playoff basketball is embedded in matchups, leadership, and experience. Those things trump all else in the playoffs, right? If you have those things, if you have those elements, it will trump any analytic you can find, which is why there have been certain teams like the Jazz who won 60 games, like the Hawks who won 60 games, who also probably had decent analytics to support, but we never picked them to win anything because they lacked good matchups, they lacked leadership, they lacked playoff experience. And Real Talk quoted, OKC hasn't even made the conference finals with this core. Boston just won a title. He said net rating doesn't win rings. Execution does. Thought that was a strong point. All right. And I think it trumped your net rating argument. Because remember, you use net rating as your argument, not in support of any actual argument.
But I disagree with that. But I do have to get out of here right after I say this. I think the point I made about the net rating just now, like 2 minutes ago, was just to say, if you're going to say that it's damning that the youngest team in the NBA hasn't won since 1977, and when we factor in the fact that A, OKC isn't the youngest team in the NBA, and B, the fact that it has happened, the same logic would have to be applied to the top 5 teams in net rating. And since they all won a championship, I guess I'm well within my right to say the other team in the top 5 would also win.
I didn't say you couldn't use that logic.
So why are you applying that logic with Real Talk, saying, "Oh, it's only 2% likely," but then you can't say it's 100% likely with the net rating?
I think Real Talk's logic makes more sense than relying on net rating.
His logic is the youngest team had never won.
No,
which A was
that's you dumbing his logic down, because he actually expanded on that, because he what he said was not just youngest team. He said playoff experience. He talked about matchups, leadership. Remember, his crux was the experience, matchup, and then also talked about, he said, playoff scars, those battles that make you battle tested. And then he even brought up teams that had to get battle tested, go through the fire, and then they won. When you talk about OKC, he did a good job. But when you said, when he talked about OKC also last year, completely crumbling. This same OKC
they got some
team.
scars. Damn, crazy.
Okay, one scar, but he said scars with an S. And when you talk about how long it took Boston to win one title, look at all the battles they went through before they got the one title.
Yeah,
we can say that, but again, it takes this is why we generally give players that 1 to 7 to 8 year gap before we really start weighing on them heavy to win championships. Now, the old heads, the Jordan fans, they might expect you to win in your second or third year like they did with LeBron. I'm talking about real basketball talk. And for you to act as if playoff experience, physicality, coaching, historical context, a lot of that stuff doesn't necessarily matter, and it's just net rating that's going to tell you who wins it all. I don't know if it was as strong as what Real Talk had to say.
Oh well, if that's how you're gonna minimize my argument, that's fine. But I do have to go. So shout out to you for making the stream. I had a couple people tag me message me on Twitter, let me know this was here. That's why I pulled up. I was gonna stay in the chat, but then you said I lied, so I had to go defend my honor. But at the end of the day, I still won the PCL. So your foolishness aside,
congrats to winning.
Yeah, thank you. Despite the foolishness that I think everyone has seen, it didn't ultimately matter. I am now out of the PCL, so if you are a judge again, I might be a judge alongside you. That's the plan.
I mean, there were other debates that I voted on that I felt you won clearly and definitively.
Well, that's
I
fine.
just felt when it came to the
I'm not
last
saying you have. I'm not saying you have a bias against me. Some people think you do. I just think.
It was crazy when I gave 3-0. It was all good. When I flipped the other way around, because when I take that same logic the way I judge, and I just don't think you lived up to the standard of the way Jordan debated and Real Talk debated. Just funny how you flip and Jordan.
Well, I never knew. Well, Ron decided to read out the reason. Maybe you gave reasonings for every debate, even
no, I didn't know. What I did was when I text Ron, obviously I'm on the fly texting, and I'm texting him one or two things that I listened to and pinpointed out, and it's not the full. I can't summarize an entire debate in a text message.
Yeah, so
when Ron
decided to read out that one text where you had me losing. Maybe there was ones where you had me winning and you gave extra information on that, and he didn't read it out. So that's why I was mad when you had me losing. I didn't know the other ones you may have had me winning.
The only reason why I gave Ron an explanation is because I was surprised at this analytical approach that you would not get off of when you go up against the heavy hitters. The analytical approach will work against the John D's. I don't think it worked against Real Talk or Jordan.
We're going to disrespect John D. That's not what we're going to do.
I'm not disrespecting him, but he was up there debating like he was a fan of yours, not like he was an opponent.
I disagree with that. But anyway, thank you for doing this. You can carry on going through it if you want to. I am going to.
We will finish.
Yeah, so have fun with that. I'll be on playback. I'm not going to plug it here. This is your channel. Do what you do. But yeah, next PCL, maybe you're in it and maybe I'll judge you, or maybe you're not in it and we'll be judges together. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, thanks for having me up, I guess. Goodbye.
There's Marz for you, y'all. We're going to get back to it. I wish we could have played the debates. We actually could still play the debates. I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to bring some of y'all up to cook. Salute to everybody in the chat. I haven't been watching the comments. My apologies if I've been missing your messages. We're going to go to, and that's why I wish Marz would have stuck around for this next round. This was another round where I felt Marz was being extremely contradictory. And it was a round where he talked about who would you draft first overall, Shaq or Hakeem. We talk about Marz's talking points. Marz, once again, he talked about the team success, the Lakers three-peat. He talked about offensive net ratings of the 2000 to 2002 Lakers, not unsurprisingly. And remember, these are the arguments that he leads with. These are not in support of any actual true argument. That's subjective. And then he cited Shaq as supremely dominant in his prime with no context. Real Talk, to me, dismantled this because when he talked about Hakeem, you saw how he talked about Hakeem as the player, not about achievements on teams and organizations. He talked about how Hakeem led the Rockets to the finals in his second year, completely changing their defensive identity as a rookie. And he didn't harp on them getting to the finals. He didn't use that finals run as a staunch point to say this is why Hakeem is better. The funny part about it is they went into a back and forth in the debate. And because Marz was using analytics, he talked about how when Hakeem first got to the Rockets, they went from 17th defensively to, I think, maybe top 5, right? But that second year in 86, when they made their finals run, their defensive rating plummeted a little bit, but their on-the-court success also mounted because they made a run. They beat the Lakers and got to the NBA Finals. I think what that shows us right there is that a lot of times these metrics, regular season metrics, don't necessarily mean much when it comes to the playoffs and trying to predict who can make the best playoff run. A lot of time, the playoff just comes down to matchups, experience, and leadership. And we talk about it all the time on this channel. When I talk about the Lakers, a lot of times people ask me, who do I have coming out the West? And I say, I think it's about matchups. I need to see who's matched up with who. I need to see who has to play who, because from what we've seen over the last 10 years, if you get the right matchups, any team can seemingly make a run to the finals. The right matchups can be injuries plaguing teams that are in front of you. It could be guys like Jimmy Butler just getting on a burner at the right time, right place, right time. There are so many factors that can help your team make a run that aren't embedded in regular season net rating, offensive rating, defensive rating. Yes, it's good to be high in those metrics and analytics. Do they translate to playoff winning consistently enough for us to use it as a barometer to say, as the end all be all, to kind of the way? Because Marz, again, think about every topic that he debated, somehow net rating, relative net rating, offensive rating, defensive rating played a role. I don't think they're all applicable in that sense. When we talk about Marz's contradiction in this Hakeem Olajuwon Shaq debate, right? Again, he tried to cite that the 1986 Rockets only a plus 2.5 by final standards to minimize Hakeem's early success. But doing so, he undercut his own Thunder net rating argument in topic 2, showing how playoff runs aren't tied to net rating strength. So when we talk about contradictions, and Marz was right, he will say anything in debate anyway to win or try to sound right. And his argument for Shaq over Hakeem completely contradicted his logic for the OKC Thunder winning the championship. When we talk about, and we got a lot to talk about here. Let me get this link ready. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link for y'all to pull up. And we can get everybody's thoughts. Where's my link? Where's my link? All right, link is about to be in the chat. Let's get you guys pulling up here, and we can cook on this. I appreciate you guys sticking around. He says you got chat to make your argument. I don't know. I wasn't looking at the chat. And as I drop that link in the chat, we get you guys pulling up here. Let me pull this up. Because as we kind of just summarize Marz's entire debate. All right. And I see y'all, some of y'all in the backstage. We're going to summarize it. Oh, we got Mahari up here. Let me bring Mahari up. Salute to Mahari being up here.
Hey, what's up, Lamont? How you doing, brother?
What's up, Mahari?
Hey, before I get to my thoughts on the debate that Marz had, did Pickett got kicked out of Players' Choice, or is he still on there? Do you have any idea?
I honestly don't know. Don't know.
Okay, because I haven't seen him in a long time. I don't go to Players' Choice anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But either way, I thought that Marz he could have had a good argument if he actually used the metrics in the proper context. I just felt like he used it to try to throw it as word salad, and it just didn't make any level of sense. I know he can debate well when he uses the information properly and accurately.
No,
but I just didn't think he'd do it that way.
Yeah, but that's the problem. The key word, Marz, is use it properly. He says Lamont taking shots at PC because Marz came up and cooked is beneath you. I don't take shots at PC, Big Ox. And Big Ox, I don't play with words. If I wanted to take a shot at PC, I would just take a shot at PC and there would be no questions about it. So the fact that you even have to question it means that that's, to me, very feminine, and you just looking for reasons to stir up some type of contention. Because I don't like, and Mahari knows best. I don't mince words. If I got an issue, I'm gonna call you out directly. I'm not gonna take no undercut under this. This is not no shots. You know, I mess with Ron. I mess with everybody at PC. There is no beef. So if you want to stir up contention on your own, Big Ox, with FYF Sports, but don't try to involve the entire PC. No Big Ox. What I'm describing is what you saying that I'm taking shots at PC is feminine, because I don't mince words. If I want to take shots at you, I take shots at you. That's one thing I've proven here on FYF Sports. I don't dance around it. I don't hide behind names. If you do something stupid, I'm going to say you did something stupid. So there's no shots at no PC. And if that's what you get out of this, because your boy Marz performed horribly in the debates. I mean, realistically thinking, who honestly thought Marz would lose on PC? Like, we all know that PC is going to get behind the PC guys. And the results of the debate are always going to be a PC guy. It's no secret there. The fact that I was willing to step out, let you know who I was and why I voted the way I voted, is because I felt like he debated like shit in the last two debates. I felt like nobody on PC has called him out for running around using flawed analytics, right? He tried to use this matchup difficulty thing, and he tries to wiggle his way out of it by saying, oh, I didn't mean matchup difficulty. I meant guarded matchup difficulty, something completely different. Right. So now you're just lying. So that's why I said he's a liar. So Big Ox, yeah, I'm not saying you're feminine. I'm saying you typing in the chat that I'm trying to take shots at PC is feminine. And then you can take that however you want to take it. I got no issue with nobody. Well, I don't have an issue with Marz, because the funniest thing about it is when Marz was going on his crash out session on the live stream, didn't hear anybody saying anything to stop him then. I didn't hear anybody say that, oh, you might be disrespecting. Y'all just let him go on his tantrum. So I don't want to hear the taking shots thing, because y'all take shots. If you want to go talk about taking shots, from what I hear, y'all be taking shots at FYF. So at the end of the day, take that how you want. I don't mince words. I don't mince words, and I don't attack groups. I attack you. So Big Ox, you have a stupid take, I'm gonna attack you. Lucky for you, I haven't really scoured your takes to find something stupid enough to dive into. I didn't make this stream because it's easy for Marz fans to come in here and get behind anything he says. It's easy for PC fans to come in here and say, oh yeah, we knew what he meant by matchup difficulty. Nobody knew what he meant. Soon as he said matchup difficulty, you know what everybody was typing in the chat? What the fuck is matchup difficulty? That's what they were saying in the chat. Right. And so for him to come in here and try to, oh, I didn't mean matchup difficulty, I meant guarded by matchup difficulty, that just tells me right there, you're just finessing. You're just lying. And you're using foreign statistics and measurements that hold no weight and don't really belong in real basketball talks.
You see, though, LeBron, that's what I'm saying.
Tune, you hit the link. Tune, if you said if I made any biased arguments, just hit the link and tell me what's biased. I broke down what Marz said. I broke down what Real Talk said, and I made a comparative analysis. The problem with Marz is that it's hard for me to say he won any round because he never had an actual argument. He used analytics as his argument, which is why he led with them. And it's hard for me. If you spend your whole debate justifying analytics, you're not debating the points. If you're using your first round talking about matchup difficulty and it's a defensive analytic in an offensive conversation, now you have to come back and explain to us, oh, I thought you would know matchup difficulty was guarded by. No, you used the wrong shit. And we called you out on it. You went and found, because remember what I told him, y'all. Mm-hmm. Typically, Marz just keeps it simple. And he says gravity. Because all of that matchup difficulty, lingo, mingo, all that, all it meant was he attracts gravity. And the fact that you avoided what you typically say, which is gravity, just to bring up all this mumbo jumbo matchup difficulty stuff that no one really can relate to or knows, tells me you are grasping for straws.
All right, man. So I think we pretty much cooked it on the fire grill and grilled it up real good. You know what I'm saying?
He
So
said, hold on. Let me get to Big Ox. Big Ox says
Go
what's
ahead, man,
talking.
go ahead.
He says what's feminine is talking slick shit. Because if you Big Ox, if you feel that way, fine. Big Ox, if you feel that way, fine. Like I said, if you with PC, I expect you to agree with Marz. I don't expect what I'm saying right here to be of popular opinion. Right? I don't expect it. You know, like, do you really think Real Talk was surprised when he saw that he lost? No surprise. It was no surprise. All the theatrics that Ron did, was it a surprise? No, it was not a surprise. So at the end of the day, there's no slick talk because it's not slick. If I say it, I say it. You know, and there's no slick talk. If you want to try to lump it all into a group like I'm targeting PC, well then that's you. We can say it right now. Do I need to put up a disclaimer for Big Ox? This ain't a target at PC, so he feels better. There's no slick talk. If I say it, I say it. If I say it, I meant it. There's no mincing words. And if I said something that offended you, just click the link and tell me what I said that offended you. We can clear it up right now.
I was just about to say, all you got to do is
click
click the link.
If I said something, if I said something that you claim is disrespectful to player's choice, then let me know what it was. Come on, man, that's silly talk, man. But at the end of the day, like I say, it's called FY. What does FYF Sports mean, Mahari? What does FYF mean? Thank you. Do you really think I care? Do you really think I care, Big Ox? The things that I say are not meant to cater towards your feelings. If you feel like it was offensive, I don't give a fuck. Right. It wasn't meant to be all nice. I don't try to paint a pretty picture for you so you feel good about it. I felt like Marz got 3-0'd in those last two debates. If you feel otherwise, come up here and talk about why you feel otherwise. If you can't do that, then kick rocks. I really don't care. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, y'all do all this crying. Like everybody who cries about the things. Like I try so hard to not get personal. I try hard to keep it basketball. And then when I keep it basketball, people run around with their emotions talking about, oh, I said it the wrong way. And now I got to cater to feelings. No, Brian A, this is not nothing with me and Big Ox. This is just me saying, if you say something stupid, and I feel like it's a bad basketball take, I'm gonna address it. I don't smoke screen stuff. I don't do all that. All I do is if you say something dumb, I'm gonna talk about you. I don't really. When have you ever heard me talk about PC as a platform other than saying they got a great platform?
Yeah,
but that's how you know. Yeah. But that's why I say people who try to stir up beefs and all this drama stuff. Those are the people I want to watch because he's trying to lump everything into a bundle. I called out Marz. When you look at this title, I didn't call out PC. I didn't call out Ron. I didn't call out Shaq. I didn't call out Big Ox. I didn't call out Fluent or Chill. I said Marz. The fact that you're trying to lump it in, I mean, take your best shot if you feel like if you feel like you want to target me. All I'm going to do is keep it basketball. At the end of the day, I have no conversation for you if it ain't basketball because all I talk is basketball. Hey Johnny, what's good, man?
Hey, what's up, hey Johnny? How you doing, brother?
Peace and blessings. What's good, fellas? What's good? What's going on?
Chilling, man. Chilling, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, Lamont. Hey, first off, shout out to for Marz for hitting that link again. Hitting that link is not something hard, but for some of these dudes it is hard. They rather type than hit the link. But shout out to Marz for hitting that link again. Yes. Being judged by FYF is not it's not easy. It's not something that anybody can handle. I can tell you that from experience. That's true. They sent their best at me, and then they also came at me with their best judges. So, hey, listen, don't feel no type of way, Marz. It's just the way it goes around here in FYF. Like he said, is, fuck your feelings, bro.
No. But
talk basketball. That's what you got to do, and you got to be concise. When you got to be concise because you are limited in time. So you have to be concise, verbatim. And I, for one, don't know what the hell 98th percentile means. Forget the defensive matchup.
Right.
What the hell is 98th percentile mean? How is that calculated? I don't know what that. Listen, They told me my son's height is in the 98th percentile, which means that he's taller than 98% of the children his age. What the hell is a 98% defensive matchup percentile? I really would love to know what that means. Please, brother, please.
This is hold on. I'm gonna look it up right here because let's just give him the benefit of the doubt. Marz said it was called guarded by matchup difference. Let's see. Guarded by. Okay, let's see what it says. So I'm gonna look up the guarded by matchup difficulty on B-Ball Index because he said he meant guarded by matchup difficulty, not matchup difficulty, which is a completely different metric.
No, I get it. He was basically saying that Donovan Mitchell attracts the best defender, but I don't understand where the 98 percentile comes from. How is it 98%?
I don't know. What
does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean 98% of the teams he played? The 90. What the hell is 98%? What is the percent?
Here's the problem. Oh, here's the problem. If you're a shooting guard in the league, wouldn't you all be in that same 98th percentile? Because generally, all the best shooting guards get defended by typically the same players across teams. Like, so how you create a special percentile with Donovan Mitchell as a superstar? Like the fact that we don't even know how a lot of this stuff is calculated, what it was meant for. Like, was it even meant for a conversation or a debate like this? We don't know how it was calculated. We like at the end of the day, we got to go with the trust me.
Yeah. Bro. Yeah, no. He would have said the defensive matchup is a metric that lets us understand the type of tension an offensive player gets on offense. Then I can see why he used it. But like you said, when he said it the way he said it, it sounded like for one he was saying Donovan Mitchell is the top defender for the Cavaliers, right? That's what it sounded like when he first said it. Because I also thought what you said, when we're talking offense, why did he bring up a defensive stat?
Yeah.
But then, like I said, what the hell is the 98%? How does that? I'm still trying to figure out what I understand the matchup difficulty. I get that, but how do you calculate?
I got it right
percentage?
here. So this is what it says right here. So I'm reading it right here. It says percentile matchup difficulty without clarifying which version of the stat. And in most basketball analytical discussions, matchup difficulty, the way Marz framed it, alone refers to defensive assignments taken, not defensive assignments received. And it says, when we look at it, it says, okay, it says used it. He says, so it says guarded by matchup difficulty. Because Marz used it as a catch-all excuse for Donovan Mitchell's offensive efficiency without isolating game, context, scheme, performance. So, yeah, even if he meant guarded by, from what I'm looking at, it's still flawed, right? Because the definition, I mean, the way he used it is just flawed. Yeah, it just makes... You see how it makes everything extra confusing when you use matchup difficulty, but you really meant to say guarded matchup difficulty. And guarded matchup, and you talk about it, to me, it's meaningless. It's pointless stat that don't mean nothing. Which even if you give him matchup difficulty for whatever he said it wasn't strong enough versus what Jordan had argued for Darius Garland, which was, to me, way more significant. We got Big Ock here. What's up, Big Ock? Hold on, you're on mute. We can't hear you. No, you're not on mute, but we can't hear you. Can y'all hear him, or is it just me?
No, I can't hear him, bro. He's on mute.
Yeah, no,
hey, brother, you're on mute.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Your mic must not be working.
He's not on mute.
No, he's not on mute. But his mic's not working though. We can't hear you though, Ox. We can't.
He might have to come out and come back in.
Yeah, he probably has to get his mic fixed. Go ahead, man.
And hey, Johnny, because it was funny because remember, I hadn't even said anything about matchup difficulty, 98 percentile. And as soon as I just let it play and he said it, that's the first thing you typed in the chat. That's how I know it don't belong in the debate if the first thing people are saying is, okay, and Peter Bagjuice had his own interpretation of what it was. We can't hear you, Big Ox, still. Yeah, we still can't hear you. Go to your settings. Go to your StreamYard settings. Sometimes your mic, sometimes it happens to me all the time, your mic will switch to another mic. So you might have to switch back to your Shure mic. Damn.
Yeah, man.
You got to tell him to hop in on his phone. I'm going to see if he can hop in on his phone.
Yeah, try to ask him to do that. But go ahead, man. Keep cooking.
No. So, and I didn't even want to harp on that too much because I even gave him outs. I said, even if we said it was valid, which is not, it still wasn't enough to overcome what he said about Garland. All right. I mean, because all he could do was talk about Donovan Mitchell and how good of a player he was. You didn't talk about how he impacts the actual offense, right? The fact, I think, and another way he contradicted himself, Mahari, is this. When he talked about everybody's touches are more spread out, well, that's what a good point guard does. Make sure the touches are spread out. I mean, you make sure, especially with the type of talent you got at all your positions, that the ball gets spread out more. And Donovan Mitchell isn't the only one shooting the ball. So I think even if we stick with his logic, it still favors Jordan because Jordan talked about how Garland just made the offense better, which is what I thought the debate was. Ayahana, what happened? Ayahana, hey, Marz, make sure y'all not timing nobody out. If somebody timed you out or did anything, just let me know. I'll just make you a mod. Make sure, Marz, y'all not blocking nobody doing nothing crazy.
Yeah. But that's I think that's what you touched on there, Lamont. That like you said, the idea of who made the best points, and that particular part of the debate, which I didn't know, was it 3 separate topics for each round was a different topic? Is that's what it was?
Yeah, they had 3 topics for each. They had 3 topics for each debate, and you gave all 3 to Jordan. So the one debate, all 3 to Jordan. Because
so the one debate about, okay, I want to make sure which one there was. The one debate about the Cavs offense, the one about the coach of the year, and what was the third debate?
So in the first debate, the one where he crashed out, he debated 20. He says, who's the most important player for the Cavs offense? Who's coach of the year, I believe, is the second one. And he picked the OKC coach, while Jordan picked Kenny Atkinson, the Cleveland coach. And then the third topic was the 2015-16 Thunder versus the 24-25 Thunder. And Marz had the 24-25 Thunder.
All right, okay, all right. So I mean, yeah, I mean he did crash out. He was upset that he lost. It's like he said he was upset that he was lost all 3. I guess he figured he did a better job on the coaching one, but like you said, he was still using. I just think he didn't make a good point on the idea of why he thought that the best he didn't make a good point to why the OKC coach is the best coach in the league. He just
think about this.
OKC was good. That was really it.
This is how he started it. He started his debate not by talking like, for example, when Jordan started his debate, he talked about the difference between Bickerstaff, him bringing the team together, just getting them to play better as a team, which is coaching. It's subjective, right? But it's at least a take. And now we can you can support that with other things. Marz didn't start his take out with anything that we can consider to be a subjective take that we can debate. You know what what did he start out with? Mark Daigneault, they have a top 10 relative defense in NBA history. Well, what the hell is relative defense in NBA history? Then he says, OKC got the second best net rating in NBA history. And then he says, OKC got a +7 net rating with Shai off the floor. But then when we were talking here, because remember what I told him, when I pulled up the net rating with Shai off the floor, the first thing I see is that +7 net rating with SGA off the floor. Misleading due to small sample size and bench blowouts per cleaning the glass. This off the court net rating is not reliable without opponent contextual info. And so remember when I asked him, I said, well, what's their net rating if you don't consider the blowouts? And he said, oh, they're actually better. They're a +9 if you take out the blowouts. And the reason why I know he's lying, James, is that if they were better, if you remove the blowouts, then you would have just used that to start with. And he didn't. He started with the lesser number, which, according to Cleaning the Glass, is not a reliable sample size. That's exactly what it says.
Yeah, but he's going off results. He's not explaining why the coach is the reason why for this. That's the point. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, he's just going off of the results. He's not explaining why or how the coach is the reason for that happening, which is what Jordan did a better job of explaining, how Kenny Atkinson actually did different things, and he was doubted on certain aspects, and he was able to make it successful. So, yeah, I mean, again, I was surprised by Jordan's debate skills. He's actually a good debater. Shout out to him.
Well, remember, I didn't even know much of Jordan, and when I told you that, you were surprised, because you didn't heard him make some bad takes before. So
yeah, yeah. I mean, he's a regular on PC. So if you watch any PC content, you'll see him. They clip him all the time. He says some wild stuff. Yeah, they all say some wild stuff over there. So, but you let Marz tell you it's a troll channel. They're the troll. I mean, they talk basketball every day. There's only so many smart fans that's going to tune into you every day. So you got to say stupid stuff. You got to troll a little bit to get the dummies in, especially the Zesty Jeffries. They ain't gonna want to talk basketball. That's why they like analytics, because nobody understands it.
Nobody understands it.
They love it. And whoever talks it don't never break it down correctly. So
nobody break one. You don't use it correctly. Like that. For example, remember when I told him I had a net rating counter, I had a relative net rating counter. Marz says, "When did I say relative net rating, bro? You said it like 5 times." And so that means you're just using shit that you find, and you don't even know what the hell you mean, nor do you even remember using it. But you can easily go back, which I even told him relative net rating is probably more applicable, but you just weren't even using it right. And so he says right here, hey, Johnny's take is dumb. The Lakers would be better defensively without Anthony Davis. What are you talking about? What? It did age well. The Lakers are third in the West.
Yeah. See,
Like,
Brandon Cass is just a dumb idiot, bro. He don't know better.
Just let everybody know the Lakers are 10th in defense right now at the end of the season. They're 10th. They've never been the 10th defense with Anthony Davis, sir. Can y'all leave that alone, please? It's a wrap for Anthony Davis conversation, bro.
And even the funniest part about it,
throw that debate talk in the
when
trash.
Did y'all see when Brian went on his podcast and he was talking about their defense, and he was just like, he was basically just saying how we're a better defense without AD, without saying it. Like, he said everything but we're a better defense without AD. But he just talked about how they could switch better, they're faster, they can guard, the variability in the lineup, they're not as predictable, they can do more things defensively. Like the things that he was talking about, they can do defensively. And it's just like, it all pointed to everything that Adriani was saying with AD on the floor. Great rim protector, but he created some nasty holes in that defense, sitting in the paint all the time.
And always relying on drop defense all the dang time, getting the Lakers out of busted out rotations all the dang time. This is what people don't understand about the Lakers throughout the entire time when Anthony Davis was on the team.
And with Brandon Katz. So what you failing to incorporate here is that the reason why they were elite defense in 2020 when they won the title, because they also had elite perimeter defenders that could allow that they could be the defensive floor generals. And all AD could do was all AD needed to be was a rim protector. AD didn't have to be all switchable and all this, because with great perimeter defenders and other guys who were going to take on the role of being the defensive anchor, AD could just be the defensive anchor and rim protector. I mean, the rim protector. I mean, if you really think about it, was his primary role as a defender, rim protector. He wasn't a great anchor. And and we saw he wasn't a great anchor when those great perimeter defenders started to go away, and he had to be an anchor and really communicate with the other guards like Austin Reeves and D'Lo. He couldn't do it.
Hey, Lamont, he said he anchored a top defense in New Orleans. What year? Please tell me what year New Orleans on the top defenses. Please.
I'll drop the link to Brandon. I'll try to hope
he gonna cap. It's gonna be nothing but cap. I'm here listening because my heat whooping on the Hawks as we speak right now, ladies and gentlemen. Real basketball fans watch basketball.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna go on mute so I can hear Brandon Katz talk his bullshit because he don't know basketball.
So this is what it says right here. So it finally came up with a reasoning for it. It says clarification. It says Marz could have meant that this stat. Remember when he said guarded by matchup difficulty? He says Marz could have meant this stat, but that's not what he actually said or cited during the debate. He just said 98th percentile matchup difficulty without clarifying which version of the stat. And in most basketball analytics discussions, matchup difficulty alone refers to defensive assignments taken, not received. It says why this still undermines his argument. Even if he meant guarded by matchup difficulty, he still used it as a catch-all excuse for Donovan Mitchell. Offensive efficiency without isolating, or offensive inefficiency without isolating game, context, scheme, or actual performances. He ignored better, more relevant metrics like true shooting percentage, assist points created, on-off impact, and still contradicted himself by ignoring the same logic when talking about other players. For example, he did not consider guarded by difficulty when discussing Garland, Hakeem, Shaq, and as I even mentioned, Andre Roberson when he was talking about Andre Roberson and people just absolutely not guarding him. He only picked this guarded by matchup difficulty, weird analytic, just to formulate something weird that most people couldn't understand in this sense. That's why I say if you have a good metric, you're going to use it all the time. The reason why we know it's a trash metric to use, he only used it once and then he got away from it very quickly.
Well, he got away with it because he knew in his mind it was a trash take. He knew it was a trash arguing point. That's what I tried to say earlier, that he was using different stats like word salad to try to make sure to see that it sounds good. But if you actually do your research and see what it is, it doesn't make any level of sense. That's what he's good at. He's good at using metrics and different types of stats to try to make him sound like he's smart about it, but he's not really that at all.
And I'm gonna read this to you, Mahari. Tell me if you agree with this, because this was my thesis conclusion on Marz. Okay, so my conclusion after watching 3 debates of Marz, and I watched them all. My conclusion was this: Marz has developed a bad habit of using analytics as the entire argument instead of as support. In 3 debates, and more specifically the 2 final debates on the Player's Choice podcast, he flooded the conversation with stats like they were trump cards, like net rating 9 times, offensive rating 3 times, defensive rating 3 times, and even relative rating twice. And he didn't even remember that he used relative rating. Not once did he give meaningful context for any of those numbers. He treats high net rating like a mic drop, as if saying net rating +5, case closed. And the funny thing is he actually did that on Instagram in another debate. It's clipped on the Player's Choice podcast channel, where he says net rating +5, case closed. He said it in an actual debate, right? So we know he uses these things as like trump cards when he tries to say he doesn't. The problem is numbers without context mean nothing. Net rating is a useful stat only when you explain what's behind it, like who a player's teammates were or what the competition they faced is. But Marz rarely, if ever, did that. Instead of painting a full picture, he cherry-picked a stat and expected it to carry the whole debate. This is like quoting a movie on Rotten Tomatoes, or this is like quoting a movie's Rotten Tomatoes score without even having watched the film. It skips the substance. Marz, again, brandished 98th percentile rankings and raw rating differentials as if they were self-evident proof, when in reality, we all needed the who, when, and how behind those numbers. His approach turned potentially good data into meaningless noise. And that was one of my conclusions on him in his approach with all of these numbers. I just think he took a whole bunch of numbers that sounded good, threw as much of it into one debate as possible, and knew that in a 2-minute span, because you got to think, Mark, and it was a very good strategy because he knows in a 2-minute span, with 2 minutes on the clock, you don't have time to question what these numbers are and if they actually apply. You almost have to concede to the numbers just to get to your talking points. And so I think he brought out a whole bunch of crazy numbers that he know in a 2-minute window. The opponent could not really counter. You don't have time to go research or look it up or fact check anything. And I think he just has a good strategy. Muck up the debates with a whole bunch of misinformation that nobody can go research or understand, which is one of the reasons why he went to B-Ball Index, a paid analytical site to get information that he really knows. Well, nobody's going to go fact check
obscure information. Yeah, obscure information off obscure sites. Don't make no sense. Don't need that. You don't need none of that stuff. You don't need none of that stuff. That's crazy.
Well, here's the thing though. Like when I was listening to him, it was like, dude, you're throwing up statistics, but there's no context behind it. Like it's fine to use that as your talking point, but you have to put the when and how conversation into it to make sure that your argument makes sense. To me, it just didn't add up because when he was using the 98% percentile, like what? How does that even work? How does it even fit into his argument? Like, I don't know. I think a lot of times. Yeah, go ahead.
I think the funny thing is this. He got mad for us even questioning it, as if it's common knowledge to hear these things. You know,
right?
Like when we hear plus minus, that's more common in basketball talk. We kind of know what it means. We know when somebody's trying to finesse it and use it for like. You can't use a plus minus for a game in a GOAT debate because we know what it means. You can't finesse us with it. And so I just think he just misused it. Like he just takes these analytics and completely abuses them. And then you compound it. I think when you compound these analytics into a debate, it's because you don't have any substance to debate. You don't have a real subjective take to debate. You just want people to, and he knows, hey Johnny, that people can't debate the numbers. If you have a +7 net rating, how can I debate that?
How can I debate defensive matchup difficulty? I've never heard of it before. And then to say a 98th percentile. That means he didn't give you the actual stat that lets you know the defender that's sticking him. He's basically saying that whatever that stat is, it's in the 98th percentile. And I'm still trying to figure out what's the difficulty. How do you measure the difficulty? How do you know who's the tougher defender or not? Like how do we measure this? That's my point. That's why Jordan be telling them all the time over there that y'all be nerdifying basketball with these nonsense stats that are useless and vague as ever. Like it don't make no sense. All to prop up that you know basketball than anybody. That's the problem I be having, Lamont. You don't have to know basketball than nobody. We all know basketball here, but at least know the difference is that some people know how to talk it, some people don't. But don't be acting like you just smarter than everybody else. That annoys me.
Well, here's the thing though, Johnny. Like when you talk about that too, it's like, guys, you want to use analytics, but listen. Stop using analytics as your base to talk about basketball. Like sometimes analytics doesn't always give you the accurate depiction of how a game and how you evaluate basketball. A lot of times when I hear people trying to use analytics, it's like, bro, you don't even know what the stat line is. You don't even know what it's supposed to be used and what its purpose is. And when you do that, from my brain, I always look at you sideways, like, bro, you really don't know basketball when you talk.
What I wanted was I should have found a way to get Jordan up here, and I want to ask Jordan, what was going through your mind when you heard matchup difficulty, like in the middle of a live debate? How do you counter someone who brings up like such useless foreign information that he knows like no one will know, and then he gets up here and pretends as if we're the dumb ones for not knowing what it is. It's just like what I said.
No, he said matchup. That means who guards who, but you didn't say who guards who. The way you framed it was that Donovan Mitchell is the 98th percentile guarding somebody. That's what you framed it as. Which in my mind I was like, why is he? Why is he talking defense on offense? That's what I was thinking. The same thing you were saying. We're supposed to be talking offense. So again, it could have been like you said. There is a time constraint. Sometimes you don't get a chance to articulate yourself correctly because you have a lot you want to say. But that you could understand if a judge took your words wrong if you didn't state your argument correctly. You understand what I'm trying to say, Lamont? That's the point. Like you see what I'm trying to say, that's really it. So I mean, again, it's good that he got this because because eventually, like I tell you, these guys, when you're in your own space, you're in your own content creating world, and no one ever challenges you directly. Just like right now, Ox is upset. He don't want to take one for the team. Ox, you gotta take one for the team, bro. You're a part of the PC panel. You take one for the team.
Right.
If one of your peoples is getting called out and you feel like that represents you, then guess what it does? Because y'all all together in this. Y'all don't be checking Marz
they
enough.
don't check?
I mean, well, hold on, wait. I ain't gonna lie. Marz do be checking. I'm not gonna lie. Marz do be checking people on there. I'm sorry.
No, what I'm saying
Ox.
is
Ox does check people on there. Ox does.
No, what I'm
Ox
saying
has
is
his own mind. He has his own mind intake. That I ain't gonna take that away from Ox.
This is what's happened over there. They've allowed Marz to become the aficionado or like the end all. Like, so if they don't know an analytic or stat, if Marz says it's an analytic or stat, then is God. If Marz makes this particular argument, then that's what we got to rock with.
He's the face of PC. Like I'm the face of Jones Kingdom. That's fine. Yeah.
Right. All right. Hold on.
Hold on, Brandon. Before you start, let me ask you, Brandon. Hold on, Brandon. Do you know what? Have you?
The Lakers are not better defensively without AD.
Hold on, Brandon.
There goes this motherfucker again.
Hold on. Brandon, just before you go into your Laker diatribe, have you, and I know you do your research, Brandon, and you cook on a lot of different stuff. Have you ever seen this matchup difficulty rating and then the guarded by matchup difficulty rating? And have you ever used it in a debate to kind of prove your case in anything? Maybe we're just the dumb ones. Maybe we just
I don't use that data. I do you the way I break down. I'm an old school guy. The way I break down basketball, I watch the tape, I look at the matchups, and when I see something on tape or film that the numbers, the analytics show, I'll use an analytic in a debate, but I never lead with analytics. I always talk the game, and then I'll cite numbers that show my argument. I think that, and this is why Jokic keeps winning MVPs. Jokic is a great offensive player, but it's an absolute fucking embarrassment that Jokic is getting MVP votes this year because Denver is the 23rd defense, primarily because Jokic cannot protect the paint, and Denver doesn't have any POA this year with Bruce Brown and KCP gone. I mean, Shea has been far better than Jokic this year because Shea is a two-way player, but people are going to use advanced analytics and they're going to talk about all of Jokic's offensive stats, his per, his win shares, his VORP. But the reason why Jokic looks so good in all these advanced offensive stats is because Denver has no bench. Shea's a two-way player. Shea's plus minus is 400 points better than Jokic's this year because Shea's a two-way player. The four starters Shea has played with are not as good as the four starters Jokic has played with most of the year. Chet's missed almost 70% of the season, and Shea's plus minus, as I said, it's still 400 points better than Jokic's. And so people usually pick and choose which analytics they want to use depending on their argument. If you don't make an argument first, if you're leading with analytics, it's usually because you can't make an argument.
And I'm gonna let you cook on the Lakers topic you was wanting to talk about, but what you just said is what the whole point I was trying to make when I was listening to Marz's debates. He led with analytics, especially in the Coach of the Year when you got like so many things as to why you can say the OKC coach is the Coach of the Year. But the first thing that you do is you hit us with, oh, he's Coach of the Year because of the net rating. He's Coach of the Year because of the defensive rating. I don't think that's why he's Coach of the Year. I think there are much better actual real reasons embedded in basketball as to why he's Coach of the Year. And then you can use the net rating, the defensive rating, to substantiate your points and make it stronger. And that's where I think Marz missed the beat, was he just told us the net ratings and said, this is why he's Coach of the Year, but we have no real reasons as to why he's Coach of the Year. And I think that's why the other guys' talking points on Coach of the Year just hit home better, because he talked about the chemistry that they've been able to build. He talked about how he uplifted role guys who we never thought could be good in this league, and now they're vital role players. So again, one of the few times I definitely agree with you, Brandon. That logic right there, the approach to how you actually have to create and formulate a debate, that is 100%. I agree with that. And I don't think any of us would disagree with that. We all debate and argue a million different things. I think we all agree with the fact that you have to start with an actual argument, and the analytics are only there to support it. You cannot throw analytics out there and act like that is the trump card for anything.
Yeah. So Johnny's doing what he always does. He's trying to shit on Anthony Davis and
wait. I missed the last couple of minutes. Why are you talking about me? The hell are you talking about me for?
I'm going now.
Well, he
You
literally
said your
just started.
thing.
He literally just
You're
started.
not gonna
Oh,
meet
okay.
me,
I just wanted to make sure
I'm
because you
going now.
mentioned my name for no reason.
You can go when I'm done. Shut the fuck up. Anyways,
Oh,
I'm saying
language,
this is what
Brandon.
a
Come on,
Johnny.
man.
This is what the LeBron sexuals do. They shit on all of LeBron's teammates and they act like LeBron didn't have any help. The reality is Michael Jordan never played with any player close to as good as prime Anthony
That's
Davis.
the Brandon Cast
or
we know.
prime Brandon- Yo, I did not interrupt you, so let me finish. So let me destroy this. And I've heard this multiple times from these different, usually clown-ass Laker fans like a Johnny, saying that Anthony Davis was the problem defensively.
Can you be brief though, Brandon? You got to be brief. Got to be brief.
LeBron James has done the same thing every year for 3 years. He does not play hard the first half of the season. He doesn't defend the first half of the season. He doesn't play hard the first half of the season. He doesn't even play a lot of games usually the first half of the season. And LeBron James is the leader of the Lakers. The NBA is a players league. It is not a coaching league. It is a players league. And that's why when your best player doesn't play any defense, the way Damian Lillard doesn't play any defense, the way Nikola Jokic hasn't played defense this year, most years, if your best player is not giving consistent effort defensively, you won't have the right culture. You won't be a good defense. So in 2023, the Lakers were a horrible defense the first half of the year, and then they made a trade. The Lakers with Darvin Ham, who Lakers fans love to shit on, even though he made the Lakers a top defense with fucking D'Angelo Russell and Austin Reeves on the court. In 2023, the Lakers got to the conference finals. They did not have any POA. They had D'Angelo Russell, one of the worst defenders in the league, and they had Austin Reeves, who's a net negative defender. Anthony Davis anchored in the playoffs. One of the Lakers defense to the 2023 playoffs was the best defense in the playoffs that year. The Lakers beat the Warriors in the second round, one of the best offensive teams in the NBA, and the Lakers had no POA. The entire Laker defensive strategy in 2023 against the Warriors was to run Clay and Steph off the three-point line and funnel everything to AD. And even with shit perimeter defenders, as I mentioned before, like Russell and Reeves, AD was such a good help defender, roamer, and rim protector that the Lakers shut down one of the best offenses in the league, and they got to the conference finals with no perimeter defenders. LeBron does not play defense the first half of the season. So here's what really happened this year. When Anthony Davis got traded, LeBron James suddenly started playing defense, and LeBron is the leader of the Lakers. So when LeBron started playing defense, the rest of the team started playing defense as well. But the Lakers roster also changed because when the Lakers first traded for Luka, Luka wasn't playing. So when the Lakers, and people forget this is why the Johnny's take is so dumb. When the Lakers first traded for Luka, Luka wasn't playing. So LeBron stepped up his defensive effort because he knew he didn't have a rim protector behind him. But the Lakers were now playing DFS, and they were playing Vanderbilt, two good perimeter defenders.
Brandon,
now the Lakers,
I'm
going to finish right here in 15 seconds.
No, but the problem is,
Lakers,
hold on, Brandon. Only problem is this. You're spanning across so many points as opposed to stopping and allowing us to kind of interject that by the time you let me or Johnny talk, we have to now cover 15 different points because you've talked about literally seven different subjects, and from 2023 to 2020 to LeBron as a defender and all this.
I'll do what I want. I'm going to finish here. I'm going to stick to this season. I'm going to stick to this year and finish here. Okay.
But you've
I'll
already,
do what I
you've
want,
already
but
done it.
Okay, here's my point. Okay, the Lakers
are
not.
Let's just do this. Let's do this because Brandon, you can't do what you want, man. I mean, Lakers
are not a good defensive team.
Hold on. I just want a dialogue, Brandon, because I think it's better when you allow dialogue and either me or Johnny or Mahari can go back at some of your talk, because I think you said a lot of stuff that I think, so one of the points. So, for example, because if we're going to get too far removed for it, if I let you keep going, you talked about LeBron as the leader needing to play defense. You even said something before. You talked about Damian Lillard as the best player and not being a great defender. One, when did Damian Lillard become the best player on the Bucks? And two,
no, I'm talking
throughout
NBA.
Hold on 1 second. And two, haven't we seen throughout NBA history the best player or leader on the team isn't always the anchor, which I think Johnny's main point. He never said that AD was not a good rim protector. He never said that AD wasn't a good roamer. All these attributes that you are. Hold on 1 second. No, he didn't. Hold on. all of the attributes that you said AD is great defensively, I think we all agree that he's great at defensively. Hey, Johnny's biggest talking point about Anthony Davis as a defender is that he's saying he's not a good anchor. So when we talk about anchor, we're talking about the Draymonds, guys that can literally front line and man your whole defense. You need to be here. You need to be here. On this pick and roll, this is what we're doing here, right? You know, on top of your own individual duties, which AD by himself was elite at his own individual duties for most times. But when it comes to we need you to be the anchor. So, for example, Steph Curry's the best player on the Warriors, but Draymond's the anchor, right? When you go to the Memphis team, Ja Morant's the best player, but Jaren Jackson's going to be your anchor. When the Miami Heat had the Miami Heat, Bam Adebayo is going to be your anchor. You know, your anchor is not always your leader or best player. Those roles are very.
You're missing what I'm saying. You're missing what I'm saying.
The reason why I might have
hold on. Let me. Hold on. I want to clarify what I'm saying.
You got to let me finish, though, Brandon. You got to let me finish. So all I'm saying is, I think
we're talking past.
I think you have to stop being so hell bent on wanting to blame LeBron for something. I mean, because we always say context applies, and if you're going to say, well, LeBron James,
the context is he doesn't try the first.
Hold on 1 second, my Brandon. Hold on. We didn't talk when you were talking, Brandon. So the context here is, if you're going to say that LeBron James wasn't playing that great of defense early in the year, well, the context is that he's 40, he's older, right? And one of the things that I even said I was talking, I forgot who I was talking to early in the year was, I said for the Lakers to have any success this year, they have to find a way to save LeBron's legs for the end of the year, whether it's making them do less on the offensive end, allowing them to do less on the defensive end. I said, whatever they do, they have to make sure that at the end of the year, and this is when they had AD, they have to make sure that they got 100% prime optimal LeBron ready to go, and he isn't burnt down from having to carry this Laker through a 82-game regular season. And that's when you would need to rely on AD to be that other guy. And I think one of the reasons why the Lakers are so quick to make that trade, yes, obviously is Luka, but you're bringing in a guy that instantly gives LeBron that rest that he needs, as opposed to AD, who needs LeBron to be efficient on the offensive end. He needs LeBron, right, in so many facets that LeBron can never rest. This is why LeBron would always get gassed against Denver Nuggets.
That's not true. AD was better in New Orleans than LA offensively.
No,
but
the problem. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. But you talking about New Orleans is apples and oranges. We're just talking about with the Lakers. What we've seen with the Lakers, and we've even seen it in the two examples that we have in the playoffs with Denver.
The Lakers have a better record when.
Hold on 1 second. Wait, what we've seen against Denver is LeBron has been burnt out by the time he gets to the Denver Nuggets. He has been asked to do too much at his advanced age, and at this advanced age, you would
Denver in the first round.
Hold on. You would hope that they could lean on AD to be that guy, but because AD is heavily reliant on playmakers to get him the ball, he cannot create his own shot. He is, there's so much you have to do to cater to him defensively. He was in drop coverage so much that was making the other four guys around him do too much work, like LeBron, like Reeves, like D'Lo. And they were having to do too much because AD was sitting in the middle and drop. And so, again, I'm not saying you're wrong, Brandon. I'm saying that there's always context to some of the points that you're pointing out. And I don't think it's a bad thing. And you said LeBron has not been playing games. For the last time I checked, before going into the trade, LeBron had basically played almost every game this season. And he went into the season saying that he wanted to play all 82 games, and people shit on him for saying that. They said, LeBron's trying to get all the shine. So at the end of the day, there's no win or lose for LeBron. He can try to go play all 82 games. It sounds like people are going to have something to cry and complain about. If he gets injured, they're going to cry and complain about something, right? And if they trade AD, well, they're going to find a reason to blame him for AD getting traded. And you're not putting any responsibility on AD.
Okay, but
to be great.
Here's the thing. Right. No, I got what you said, but a couple things. So first of all, you missed my point, which is what I'm saying is that LeBron's the leader of the team. LeBron has always been the leader of the team. LeBron was the leader his first year in LA. LeBron's the leader now.
But he's been
So
leading.
hold on. I didn't get my point out. So when you say LeBron's playing all these games, first, LeBron has not been playing more than 65 games most of
How
the
many
last
games has he
6
played
years.
this year? How many
No,
games has he played
has
this year?
He has this year. But you're
So we're
missing
talking
my
about
point.
leading this year because I already
No, you're-
criticized
hold
his
on,
leadership
hold on.
last
You're
year.
missing my point.
I criticized his
What I'm
leadership
saying-
last year.
What I'm
Talk
saying-
about
what
this
I'm
year.
saying. What you're missing my point. What I am saying is that even though LeBron's playing this year, he doesn't give consistent effort the first half
Stop
of the
lying.
year.
The past 2 seasons, he's played 70
And
games.
that's
Stop
why-
lying.
That's why the Lakers don't play defense the first half of the year. LeBron doesn't give any consistent effort.
No,
He's on the
but the
court,
problem.
but he's not trying
but
hard.
hold
And
on,
LeBron's the
Brandon.
leader. He sets the tone. He
Hold on,
establishes
but
the
Lamont, can I get my one take in? I just want to say
You're
one
lying.
thing. Can I say one thing, Lamont,
You're
please?
lying.
Hold on. Let
And
me
the
say one
Lakers
thing
got
real quick.
cooked by goals.
Hold on. We'll go to A. Johnny. The one thing you're not incorporating into this is
The Lakers have been cooked by every good offense they faced the last month.
one thing, because now you're starting to debate like Marsh. The one thing you're not incorporating into this is one, you are putting the entire load of the defense being good or bad on LeBron James's effort.
No, I didn't say that.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. You just said it. And because when we looked at this Laker defense, especially when Darvin Ham was the head coach, schematically, there were a whole bunch of things that were just schematically flawed with their approach to defense. And then even this year with AD being in drop coverage, I mean, schematically, there just were a lot of things that essentially gassed out all the guys around them. So, you know, and you are right.
The Lakers are still playing drop with Jackson Hayes.
Hold on 1 second. What I'm saying is, no, they're not. They are not stuck in drop with Jackson Hayes. That is not true. We've already done the film on that. Jackson Hayes is getting up.
Sometimes
he's
they
hedging
are,
screens.
and that's not true.
Hold on. We are no. Hold on. If the scouting report calls for it because the guard coming off is not a shooter, yes.
What scouting report is Brandon has available for us to see?
No, I need to know what game because the last film we did, Jackson Hayes was getting up, hedging screens. He was switching. He was guarding guards on the perimeter. He was not sitting in drop from what we've seen. And Vandy was not doing that. Rui was not doing that. It was one of the reasons why they decimated the Denver Nuggets when they played them is because they were leaning bodies on Jokic the whole time. They were guarding them full court with Rui, Vando, and DFS, right? They were switching everything heavy. They were trapping them. They were causing all types of havoc, doing so many things defensively that they could not do with AD on the floor. That's just
so it's matchup specific. But wait, hold on. We're talking past each other. What I am saying is that and Steph Curry is not a good defensive player, but Steph Curry gives effort every single time. And so when your best player, and Lamont, you're the one.
That is
Lamont,
not true.
You are the one. Hold on. Lamont, you
Steph
are the
does not
one.
give
You are
effort
the
every
one.
time.
Lamont, you are the one. You're the one last year. Lamont, you're the one last year who made a video saying it was stupid for Lakers fans to blame Austin Reeves when the Lakers weren't a good defense last year. And you specifically cited the fact that LeBron was playing shit defense most of the first half of last year. And so my point is when the leader of your team, I'm talking about effort. I'm not asking LeBron to be an anchor. He's older. What I'm saying is when the leader of your team gives no consistent effort defensively.
That is not true. LeBron has been consistent this year.
And LeBron doesn't care about playing defense the first half of the year. You're not going to have the culture you need to be a good defensive team.
Brandon, this is where we disagree. This year, it's been less for me to criticize about LeBron because I've watched a ton of Laker games more than I normally
play
would
good
ever.
defense the
Hold on,
first
let
half
me
of the
finish.
year?
No, what I'm saying is this. Hold on. What I'm saying is this.
Answer the question.
Listen to what I'm about to tell you. So schematically,
you don't want to answer because the answer is no.
Hold on, Brandon. Like this. Listen to what I'm saying. This season for the Lakers has been like 2 seasons in one because they are completely
it's the same
different
since
teams.
every year with the Lakers.
Hold on. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. So you
LeBron does not try the first half of the year.
Hold on, Brandon. Listen. When you look at the Lakers before the trade. Because AD, or I don't even want to blame AD. I can blame coaching. It could be a number of different things. But for whatever reason, they started the year off and they kept AD in drop coverage. And when not just me, but Johnny went to the video, we all exposed on the video why you cannot defend out of drop coverage with this Laker team. One,
Right, but you're
LeBron is
critiquing
not.
the coach, not AD.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying, Brandon. No, I'm saying
you're critiquing the coach, not
Brandon.
AD.
Hold on, Brandon. You got to hold on, because
That's a coaching decision.
No, what I'm saying is, I said was I don't know why they stay in drop coverage. It makes one, LeBron look bad, and secondly asking him to do too much on defense when you're already asking him to be the facilitator and everything, and to all be everything on offense. So you're asking him to be 100% on offense, and then on defensively, AD is the only one that gets to rest and drop coverage, while you have LeBron, Reeves, D'Lo, and everybody else scrambling around trying to guard the best guards in the league because AD wants to sit and drop coverage. So when I say no, that's just what's happening. So I say there's like 2 seasons in one because
AD's cleaning up for all these shit defenders.
Hold on one second, Brandon. When AD gets traded, the first thing that we see happen is it's almost as if JJ Redick is like, thank you. Now we can open up our full defensive playbook, and we don't have to gas our guys out with. Hold on. So and what we have seen is the Lakers now defend better as a team without putting all, because the crazy thing about what you said, Brandon, is this: Bron hasn't really improved defensively post the AD trade. He's still the same defender. That's a
total lie.
Hold on. No, but the one thing about great team defense is that when you play great team defense and all 5 guys are guarding, and you're not putting the onus of responsibility on 4 guys or 2 guys to do all the defending, it makes all 5 guys look better. So what you're seeing by default is not a better defensive LeBron James. You're just looking at a better overall 5-man team defensive scheme that just naturally makes everybody look better. A great defense will, like, for example, and the year that the Warriors won the championship.
I got your point.
Hold on, one point. The year that the Warriors won the championship, Draymond Green, before he got hurt, was probably on track to win Defensive Player of the Year. A great defense. They had Gary Payton. Wiggins was playing at an all-time high. I'm talking about elite defense. You know what was also elite? If you look at the numbers, Steph Curry's defensive rating. Now, we got to ask ourselves, did Steph Curry?
That's a team stat.
Hold on, Steph Curry. No, Steph Curry's individual defensive rating was like top 10 for the longest time that year. And he didn't finish this year that way. But so one thing we got to say is, did Steph Curry just magically get better as a defender that year? Or did, as a 5-man unit, did they just become more elite as a defense? Because no one's going to ever, no matter what Steph Curry's defensive rating is as an individual defender, no one's ever going to look at him as a great individual defender. But what made his numbers and what made him look better defensively was the fact that the 5-man unit was elite defensively. And a great 5-man unit defensively can even make Austin Reeves look good defensively. A great 5-man unit made D'Lo look better defensively. The time before Vandy got hurt.
I got it. My point.
I think your flaw is that you are putting the responsibility of being a good defense on one player. And if you are putting the responsibility of one player to make your defense good or bad, then you're looking at an already bad defense, because that's just not how defense works.
That's not what I'm doing.
Lamont, I can show you how much of a lie Brandon is. I can show you how much of a lie he is, and with one line. Yo,
Lamont was talking to me, so I'm going to respond. Okay. What I'm saying, I don't expect LeBron to be an anchor. He's 40 years old. I don't expect LeBron to play elite defense. I don't even expect LeBron to play more than 65 games. What I'm saying is, when a player is the leader of the team, you have to give consistent effort. You have to show up in practice.
He has been giving consistent effort this year.
Lamont, I did not interrupt you. Okay.
But hold on,
what I'm saying is, Lamont, hold on. I did not interrupt you.
I got to let Johnny go because I got to end this. Hold on. I'm sorry, Brandon. Hold on, Brandon. I'm going to come right back to you. I got to hear.
You're just muting me every time.
I'm going to come right back. Hold on, Brandon. I'm going to come right back to you because let me get Johnny, and then I'm coming right back to you because I got to shut this down. So go ahead.
All Johnny does is lie about LeBron.
Listen. Here we go. He brought up LeBron, right? He said LeBron is the leader, which means LeBron is better than Anthony Davis.
LeBron does the same thing every year. He plays no defense the first half of the year, then he steps it up the second half of the season. You're falling for LeBron's.
Go ahead, Johnny. Go ahead.
Okay, so with that being said, him stating that would mean that the Lakers having a top 10 defense since Anthony Davis was traded is predicated on the fact that LeBron James led them to being the 8th best defense since Anthony Davis was
they
no
had
longer.
DFS and Vanderbilt after then. It's a totally different roster.
Oh, so when they do good, it's not LeBron.
So it's not exactly. So it's not LeBron. And then to add on that, just to add on that, they had Rui. They added Rui and they added Rui. They added Rui. He's not gonna let me speak, Brandon. Brandon's not gonna let me speak. Listen, they added Rui and Vando in 2003 just to have the 8th ranked defense in the playoffs. That was just in the playoffs, y'all. Now let's not mention what they had for the season, because again, they still had a horrible defense in 2023 in the entire NBA season. I think they were 22nd or 20th that year. But again, since Anthony Davis is no longer on the Lakers, they are top 10 defense. They were 8th since January 29th. That's Anthony Davis. Last time he played with the Lakers, he ain't played no game before that or after that. So that means LeBron James led them to a top 10 defense as an anchor, which he said LeBron James he didn't even think could do that, and LeBron James did do that. And the Lakers are top 10 right now in defense at the end of the NBA season, ladies and gentlemen. That's with the same Austin Reeves, and no one's going to sit here and say D'Angelo Russell is a worse defender than Luka Doncic. So with Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves as your backcourt and point of attack defenders, which is a horrible, silly YouTube nonsense logic just as much as gravity. And with that being said, the Lakers defense is better as a team due to the fact that they can actually do things defensively, schematically, that they could not do with Anthony Davis because he was a defensive liability.
Okay, so a couple things, because he's just speaking bullshit. The Lakers have had 3 different rosters this year. They haven't had 2. At the beginning of the year, when AD was on the team, the Lakers had Austin Reeves.
When the Lakers had Anthony Davis at the end of January, they had the 16th ranked defense, sir. They were ranked 16th in the NBA. That's middle of the pack. Continue.
Okay, don't kick me off, you fucking clown. You can't debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, y'all see that. We let him speak. And it's not my fault. But again, Lamont, this is your channel. I will let him back up. But again, he got cooked very easily because he lied. LeBron James is why the Lakers have a top 10 defense by Brandon standards, because he's the leader.
Here's the only
question. Wait, hold on. I haven't. I'm getting muted and kicked every. This is lame. Here's my point. My point is that Johnny, as usual, is lying. The Lakers do not have a good defense right now. Golden State obliterated the Laker defense when they played him. Every good offense, Memphis obliterated the Lakers defense. When Oklahoma City played the Lakers, they scored 126. When the Pelicans scored them, they scored almost 110. The Chicago Bulls dropped 117. Indiana dropped 119. After AD was traded, the Lakers had a very easy schedule. And so when the Lakers played 3 different rosters this year, at the beginning of the year, it was AD, LeBron, and the roster the Lakers had to start. When the Lakers only defended well for 3 weeks. When the Lakers were defending well, they were playing DFS and Vanderbilt, but Luka wasn't on the floor. Now that Luka's on the floor,
Vando didn't get there until February. Rui was hurt. Why are you lying? DFS got there at the end of December. He got there December 31st. You're a liar.
When the Lakers played Golden State, they got obliterated. They got obliterated by the Warriors defensively.
But here's the problem, Brandon.
But what did they do against Denver? What did they do against OKC? What did they do against Boston? What did they do against the New York Knicks? Wait, stop bringing up bullcrap, man. Stop lying. What did they do to Houston? Huh? What did they do to Houston? A number 2 seed. Huh? What did they do to that team? Huh? Yeah, they played great defense. They've had one of the best defenses in basketball since Anthony Davis has been in Dallas. Stop lying. You're a liar. You have no numbers. You have no facts. No nothing.
The Knicks not have Karl Anthony Towns when they played him. That game means nothing. The Lakers got destroyed by Golden State. They got destroyed by Oklahoma City. They got destroyed by Memphis. And again, when you say they were the 8th-ranked defense,
Hold on, Brandon. So we can kind of conclude on this. Hold on, Brandon. My question to you would be, just to simplify it. I know you could go on all day about this. To simplify, Brandon, my only question would be, since the AD trade,
it's a different roster. Completely.
Statistically, have the Lakers been a better defense?
They have better perimeter defenders like DFS.
Okay, hold on. Listen, hold on, Brandon. I didn't ask you that. And what I'm saying is, since the AD trade, and to be honest, if you're being honest, the personnel is not significantly different with AD gone. It's just
it
AD
is significantly
gone.
Different.
Because the only thing that's changed is
DFS is playing significant minutes. That's a lie.
Okay, hold on. No, the only thing that has changed is you insert Luka, who is probably one of the worst individual defenders, and you remove AD, who is so-called one of the best rim protectors. Hold on. So what I'm saying is this.
Lamont, you take 2 bench players, they equal Anthony Davis elite defense.
Yeah, and that's why. And except the Lakers haven't won anything.
Or a better question would be, since the AD trade, have the Lakers had far better defensive performances than bad?
They have different players. They have DFS. They got Vanderbilt back from injury.
I know that they have different players. I know. Since the trade, have the Lakers had more good defensive performances than bad?
They have a different roster, so that means nothing. But of course they have.
No, I know it don't mean nothing, but yes or no? Because the only thing that's changed is
it's a totally different roster.
No, it's not a totally different roster. It's just not.
It is. What you're saying is not true.
Because the funny thing about it is, because according to Yao, the defense was supposed to fall into the garbage can because Luka was a horrible defender, while AD was this all-world defender. But the complete opposite happened. Luka gets inserted in, and all of a sudden, defensively, now they're holding teams to under 100 points multiple times. They stifling teams that nobody thought they could stifle. Hey, hold on, because you talked about losing to OKC, but you conveniently didn't talk about the first game where they completely shit on OKC, and in the second game, OKC literally only won because Luka gets ejected, and obviously it turned into a barn burner because obviously
OKC scored 126 points.
Hold on, listen to what I'm saying. The second game, I think we all could predict that second game was going to be a barn burner, higher scoring because of the familiarity. They had just played one another. But even in that particular game, OKC had a humongous lead. You know how, even with a big lead, how do you come back from a big lead? Well, the Lakers not only came back, but they took the lead because they played defense. And they only lost that game because Luka got ejected.
Okay.
No.
Lamont,
hold on. You can only come back if you stop the other team from scoring. If they're scoring with you, then you're never going to come back. So come back more than score. So
Lamont.
Hold on one second, because I got to end this. All I'm saying is comebacks can only happen if you defend. I think you're just not being honest with yourself. If now we have, because remember, Johnny, everybody was telling you early on.
The Warriors obliterated the Laker defense.
He was saying I know one loss doesn't dictate who you are as a defense, right? OKC is a good defense. One loss, and they've had some bad losses this year. It does not dictate who they are as a defense. They're still a good defense. Boston's a good defense. Cleveland's a good defense, even though they've taken some bad losses. Of course, I can go nitpick and handpick their worst losses and say, oh, they might be a bad defense, but that's not indicative of who they are. That's why we're looking at the full sample size. And I'm saying the full sample size is the Lakers have shown that they can be a much better defense than many people anticipated. Most people anticipated that this would not work because they could not defend and teams would run rampant on them. We've seen the opposite. We've seen the Lakers way more times than we saw when AD was there hold teams to under 100 points, control the pace of the game, right? Dictate things on defense like they completely dictated Nikola Jokic essentially to his worst performance of the year. Who would have thought that the Lakers would be responsible for Nikola Jokic, a guy who's dropping 60-point triple-doubles on teams? They would be responsible for him having his worst offensive performance of the year. Nobody thought
Facts.
the Lakers could do the things that the Lakers did. And at the end of the day,
Oh, don't say nobody. Don't say nobody.
No, and I'm not saying you. What I'm
okay. I just want to make sure.
They even surprised me with how good they could be defensively, just as a 5-man unit. And this is what everybody remember the locker room. He's talking about Austin Reeves. He can't defend. They're talking about Luka. He can't defend. They even at the time they were killing Gabe Vincent. But what we see when this team gels together and they have a defensive scheme that actually works, and you don't have somebody consistently going in the drop, allowing guards to attack the middle of the floor, that scheme more often than not has been successful and is one of the reasons why they went up in defensive rating as opposed to go down like many people thought they would. So I don't know. And I think, Brandon, your talking point on saying that LeBron's not been playing with energy this year, I can't say that this year. LeBron been playing like a madman this year. And he's been playing with more energy than a lot of the younger players, right? I mean, he's playing with so much energy that really the only thing the haters can say right now is what type of steroid is he using, right? Because we've never seen nothing like this before. So that's really, so I this year, I can't say nothing about his effort and energy. It's been there. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him doing what he was doing last year, which is stand in the backcourt talking to refs, making his team play 4-on-5. I haven't seen that this year. I've been seeing more of him sprinting back, sprinting up the court in transition, playing without the ball. A lot of you guys said he couldn't play without the ball. All we've seen with him with Luka is be elite without the ball. Everything y'all said this Laker team couldn't do without AD, they have not only done it, they have exceeded those expectations by miles. And the fact that y'all pointing to like, oh, they lost this game. Well, it's funny how y'all talk about the few losses, but they had some really, really good wins too. The Houston win, the OKC win, the Denver win, right?
And how about the game?
They also beat. I mean, it's just funny how y'all just look over the good, focus on the bad when the good outweighs the bad. It'd be different if they had a losing record and the bad outweighed the good. The good outweighs the bad.
Hey, Lamont, I got to make one quick point, though, because I think, and also Brandon left this out. Remember, in the OKC victory, remember, SCJ had no free throw attempts. No free throw attempts. It was probably the first game in about 200, how many plus games with free throw attempts? No free throw attempts, which means that's elite defense. Because here's the thing. When AD was on the team, they was basically so gassed out on the defensive end that SCJ was able to get so many free throws whenever he wanted to. But in that game, they were able to basically not bite on his fakes. They were able to move their feet defensively, laterally. And he was able to still score his points, but they didn't put him to the free throw line. That's excellent defense.
I don't know, man. I think there's a time and place to pile on LeBron. I don't think this year's a good year to really go at LeBron. This is the wrong year.
Okay, but hold on.
LeBron been playing like a madman this year.
Hold on. Okay, but my point is LeBron has played much better defense the second half of the year than the first half, and you're not going to argue that point. 80, hold on, I let you go. 80 anchored a top defense in the playoffs in 2023, the second half of the season in 2023. AD anchored the best defense in the NBA in 2020.
Wasn't the anchor?
AD is absolutely capable of anchoring elite defenses. He's literally
no,
done
he's
it.
not, man. Stop it, man. 15 games don't make you anchor. 15 games don't make you anchor no defense. Get the hell out of here with that. 15 games don't work that. Get the hell out of here with that nonsense. Comparing it to only 16 teams. Like, get the hell out of here with that lie, man. Come on, man. They were 8th and they were still middle of the pack. Imagine that. Lamont. He says he's anchoring a top defense when there's only 16 teams in the playoffs and they were 8th. How are you anchoring a top defense there? That's a lie. That's what I'm saying. That's why you're lying. That's a lie. If they're 8th out of 16 teams, Lamont, what does that mean?
That's middle of the pack average.
Thank you. That's not elite.
No.
Continue.
No, the Lakers were an elite defense in the 2023.
They can't be elite if they're 8th. If they're 8th, they're not elite. Stop lying. Stop lying to the people. You can't finish when you get exposed by the exposer. You just get exposed. You can yell and scream all you want to, but you're going to get exposed. Coming up here challenging me all the time. I keep telling you this. It's GOAT James Kingdom, and you can't come up here with your nonsense. You zesty Jeffries get it all the time when it comes to GOAT James Kingdom. Hey, Johnny the Exposer does not play around with Wall Street Brandon. You will go bankrupt today. Sir, put it on the line, sir, and you're not going to defeat me in any debate. The Lakers are elite defensively because Brandon said said LeBron's their anchor. That's what Brandon said. So don't come over here crying and screaming and yelling about LeBron James because he's better than Michael Jordan at 40. He's better than Michael Jordan at 30. He's better than Michael Jordan at 20. Those are facts.
Basketball. Okay. The reason Denver's defense in the playoffs ranked average is because they played an all-time great Denver offense in the conference finals. The Lakers defended at an elite level against Memphis.
So, all these offensive teams, wait. When they face an offensive team that outscores them this year, it's because of whack defense. They face a great offensive team in the playoffs. It's, they're facing a great offensive team. Stop coming on FYF with your nonsense and zesty Jeffrey logic because you will get exposed by the exposer. If not, Lamont will give you a max ether.
Again, AD has anchored a top defense in 2023. He anchored an elite defense in 2020. And Lamont
top 10 in the playoffs is not good. You got to say top 5. You can't say in the playoffs. Were they top 5 in the playoffs? Were they top 5 in the playoffs? Yes or no? Were they top 5 in the playoffs in 2023? Yes or no, sir? Answer that question.
Adjusted for the
adjusted nothing. Here we go. Adjusted. That doesn't mean nothing. Here we go again. More zesty, Jeffrey, obscure, vague nonsense. Lies. Hit the link, Herm. He needs your help, Herm. He needs your help, Herm. Herm, he needs your help. He's going to tell us. He's going to tell us that a guy in Vando and Dorian Finney-Smith who come off the bench players, 2 bench players equate to Anthony Davis' elite defensive presence for the Lakers. So that means he was a liability. If I can just go get 2 random dudes, one who was hurt for 2 years, right? One who was hurt for 2 years, right? One who was hurt for 2 years. One who was hurt for 2 years. Then come bring a guy that nobody ever thought was a good player that's been a hop-around guy for the last 3-4 years on other teams, and that's going to make the defense better. But for Anthony Davis, yes. Bye, Anthony Davis.
Okay, were the Lakers a good defense before they got AD? Yes or no?
What you mean before they got AD? They didn't have LeBron.
Were the Lakers
of course not.
a good defensive team before they acquired Anthony Davis in a trade? Yes or no?
But they were good.
Yeah, it's fucking quiet.
They had LeBron. They had
LeBron.
LeBron. What are you talking about? They were good. Are you talking about 2019?
When they had Lonzo Ball in them?
Yeah, you talking about 2019.
They were not a good defense. And again, Anthony Davis anchored a top defense in 2023 and 2020. The other thing is, and
the 2019 again, the 2019 Pelicans horrible defense. 2018 Pelicans horrible defense. 2017 Pelicans mediocre defense. Anthony Davis never anchored no top defense. Get out of here with that, Brandon. Shut up.
No, Anthony Davis anchored a top 10 defense in New Orleans. 2016 to 2017, you got caught lying again.
Lies. They were 17th in defense. They were 17th. Lies. Oh, we got Willie. Hey, Lamont, you got Willie. Lamont, you got Willie in the building, Willie. You got Willie, Lamont. You got Willie, Lamont. You got Willie, Lamont. He's here. He finally hit the link, Lamont. There you go.
Why are you in the dark, man?
Don't worry about all that. Talk basketball. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I don't need you to go off topic. I don't need you to say, oh, you doing this. No, stay on the point, nigga. Try me. Try a real one. Try a real Jordan fan. What you got? Try me.
What you want to talk about?
What you want to talk about? Oh.
What's on your mind, sir?
I hear you lying so much. Oh, Jordan failed in this. Give me a series. Give me a series. No, give me a complete series. Jordan choked. A whole series. Let's start here.
Let's start 1988.
Hold on.
No.
1988.
No, Willie, you asked me to give you a whole series. Hold on, Willie.
Because if you give me one, I'm going to give you 5.
Willie, so here's the thing with me. Because you haven't really debated me that much. You haven't talked with me that much.
I never. But you can't fuck with me.
Hold on, Willie. I know, Willie. I got you. Willie. I don't believe in and again, this might be a debate for someone else. I don't believe in choking. The term and the definition.
You don't believe in choking.
Hold on, Willie. Willie, hold on. I don't believe in choking in the way you guys define it. So, for example, in the instances that some people might be saying Jordan choked, that's not my definition of choking. But the problem is I don't just apply this to Jordan. I apply it to LeBron. I apply it to Bird. I apply it to Magic. And I tell people, yes, you win and lose games, right? Sometimes you make the shot, you miss the shot. Shooting a shot and missing a shot is not choking. It's just missing a shot. And my definition of choking is, for example, the Tragic Johnson moment, when you forget time and score and you dribble a shot clock out. The J.R. Smith moment, when you forget about the score and you dribble the ball out and you do something that's not basketball related that costs your team the game. But if you take a shot and miss it, that's not choking. That's just taking the shot.
Or the Chris Webber timeout.
Yeah, but and even then, once you dig into that, a lot of people say that that was more so the bench's fault, not Chris Webber's. But at the end of the day, a lot of the choking stuff that, again, he's talking about choking, the way you define it and the way you frame it, because you're just framing it in a way to aim at LeBron. I don't define that as choking for Jordan, nor do I define those moments as choking for LeBron. So you got to have a different conversation with me, Willie.
I can frame that in a way to aim it at Patrick Ewing. Nobody is aiming nothing at LeBron. You better come better than that, bro.
Why are you asking me about choking?
You're not gonna sweet talk me with your little. Nah, you be talking.
Okay. You got to move on to something else. Hold on, Willie. You muted. We can't hear you. Willie, you got to move on to something else. I don't believe in the choking narrative. That's just not my talking point. You got to come with something else. That's all I'm asking. Come with something else. I don't believe in a choking narrative.
Hey, I think
Hello.
I don't run around. We hear you, Willie. I don't run around digging up players' losses or missed shots just to go and say they missed a shot. That's not how basketball works.
No. That is how basketball works, and that's your criteria. You're not gonna give me in those little soliloquy with your soft talk and all this shit. I'm here right now. You talk mad shit on the.
Hold on. So Willie, no, I talked about the fact that you said, I forgot what you were debating in the comments, but there was something in the comments you wanted to debate. You get to that, whatever it is, but it wasn't nothing about choking in LeBron James.
You lie. Oh, Jordan. Yo, I heard you lie about Jordan so much. Oh, Jordan, my GOAT. Jordan the GOAT, but until LeBron retire, he could be the GOAT. Tell me why you feel about that.
What did I lie about?
And I'm gonna cook your ass.
What did I lie about?
No. You said Jordan is your GOAT until LeBron retire or LeBron, but you be kicking Jordan back in for 88, 89.
What did I say that's negative about
failures count, nigga?
What did I say about Jordan that's negative? That's
hold up. We count greatness on failures and winning. Okay? That's what we do in the world. Everything ain't sweet. Everything.
Willie. What did I say about Jordan that was false? One thing.
I don't want you to talk nice now, nigga. I'm here.
Willie, what did I say about
I'm
Jordan?
not going to disrespect you. I'm 52 years old, and I will cook your ass on your lie.
Okay, and I want you to cook me, but you got to tell me what I lied about Jordan.
You don't say, Jordan recruited Rodman.
Yeah, bro. Let them
you said Jordan recruited Rodman.
Yeah, you gonna be able to.
Jordan did recruit Rodman.
No. This a long time waiting. This a long. I don't want to hear from you, bro. You a side. You a role player. I don't want to hear from no role player. I don't want to hear from a role player. I want to hear from him. I don't want to hear from a role player.
I got your back, Brandon, man.
Hold on. The Lakers' defensive rating with Luka.
I don't want to hear from him.
Herm, hold on. The Lakers defense. Herm, hold on. The Lakers defensive rating.
I want to talk about what Willie talking about. Come on, Brandon. That's all news. Hold on, go ahead, Willie. Go ahead and cook, Willie. So Willie, you were talking about.
You done said plenty, at least 10 lies. You forget. I grew up with Jordan. I'm 52 years old. Hold up, let me speak. I ain't got to argue with you clowns. But it's amazing how much you lie. It's amazing. Like you sound like LeBron with your lies. Like you be just lying. I don't like liars.
Willie. We're talking about Jordan and Rodman. What did I lie about? That's all I'm asking.
Go James Kingdom. He a lying ass nigga too. Y'all niggas be lying for clout.
What did I lie
about? How you gonna lie? How y'all niggas gonna lie to niggas that be living in society and seeing this shit?
Okay, Willie. You talk about Jordan and Rodman.
I'll tell you your first lot. Well, not your first one, but
No, hold on. Hold on. You were talking about Jordan and Rodman. You said Jordan didn't recruit Dennis Rodman. Please explain to us how Rodman got on the Bulls without Jordan's approval. Talk to us about it.
Okay, let me ask you this. Did Jordan recruit him? Let me ask you that. Number one question. Did Jordan go out and recruit Rodman? Yes or no, nigga?
No. But
okay, case closed. Now let's move to the second lie because he said that. Jordan went out.
Hold on. What I said was this, because what you're leaving out, Willie, is a whole story. Hold on, Willie. We can't hear you. I muted you. This is what I said, y'all. I said before they went and got Dennis Rodman, there was another player that Jordan actively went out and recruited, which was Jason Williams of the New Jersey Nets. He went to a bar. He specifically went to Jason Williams himself and actively recruited Jason Williams, saying that if you come to our team, all you got to do is rebound and I'm going to get you a championship. He went and recruited Jason Williams. When that recruiting attempt failed, because remember, this is the year where, according to Willie, by his definition of choking, this is when Jordan choked against the Orlando Magic. 2 back-to-back turnovers that sent them packing in multiple games. So when you talk about an entire series where Jordan choked, well, there are multiple games in the Orlando series, like game 1, and even in the closeout game where Jordan choked. So if you want to talk about choking series, well, just look no other than to the Orlando Magic, where Jordan definitely choked. And because of that choke, he actively went out to recruit a power forward. So he was trying to recruit Jason Williams. Unfortunately, he ain't the recruiter like a LeBron James. He don't know how to go get and secure talent. So when that failed, the front office of Chicago Bulls had to go do what? They had to go get Dennis Rodman. And so they came to Jordan and said, well, would you be cool with Dennis Rodman? And what did Jordan say? Come on with it. I don't care if we was battling him with Detroit. He didn't care about all them battles with the Pistons and all that stuff. Man, come on, man. We need you to win championships. So did he recruit Rodman? No. But he did recruit Jason Williams. And you know who told us that story? Jason Williams himself. This ain't no report. This ain't Clutch Sports. Jason Williams came out specifically himself and said Jordan went and flew to Jason Williams to go recruit him, to beg him to play for the Chicago Bulls because he had just choked against the Orlando Magic and needed more help. That is a fact.
Okay, that ain't a fact. But listen to this. Am I on live?
Yeah, we hear you, Willie.
Okay. The man just lied to y'all all again, but like Rick Bucher would say, check the facts. Jordan would see people and boom, boom, bang, just like Kobe Bryant said, I want to be traded. Did Kobe Bryant get traded? No. Okay, see, this is what FYF is doing. See, Jordan settled for Rodman that gave you 5. Hold up. That gave you 5 points. This is Rodman's stats for the Chicago Bulls. 5 points a game and 15 rebounds. That's all Jordan needed. Hold up. I ain't cut you off, bro. I ain't cut you off.
Hold on, Willie.
Rodman.
Hold on, y'all. First of all, he went from trading to now production. So he went from trading to production. And now he's all over the place. So first of all, he said Jordan didn't recruit people. Number one, we had Scott Williams on this channel. He came on this channel for an interview and said Jordan actively told the Bulls front office, I need you to go bring in my North Carolina brethren, Scott Williams, if he don't get drafted. He actively went and made sure Scott Williams had a position with the Chicago Bulls, whether it was to the good or to the bad. I have it right here in front of me right now. It says Michael Jordan. This is from the Sports Rush. Michael Jordan actively attempted to recruit Jason Williams to the Chicago Bulls in 1995 offseason. At the time, the Bulls were seeking replacement for Horace Grant, who had departed for Orlando in 94. Williams, then with the New Jersey Nets, was known for his rebounding prowess and was seen as a potential fit for the Bulls' needs. Jordan personally approached Williams, expressing that all he needed was for Williams to rebound and he would secure them 2 or 3 championships. He emphasized that Williams was at the top of his recruitment list. Listen to what we're saying. He told Jason Williams that he was at the top of his recruitment list. Jordan had more people to go recruit and even traveled to New York to meet with him, waiting over an hour at a nightclub to make his pitch. So not only did Jordan go out to recruit him, he sat outside of the bar waiting for Williams to come out just to talk to him. They probably wouldn't even let Jordan in the club to go talk to him. He had to sit outside and wait just to talk to Jason Williams, and then he still got turned down. It says, despite Jordan's efforts, Williams chose to re-sign with the Nets. Jason Williams said, I'm going to stay loyal to my team, right? Jordan doing all this recruiting, trying to pull talent from all the other places. It wasn't that much talent in the East anyway. He trying to pull the best players from the Nets to the Bulls, right? But y'all don't criticize him for trying to build another super team. It says, subsequently, the Bulls acquired Dennis Rodman from the Spurs, who became a key contributor to the team's second three-peat. That's what happened. Those are the facts. If you talk about recruiting, Jordan not only recruited, but as according to Jordan's own words and according to Jason Williams, he had a whole recruitment list. He had a whole list of players. If Jason, he's scratching names off, he going recruiting, he plucking the best talent, bringing guys in. Willie, this is what Jordan did. So Willie tries to talk about, I said, Jordan recruited Dennis Rodman. That's not what I said. He had to settle with Dennis Rodman when Jordan's failed recruiting attempts didn't work. He tried to go get players. Wasn't nobody messing with Jordan like that. Willie's just upset because players mess with LeBron, because players love to play with LeBron. They ain't going to turn him down, even at 40 years old. Ain't nobody want to try to put him in the Bulls. They don't want that Horace Grant treatment. Horace Grant got up out of there.
He's still talking through the mic, man.
Willie, did you hear the real story?
You lying. You can't tell me the real. You
play the video?
Yo, how you gonna tell somebody that lived the story to somebody that read a story? How do you explain that? You straight lying.
You want me to play the video? Jason Williams telling the story?
Yo, you can't play me nothing. You're not gonna play me nothing. What is you talking about?
Here, I'm gonna play it for you.
Hey, Willie.
I don't care what you play me, bro.
See, he's a JDR, bro. He acting like a JDR, man.
Yeah, because he can't fuck with me, and neither could you or your whole crew.
Hey.
Period.
Hey, you know what, Lamont? You know what LBZ always say when we deal with people like this?
I don't care about your. I don't care about your soliloquies and none of that garbage, nigga. You folded when it mattered. Okay, you choked when it mattered. Okay, so all that, you did this and that. That shit don't work with real niggas.
Okay,
no, it don't.
What are you talking about right now? Because you just got proven wrong.
You proved me wrong. Talking about some Jason. Did Jason Williams play with Michael Jordan?
No, Jordan went and tried to recruit him.
Shut up.
No.
Then shut up.
No, he said no.
Yo, the nigga lied and said.
Okay, hold on.
He said no, nigga, no, nigga. No,
no,
nigga,
man, you did not do that. No,
nigga, you in the club, you in the hotel room, nigga. Everybody telling me you bothering me, nigga. No, nigga, I don't want to play with your bum ass, nigga. No.
Hey Johnny, he be talking off the microphone even when he got muted, man.
like, hold on, and it's like the you remember the clippings you sent me, Johnny? And I know I got to end this because you got to go live. Remember you sent them clippings of Jordan saying he'd play with Bird and all this stuff. And all it does is just kills all these narratives that they say, man, they hated each other, man. They wanted to get it out the mud. No, that is not what was happening. Them dudes was stuck on their teams because they was all in bad contracts. That's all it was.
Yeah, and Jason Williams
Right.
told Jordan, bitch, I'm
And
not
hey,
gonna
one
win
more thing. Hey, one more thing.
for to get you credit.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah.
Jordan had a 1-year
Hey,
contract.
one more thing. Hey, wait, one more thing. Hey, can I say
He
something?
wasn't loyal.
I haven't had a chance to say much.
Jordan always wanted to out.
Right.
That's
And here's the other thing. And here's the other thing. Why did Charles
He
Barkley
said
go
Jordan
join on a loaded
always
team in
wanted
Houston?
it out.
That's what he did. Go ahead, Mario.
Yeah.
Tell the people what Jordan did.
I was
For
gonna
somebody that didn't watch Jordan. Tell Jordan. Tell the people what Jordan did from a nigga that didn't watch Jordan play. I watched him play live.
No, you didn't.
How I didn't? Tell me.
I can prove.
Tell me.
I can prove that you didn't.
Prove it.
I can prove that you didn't.
Prove it. Online. Prove it right now.
Okay, hold on. Watch this. Hold on.
Prove it live.
Watch this.
Prove it live. I ain't watched Jordan in the 1991 finals.
I know. Watch this. Tell me about. Hold on. Watch this. Hold on, Herm. Hold on 1 second, Herm. Willie, watch this. Tell me. Describe to me the ending of Game 1 versus Orlando in 1995.
Prove it. Prove I ain't watched Jordan in the 1988.
No, hold on. Describe to me the ending 1995 Game 1 versus the Orlando Magic. Describe to me the last 5 minutes.
Jordan got the ball stolen. But tell the
people.
I
said the last 5 minutes. No, the last 5 minutes. There was a lot that went into that choke job.
Yo. Oh, you going to 95 when Jordan returned?
No.
Where you going? Why can't you go to 93? Why can't you go to 90?
Hold on. If you know Jordan, you should be able to talk about the ups and the downs. Talk about 95 Game 1 versus the Orlando Magic.
I can go to those. What? Jordan just came back rusty and lost to Orlando.
He was averaging 30 a game. He wasn't rusty.
Oh, he wasn't rusty. Was he playing that year?
He wasn't rusty.
Did he play that season?
He was top 10 in MVP voting.
Did he?
17 games.
How he was top 10 MVP voting?
Hold on, y'all. This is how we know he wasn't rusty. He was so good in 17 games that he was top 10 in MVP voting. In 17 games.
And
so
he scored 55 points.
15 games left.
So how was he rusty when he was top 10 in MVP voting?
He played the last 17 games.
Yeah, but he was top 10 in MVP voting. That's how good he was.
Well, he the GOAT. Now shut up. Now shut up. Now shut up, nigga.
I'm talking about basically.
Now shut up.
So Willie, what I'm asking you about is
shut the fuck up.
Hold on, Willie. So I'm asking you about an MVP caliber season. Where in 95, the league felt Jordan was an MVP caliber. Talk to me about Game 1, last 5 minutes versus the Orlando Magic. What happened there? Because a lot of people say Jordan choked. I want you to explain to us why he didn't choke. Through all the missed shots, through the multiple turnovers in the last 5 minutes, where the Bulls had a clear opportunity to win the game. Talk about, and even if you got to blame the others, talk about what went wrong that last 5 minutes and why they sold.
With me, I play with this kid. How old are you? 40, 39? You easy work. I'm 52. I'll body your ass. I'm a kid, yo. It's like talking to my child. I thought you was more built like that. Like you fuck with Motel Room and Cocaine Kingdom. Y'all ain't even not on my level. Y'all ain't even on my level. I am so sorry to waste y'all chat time. I'm sorry to waste y'all time, bro. He easy word.
Willie, can you answer the question?
You're talking about 1995 when Jordan returned with 17 games left and lost to the Orlando Magic in 1995, averaging 30, whatever, off of 17 games. Is that what you want? You want that series? Because if you give me that, I'm gonna give you 5 of them.
Hold on. I'm not saying
no.
Hold on. I think you're misinterpreting what I'm asking you. Because I'm saying because you watched and because you remember, I need you to help us remember what happened last 5 minutes of Game 1 versus Orlando 1995.
Yo, I don't remember. I will concede to you. Jordan was trash in 1995. Now, can I give you 5?
Hold on. Don't tell me he choked. Did he choke?
Yes, he choked. You want that? You want to wear that? Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, so hold on. My bad. Did he
Now
choke in
let's
game
start
6
from
too?
2023
No,
on
hold
down.
on. Now hold on. I like this because I never knew that. Now tell me about game 6, because game 6 was very similar. What happened in game 6?
Yo, Jordan just came back and choked in
Game
1995.
6 too?
Oh yeah. Let me act like an Arizona nigga. Yeah.
Jordan choked.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. The worst nigga out there on the court.
Oh damn.
Oh, that nigga choked. I don't even know why Jordan came back.
Oh,
Why Jordan came back.
Hold on, you said you don't know why he came back?
Yeah, no.
Oh, man. Really?
All right. And then proceeded to 3-peat. I don't even know why. Keep talking, clown. Keep talking. Keep talking. I'll bury your ass. You're fucking with the right one. Oh, you looking for Willie Sermon. You don't want this work. I ain't ticket. I ain't ticket, nigga.
No, really, I like you.
Ticket.
I ain't got no beef with you. I don't got no beef.
You better not. You better not.
Anybody that can admit that Jordan choked, I rock with you, man.
You better not.
I rock
Nigga,
with you.
You done felt 5 times over.
Hey, Real Willie, I got a newfound appreciation for you. You just
You
admitted
better,
Jordan,
nigga. I don't play. I don't play with 4 and 6 people.
No, because remember, Willie,
I don't play with them. Ain't nothing to play with.
Hold on, because Willie, you
Be
said
damn big.
Hold on, you said when you first came in here, you said, "Name me a time when Jordan choked an entire series."
I said an entire. I said an entire series.
In 1995. He choked away the entire series from start to finish.
Okay, give me the stats. Give your chat the stats.
No,
that's what LeBron fans do. Hold up, because if we go to 07, shut up. When we go to 07,
hold on, Willie. If you say that LeBron choked, since you're saying that Jordan choked in 95, I'll agree with you that LeBron choked in 07. How about that one? I'm just happy to hear you admit that Jordan choked.
I guarantee you, chat, this clown ass won't.
Who?
I guarantee you.
Really wild as hell, man.
Clown ass won't give you the stats. I guarantee you.
He's like the older version of
I don't fuck with 4 and 6 people. I do this shit for a living. I cook y'all niggas every day at work, making $100,000 a year. I cook y'all niggas.
Let me give you
for
stats.
free.
Hold on, Willie. You want the stats for 95?
Yeah, in the 1995 playoffs against Orlando, give me all the numbers.
Okay, I got you right here. So
do it.
Okay,
I'ma
so
shut up.
Okay, so here it is right here. 95. Hold on, that's 95.
Play with me.
Shut up. You know basketball.
I already know him. I don't know what's taking them so long.
No, hold on. My bad. I had the wrong.
Yeah, don't hold on, nigga. Ain't nothing to hold on to.
Oh, I got it right here.
Will you be quiet and let him
pull him up.
Pull him up. Man.
Game one.
Pull up them Jordan losing stats. Pull them up.
Let me run through this. Hold on. So game 1.
No. That's not what we want. We want for the series. We do series. Your niggas do series. The LeBron.
Hold on, Willie. Hold on. I'm about to give you the whole series. Just hold on. I had to mute you. So in game 1, Jordan played 40 minutes. He shot 8 of 22 from the field, 36%, 0 of 2 from the 3-point line. He only shot 5 free throws. He had 19 points. So this was a game, admittingly, that Willie said Jordan choked. So the Orlando Magic held Jordan to 19 points in game 1. He choked away the game on a play as well. So he didn't perform like the GOAT. He ended the game horribly. He shot 36% from the field. The Orlando Magic defense stifled him. Now, Jordan, being Jordan.
Hey, one more thing, Lamont. Hey,
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me get through the stats real quick.
I was gonna say,
Jordan,
go ahead.
Jordan being
Go ahead.
Jordan, he comes in game 2. Jordan does much better. He plays 43 minutes, 17 to 30 from the field. He drops 38 points in a win. Then we go to game 3. In game 3, they lose a crucial game 3. The Bulls are at home. Jordan plays 43 minutes, 15 to 31 from the field. He drops 40 points in a loss, unfortunately. And the one thing that stood out this game, just like in game 1, Jordan with 6 turnovers. In game 1, Jordan not only was held to 19 points, Jordan had 8 turnovers in game 1. So now he has a 4-turnover game. No, he has a 6-turnover game, even though he scores 40 points. But the Bulls lose at home in a crucial game at home, and Orlando regains momentum in the series. Then we got the next game. Jordan goes 9 of 21 from the field, shoots 42%. So not the greatest percentage, but Jordan did drop 26 points in that game. He still has 4 turnovers, and the Bulls win, and they hold Orlando Magic to under 100 points. The next game, right, in Orlando goes back home, and the Bulls need to win this game. They lose in Orlando 95 to 103. Jordan goes 15 to 28. He scores 39 points. Good, and he actually had a really good game. This game could no turnovers, but again, the 39 points meant nothing because they lost that game 95 to 103. This elimination game, where generally in these elimination games, that's where they say Jordan makes his namesake in the clutch and all this stuff. So the Bulls are now facing elimination. In an elimination game, Michael Jordan shoots 8 of 19 from the field, 42%. He has 6 turnovers and 24 points, including crucial turnovers late in the game that literally cost the Bulls the entire series. So Jordan started off the series with 8 turnovers, 19 points, playing horribly. He finished the series with 24 points, shooting 8 of 19 from the floor with 6 turnovers, and finished horribly. He almost fouled out that game with 5 fouls. And what we remember most from games 1 and game 6, in the clutch, Jordan was atrocious in the clutch turnovers. Even in one of the games, instead of just taking the tough shot, he throws the ball out of bounds, trying to pass the ball to Scottie Pippen, right? While Scottie Pippen's running in the crash.
Point that out. Yep.
He throws the pass behind Scottie Pippen. It's not even on target. He don't even have a chance to catch it. He also dribbled the ball up the court, let Nick Anderson poke it away. We remember that as well. So Jordan in this series, if you talk about an entire series where Jordan choked, I would say this was a series where Jordan definitely choked away the entire series. And he started the series bad, and he ended the series just as bad. And the man in 2 of his worst games, he combined for 14 turnovers in 2 games. In total, he had 14 and 8, 22. In total for the series, he had 26 turnovers. 26 turnovers for the series. Horrible shooting efficiencies when it mattered most. And what is most important is in the clutch, he completely folded like a bad bag of dope, man, and could not come through. So do we say he choked? I don't know if we want to say he choked, but he definitely did not play like an MVP caliber player. Because the NBA at the time said he was MVP caliber. They put him top 10 in MVP voting that year, not me. So we're going to shut this one down. I know Goat James Kingdom is about to go live in a few minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and shut this one down. I appreciate Brandon, you pulling up. Willie, I see you still here cooking and kicking it. Man, what you got for us, Willie?
Hello?
Yeah.
Bro,
talk to the people on the way out.
Okay. I feel like FYF should be ashamed of himself. He's talking about a year. Like, he's going to it. You see how you see the length that LeBron fans go to? They go to 95 or they go to the first 3 years in Jordan's career, but they never fuck with Jordan's prime. See, we can dig into LeBron's prime now, prime late now with AD, with Westbrook, with we can dig. We got a library, nigga. You got a few games, and mind you, you only got a game. You don't got no series because chat. He never told you the total stats for that whole series individually. He never did that. See, I'm not with the trickery. I know what's up. That's why I cook y'all for a living. It's easy.
What was the stats for the entire series?
You tell me. I asked you.
Is it 6 turnovers per game?
No. It was 7 turnovers in 07. and he damn near lead the league in turnovers this year. Top 5. So what are you talking about? Who got more turnovers?
Hold on, but Willie, check this out.
What are you talking about?
If you say that LeBron played bad,
you're talking about turnovers. That's the last thing you should be talking about is turnovers. Don't you realize that? FYF? That's the last thing you should be talking about.
Hold on. But Willie, I want you to compare it to a guy that I believe should still be the GOAT. I don't want you to compare him to LeBron. I'm not the guy that argues for LeBron all the time. I want you to compare him to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Oh, fans. He need people. It's okay. If he's your GOAT.
No, compare him to Kareem.
It's okay. I'm not mad if LeBron is your GOAT. But don't be lying on Jay. That's the point. That's why I'm here. Don't lie on Jordan. If you like LeBron, yo, let me say this for the record, and I'm going to go. LeBron is your GOAT. I do not have a problem with that. I'm not changing your opinion. I'm not trying to change your opinion. But do not lie on Michael Jordan to make LeBron James become the GOAT. Just don't lie. Because if I grew up in 2003 and all I seen was LeBron, he's going to be my GOAT as well. I'm not going to give a fuck about Jordan. But don't lie on Jordan to make LeBron the GOAT. That's why I'm here.
Hey, hold on. You got one question on the way out for you. Marz says, show me LeBron turning it over to lose a playoff game.
I could show you LeBron scoring 0 points in the fourth quarter.
No, but he had a specific question.
I could show you LeBron turning it over in plenty of games.
No, he said, show me LeBron turning the ball over to lose a playoff game like Jordan did.
Show you LeBron turning the ball over. I can do that the most in the league. I can't even pick one. I can't even pick one.
He said,
I can't even pick one. He's the most turnovers person in the league. So why would he even ask that? That's a dumb question.
He said, show me the
That's
LeBron
really a
turning it
dumb
over
question.
to lose a playoff game, though.
To lose a playoff game?
Yeah.
For a full season or coming back? Because y'all judge Jordan as soon as he step on the court. I feel y'all on that. I can show you LeBron losing as the #1 seed. I can show you LeBron losing. I can show you LeBron losing with 4 Hall of Famers. I can show you a whole lot of shit.
Are you gonna answer? So hold on. Well, Willie, hey, I gotta shut it down.
Yeah, you might as well, because you ain't shutting it down. I shut it down.
Hold on. No, I gotta shut it down. Like, no, all jokes aside, I actually do like you up here, man. You are entertaining as hell, man. I like people that like believe in what they say, man. So
try me.
Look, man, I want you to come up more.
You can't. Yo, I'm sorry, bro. You very intelligent. I like your style. I respect you as a content creator. But yo, stay in your lane, bro. Stay in your lane.
Willie, man. All right, Willie, man.
Stay in your lane, bro. You can't.
I think I'm gonna do a Jordan video tomorrow. What the topic should be, Willie? See, look, Willie.
It should be. You know what the topic should be? LeBron fans like LeBron and Jordan fans like Jordan, and let's keep it at that.
Oh no! I think I might do a Willie video tomorrow. I might have to put you on the thumbnail, man.
You can put me on the thumbnail all you want. I don't got no page. I ain't a content creator.
I'm just
so I ain't getting nothing out of this.
But I do appreciate you pulling.
LeBron fans know they don't fuck with me.
Hey, but Willie, hey, do you
I'm
want to
like
do
the
this? Though?
I'm like Raid to them niggas. You know how roach spray? You know what roach spray is? I'm
would you be
Raid to
interested?
LeBron fans.
Would you be interested in doing a head-to-head debate with Goat James Kingdom?
Man, I'll body that boy right now.
Like
Body
organized
him
head-to-head
right
debate.
now.
Organized head-to-head with Goat James Kingdom.
I'll body that boy. That's easy work.
And what's the
He
I'll
know
let you
that.
pick the topic. What topic?
He know that. He know it. He don't want to fuck with me.
I'm gonna set it up, Willie.
Yo, set it up, and I guarantee you he gonna duck.
When's the next day you're gonna be free for a debate?
I'm free on the weekends. I work Monday through Friday. Set that shit up, and I'll body that boy.
So if I did live,
Matter of fact,
Saturday
I'm gonna be humble like Michael Jordan. I'm not gonna say I'm about it. Let me say this: set that shit up. I don't even want to do. I want to be like Jordan in the cut. I don't want to brag, boast. I want to be like my GOAT. Nah, I don't know, but if he out there in this one-on-one, let's do it. I'm gonna say it like that. I don't even want to say I'm gonna kill him. No, I'm not gonna say that. I do my damage on the court. I ain't even gonna say that. Goat James Kingdom is a formidable opponent. I respect him. Let me be generous. I respect him. Whenever.
Saturday. I want to give you a time. Can I give you a time?
Man, I'm ready now. But you can give me any. Give him some time. You ain't gotta give me no time. Give him some time.
Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Does that work for you?
Tomorrow? Tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow if he agrees to it.
Tomorrow, next Saturday. We can do it. I ain't even
tomorrow.
I'm ready. I don't give a fuck. That shit easy work.
All right, what topic you want?
Jordan.
Jordan versus LeBron?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
You can't fuck with me, bro.
All right, man. We're gonna.
I'm confident on that. I ain't even gonna shake.
Hey, Willie,
I'm
confident. I gotta shut this down. I gotta shut it down, Willie. I'm gonna try to set that up.
All right.
I gotta
Bet.
shut it down.
Set
I appreciate
it
you
up.
pulling up, though. I do
Set it
appreciate
up.
you pulling up, though.
Hey,
I rock with you, though. All right, Willie. All right, y'all, man. That's Willie right there. Oh man. This been a good show today, man. A lot better than I thought it would go, man. We had Marz, man. Marz pulled up, man. You know, he didn't like the fact that we called him a liar, man, here on FYF Sports, man. You know, we gave him credit for being intelligent. But the one thing I know that comes with being intelligent is that sometimes you can misapply that intelligence. Right? Sometimes you can get lazy. And sometimes you could try to finesse things that you should not be trying to finesse, right? And other intelligent people can identify when you're trying to BS. And so I just think that's what happened with Marz. And I think if it's your default to go to just calling other people unintelligent because they just simply question your approach, not a good look. And that's ultimately why I know I was right in the way I voted. And I was right in some of the things that I called out, because if the default is to say, oh, if you don't understand this, you're not intelligent, then we know we got something there. Like, and so salute to Marz them for pulling up, man. Salute to Players Choice for hosting the debates. But again, sometimes we take L's, and sometimes you even get the win when you really should have took a L. And I just think in that particular case, you know, if the voters actually did a little bit more due diligence and, like me, went back and re-listened and fact-checked and analyzed things in a particular way, I just saw a lot of flaws in the debate approach that just will not work, and especially not on in a neutral setting. You know, I don't think those analytics will fly out of context. And maybe we need to have a debate on the validity of some of these analytics. Because as I told you guys before, a lot of these analytics were never meant to be used in debates like this, which is what takes them completely out of context. And that's the unfortunate reality of where we at with basketball talk. And I think the players from the player side are getting annoyed with it. And I think the basketball junkies on the basketball side of it are getting annoyed with it, because you got a whole new host of people coming into these basketball talking circles, but the real hoopers at the NBA level and on down, they want to hear real basketball talk. And the basketball junkies, they want to hear real basketball talk. But we got this injection of people who are coming in, creating this new lane of basketball talk that solely revolved around analytics. And I believe it was Real Talk. It could have been Jordan, but they said it best. You have to play basketball. You cannot play net rating. You got to play basketball, right? And there are certain factors in the game of basketball, like the experience factor, like the injury factor, like the coaching factor, like the scheme factor, that all play a significant role in outcomes. And when I say outcomes, it's not just wins or losses, but outcomes in regards to what the stats look like, what the analytics look like, so on and so forth. And so because there are so many wild card factors that can influence these analytics, how can I confidently use analytics to say this is why one team is better than the other, or this is why one player is better than the other? And I think when people start to discredit the analytics, that's why they start to discredit the analytics. Because people are weighing on them too heavily. They're removing themselves from real basketball talk. I believe, and I could be wrong, I just believe that Marz is scared to subject his real basketball talking points to criticism. Because when you make these claims, like, for example, I made a couple wild claims. The 90s is trash. You know, Magic Johnson is just a flashy Draymond Green with no defense. You know, some of these takes might be eccentric or clickbait to a certain degree, but when you make a take, you have to be, you basically are opening the door saying that I'm willing to accept any criticism that comes with it. When you run with numbers, when you run with and lead with numbers and net ratings and metrics, you're basically saying, I don't want to debate. I don't want to hear your subjective take because I feel like my numbers are absolute and they are the end all be all. And now you shut the door on actually having a real conversation. And that's just kind of where we are in basketball talking circles. And take it for what you want, man. I mean, I guess if that's a debate strategy that works for people like Marz, salute to them. But at the end of the day, y'all, the one thing I can promise y'all is this. If you believe that net rating is the reason why the OKC Thunder will win the NBA championship this year, I'm taking all bets. I asked Marz if he wants to take the bet. He respectfully declined. If you feel that this net rating is so absolute, well, I trust history. I trust the 48-year history of young teams not winning as my analytics. I trust that playoff experience and things of that nature supersede all. And that's what I want to rock with. But look, y'all, man, it's FYF Sports, man, another great podcast episode. Salute to everybody for sticking around for the whole show. Everybody comment. Salute to Ron over at Player's Choice for inviting me on as a judge and then setting it up in a way where we could actually come back and really analyze these debates. And salute to Ron for also reading what I had to say, even though it was just very small amounts about the debates. And, you know, it is what it is. The results are the results. Maybe I'll try to get into their next debates, but I can already see it now. It's going to be very tough for me to win a debate now that I've aggressively attacked the talking points of Marz. You know, he's probably going to have a whole fan base of people that will not vote for me on anything, you know. But it is what it is. Real basketball talk is going to always roll out and win out. The only way we'll know for sure is just watch this playoff pan out. As this series pans out, look at the young teams, see how they do versus the more experienced teams. You know, it's just like when I was on Player's Choice and when we were debating the best duos in the NBA and Ticket said Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. Well, look at them two now. You know, it's unfortunate that we have to allow time to determine who's right or wrong in a lot of these debates. Because when we allow people to make decisions in the moment, we can see that the fandom and the biases kick in. And if those fandom and biases are supported with analytics, you in trouble and you are not going to come to a result that is very realistic. But it's FYF Sports, y'all. Another great podcast episode. We will be back with more sports and news. But until then, man, it's FYF Sports and we out.